audience. Also, a special welcome to our audience tuning in via the NESA official Facebook page as well. And we are excited to have you all join us today. We have an exciting and insightful day ahead. We'll begin with an introductory session and opening remarks, followed by 7 guest speaker talks before the launch. During the launch, we will host a poster session where you can see the more than dozens of posters here in this room. And we will discuss with the poster presenters at their sessions. And after that, in the afternoon, after 1, we will continue with 2 oral sessions where a total of 13 presenters, including 3 joining us live through the Zoom, all the way from Nepal, will share their work. Finally, we will wrap up the conference with an award ceremony, raffle prizes, and more surprises. This year, we are thrilled to see such a strong participation, both in person and in online. Since its launch in 2009, the NESA conference has grown into an important annual tradition for this NESA organization. Over the years, we have adapted to different forms. Some conferences were fully virtual, while others followed a hybrid model. And this year, we continue with a hybrid model, ensuring accessibility for participants globally. As we navigate an era of rapid change and complex global challenges, the need for collaboration across discipline has never been greater. With that in mind, the theme for this 16th annual international conference is Sustainable Synergies, Uniting Innovation and Global Action. To kick off things, I would like to introduce a short video about Nepalese Student Association at NMSU. Technical team, please go ahead and play the video. Yes.
Welcome to the 16th International Conference of the Nepalese Students Association, NESA, at New Mexico State University. Since its establishment in 2006, NESA has been dedicated to fostering academic excellence, cultural exchange, and technological advancement. What began as a student-led initiative has evolved into a globally recognized platform connecting scholars, researchers, and professionals from all corners of the world in meaningful discussions on pressing global challenges. For the past 16 years, NESA has provided a space where knowledge and innovation converge. Through its annual conferences, it has championed research and technological progress, bringing together experts from diverse fields, including engineering, environmental sustainability, artificial intelligence, healthcare, and socioeconomic development. These gatherings have spanned disciplines such as science, mathematics, natural resource management, agriculture, technology, and business, serving as a bridge that brings students and experts together, fostering a culture of learning and collaboration. NESA's commitment to integrating academia with excellence extends far beyond its home country, fostering a global network of scholars and innovators. However, NESA's contributions go beyond academia. It actively celebrates and preserves Nepalese culture through patriotic musical performances, exhibitions, and participation in national festivities such as Dasai and Tihar. While deeply rooted in tradition, NESA remains looking forward, championing science, technology, and research as essential tool for a better future. This year's conference, themed Sustainable Synergies, Uniting Innovation and Global Action, reflects NESA's ongoing commitment to driving change through collaboration. Over the years, NESA has cultivated a legacy of intellectual exchange, fostering dialogue that transcends borders and disciplines. Its success, which drove it to the 16th conference, is a testament to the dedication of its members, students, and professionals alike, who embrace diversity and work tirelessly to push the boundaries of knowledge and progress. As NESA embarks on its 16th conference, it remains steadfast in its mission to empower scholars, shape the future, and build a more sustainable world. We look forward to carrying this legacy, ensuring that the impact of NESA extends far beyond the present, inspiring generations to come. Celebrating this wide legacy, the glory of NESA is commendable and worth celebrating. Once again, welcome everyone to today's conference. We are truly grateful for your participation and we look forward to an enriching time together. Thank you. Have a good one.
Before we move forward, I want to take a moment to recognize Polista Ranjitkar, Lata Chataud, and Kaustubh Rajneupane for their hard work in this wonderful video. Your dedication has helped set the stage for today's discussion. Thank you for your efforts. Now let's get into the heart of today's conference. We live in a time of great challenges and rapid change. Climate change, public health crisis, resource scarcity, and social economic inequalities all are pressing issues that deemed urgent solutions. However, no single discipline or sector can solve these problems alone. Innovation is powerful, but it must be backed by strong policies and real-world implementations. Scientific discoveries and technological advancement need to connect with decision makers, policymakers, and industry leaders to drive real change. That's exactly what this conference is about, bringing together researchers, technologists, policymakers to bridge the gap between knowledge and action. When science informs policy and policy supports innovation, societies thrive. By working together across disciplines and borders, we can shape a future where collaboration leads to meaningful impact. Let this conference be a place where ideas are turned into action, where innovation fuels policy, and where global partnership leads to a more sustainable world. The challenges we face deemed collective solutions, and those solutions start here today with all of us. Of course, none of this would be possible without the incredible people who make this conference happen. With that, I would like to invite Pushparaj Dahal, President of NESA, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Thank you, Nelson. Namaste and good morning, everyone. It is an incredible honor to stand before you today as we inaugurate the 16th NESA International Conference. This annual gathering is a testament of our unwavering commitment to academic excellence, cultural enrichment, and global collaboration. On behalf of the NESA Executive Committee, I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, keynote speaker Dr. Frank Ward, distinguished speaker Dr. Uday Raj Wagle, guest speakers Dr. Prakriti Vista, Dr. Jay Paudel, Dr. Sarbagya Sakya, and Dr. Yadav Prasad Kadel. And I like to also welcome Dr. Tara Gray for attending this event. My heartfelt welcome to our oral and poster presenters and all participants joining us from the New Mexico State University, the University of Texas El Paso, and Eastern New Mexico University, as well as our global audience attending online. Welcome to NESA 16th International Conference at NMSU. This year theme, the Sustainable Synergies, Uniting Innovation and Global Action, highlights the power of interdisciplinary collaboration and technological advances in addressing the global challenges through the sub-themes like green entrepreneurship, digital transformation, global alliances, and reconnecting the roots. We aim to foster the meaningful discussion that drives sustainable solutions. And NESA journey since its founding in 2006 has been one of resilience and growth. We deeply appreciate the guidance of our advisors, Dr. Ramacharya, Dr. Deepak Subedi, Dr. Madhav Regmi, and Dr. Nirajan Paudel, along with the unwavering support of NMSU leadership. Our organization remains committed to showcasing the Nepali culture to the international community, promoting NMSU among the Nepalese and global scholars, assisting new students in their transition to the life in the New Mexico State University, connecting Nepali-born children to their cultural roots and fostering academic and technological exchange among the scholars worldwide. This conference would not have been possible without our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere gratitude to Associated Student Association of NMSU, ASNMSU, Graduate Student Council of NMSU, Research, Creativity and Economic Department from NMSU, Asian Pacific Islander Program from the NMSU, and all-time taxes and financial services from the Texas for their financial and logistic support. A special thank you to the NESA Academic Committee led by Academic Director Nelson Cornell and every committee members for their hard work. I also want to recognize NESA Executive Committee and the Las Cruces Nepalese community for their dedication in making this event a success. Finally, I warmly welcome to you all in this inspiring gathering. May you engage in the insightful discussion, connect with the brilliant minds, and live with new ideas and collaboration that shape the brighter future. Thank you and welcome to the 16th International NESA Conference.
Thank you, Pushparaj Dahal, for your warm words. Next, I will be honored to introduce Dr. Gangadhar Acharya, who will share his insights as a distinguished alumnus of NMSU. He is currently serving as a faculty of mathematics in University of New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Colonel. Thank you, NESA team, Mr. President Pushpa Dahal, for inviting me and providing this platform. This is a really great honor and privilege to stand in front of you as a past president of this organization and as a honor alumnum of this organization. Definitely, like, you know, in Nepali, we have a proverb that says the reverse returns in 12 years. Exactly in 12 years, I'm in this stage again, because I was organizing this program, like this conference, as like maybe 5th conference. Yeah, that was 5th in my time. Now it is 16th. But in between, I believe we have a break in between, like because of the pandemic, the big pandemic. Otherwise, it is still ongoing. That's why, you know, like we have like a Greek proverb that says, if old men, like when old men plant his trees, that will save the future generation, but they never said in themselves. They will never save themselves by that tree, but that will save the all future generation. This is the one of the trees our seniors who planted this tree. That's why all of us are here. That's why we should be greatly thankful to them who thought this idea, and we started this program. And we all of us are equally thankful, because if we have not watered this plant, then this will not be here until 16th now. So yes, I also equally want to encourage all of future leaders who will be here in the future. You should continue this program. Maybe sometimes we might think of what is benefit of doing this type of program. Yes, no doubt, this is a great platform to exchange knowledge between emerging researchers and experts researchers. This is being a great platform. Beside that, the good, like a big achievement from this type of program is that like when you go in job market, where you are planning to stay now. So this is a great platform to create your leadership, to develop your leadership skill, and also to connect with the communities. You know, all of us are unknown before, if this event was not here, I will not be here. So this is connecting us, our alumni, all of our alumni. That's why this is great platform to connect with the communities and to develop the leadership. Yes, please continue this program. And regarding the format, sometimes we might have question, okay, is still, how long we continue this type of format or something like that? We might have question. So yeah, what I'm seeing now, so far we are conducting this program as a hearing. We are hearing from people. We are learning. We are getting ideas. So now I believe now it is being time now how we can implement what thoughts, what ideas we are getting from here. Maybe that is now second phase. We have to think about that one. That's why what I will suggest you, maybe that is just my penny suggestion, whether you will get this one or not. Maybe in future, so far we have already 16 present, guest speakers, distinguished guest speakers, and many guest speakers. So we have a really good thoughts from them. Now, I believe now it is time to reflect back. So then what we gonna do, for example, bring them together sometime now it is easy for us. We can do that hybrid model. All of them should not be here in this platform. So, but what we can do, we can connect the leaders, related leaders who are working in that area back to our motherland country, and the researcher who are presenting those ideas. Maybe we can try to connect them. For example, maybe, yeah, Dr. Keshav Paudel was guest speaker in this program. Sometime I forgot. But what he is doing right now in Nepal, our health system, whatever, your record or wherever your record are, you don't know. Your records are not digitalized in Nepal. That's why at least Dr. Paudel is doing that. Okay, by his idea, he is working with the Minister of Health over there, Mr. Pardip Paudel, and they are working to digitalize that format now. At least he was also one of our guest speakers. So we have many guest speakers who are presenting that type of idea. So we can connect with the leaders. We can bring them together and have this type of conversation. So sometimes in future, we can continue this format. Plus, let us have some panel discussion also. That's what I was thinking of, adding that part. Okay, that is just my penny suggestion. Maybe whether that will be possible or not, think about it. I'll try to support you in that part also, because I'm not far away. I'm nearby. Okay. Anyway, once again, I want to thank all of you again for continuing this program and inviting me over here. Thank you, NESA. Thank you, team. Please continue. Hope the seeds, whatever we plant today, that will flourish in the future as a fruitful plant. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Acharya, for your inspiring words. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Deepak Subedi to the stage Dr. Subedi is a faculty of chemistry at DSCC NMSU and serves as an advisor for NESA. We are delighted to have him here today.
Thank you. Good morning from Las Cruces. For those who are in webinar, welcome. So as you heard from our alumni, this has been going on for 16 years, and we take it as a great success. And thanks to all of your hard work, all the support that we get from NMSU administration, all the faculties, all the researchers, that has been the foundational stone for us and where we are today. And I believe that we'll be able to continue it into our near future and for many, many years. So I am, got introduced that I'm Deepak Subedi and I'm at DSCC campus. And one thing is I am alumni as well. So I graduated with my degree from NMSU's chemistry and biochemistry department. And after that, continued teaching at DSCC. And we have Tara Gray in front of us. I am very familiar with her. In her several of the teaching academies, workshops, and the seminars, even the different gatherings that we have for the book groups. I have learned a lot from her. So it's a very pleasure to see you here and supporting us, and we appreciate that. So we are also excited to see researchers, intellects, scholars from the diverse fields. And here, another thing that I want to say is thank you, NESA's academic committee. It's not an easy task. And every year, and especially this year, where the policies are uncertain, and still you manage to do it, although a little bit late, we would have appreciated if you could have sent the invitation, everything a little bit earlier, but we understand what you are going through. We appreciate that. And it is also good to see alumni coming back to us. And it's also very important, and I'll ask you as a committee to take note of the suggestions that we get from alumni. And I do agree that having panel discussion is something we can think about and try to connect those people who had been here before and see where the progresses are, where we could connect and what works and what doesn't work. If you understand that, that will be really helpful, especially as a diaspora outside of country to help the people inside the country. So next thing, I would like to invite welcome all of the speakers, Dr. Wagle, Paudel, Dr. Sakir, Mr. Kadel, and we'd like to hear the expertise from your work today. And you represent different national labs and universities, and it is really a good time for our students to expand your network with them, and that will be really helpful. And I believe you will do that. And I would also like to welcome all our oral and poster presenters, judges, volunteers, and thanks to the technical support that we have so we can do a webinar and all this. And also I would like to extend our warm welcome to participants from Nepal. And I'm hopeful our bright scholars will keep you awake tonight. So this year's theme, Sustainable Synergies, Uniting Innovation and Global Action, it reminds us the importance of the collaborative work to address the global issues, especially when there have been uncertainties right now swirling around the world about the importance of the globally working together to solve the problems. And what could be a better time to stress the need of unified approach for global challenges. And I'm certain our speaker today will deliver that message as well. And we are very appreciative of all of you for accepting our invitations in such short notice and deciding to spend your beautiful weekend with us. I'm also confident our students will get benefit from this opportunity and to hone their presentation skills, expand their network, and build collaborative and innovative mindset. So again, welcome to NESA 16th conference and have fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Subedi, for your valuable insights. I'm especially honored to welcome our esteemed guest, Dr. Tara Gray, Associate Provost at New Mexico State University. Dr. Tara Gray is a Associate Provost for Faculty Development and Director of the Teaching Academy. She founded the Academy in 2003 and previously taught criminal justice and economics. Tara leads faculty development programs, studies scholarly writing and teaching centers, and has authored 50 scholarly works and 4 books, including published anthologies. She has received 10 awards and presented workshops to over 10,000 educators worldwide. Dr. Gray, please take the stage to share your remarks on behalf of NMSU leadership team.
Namaste. It's an honor to welcome you on behalf of Provost Reddy. I got a lovely note from him yesterday saying this is the best group, and he was really sorry not to be able to come today. So thank you for allowing me to stand in his stead. We welcome all NMSU students, including Nepalese Student Association members, as well as researchers from many schools: New Mexico State, University of Texas, El Paso, University of New Mexico, ENMU, Eastern New Mexico University, Clovis, Arizona State University, Northern Arizona University, Berkeley Lab, and all others. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to thank a number of people who haven't been thanked yet. I think we've already thanked our speakers. So I'll thank a few people and we'll hold our applause until the end. We thank the association's past presidents who have made the association what it is today, including the current president, Pushpa Raj Dahal. Would you all raise your hands, past presidents? Anybody else? Excellent. Wow, good turnout. Thank you. We thank the Nepalese Student Association advisors for their continuous support, including Dr. Deepak Subedi, Dr. Ramacharya, Dr. Madhav Rejmi, and Dr. Nurajan Paudal. A big round of applause for all those who have made the conference possible today. The Nepalese Student Association has been a driving force for cultural and interdisciplinary diversity since its inception in 2006. With 4 faculty advisors, 45 members, and a strong network of over 100 alumni, the association is committed to bridge cultural gaps and encourage discourse on global issues. Last year, the discussion revolved around scientific advancements for the social good. This year, we address a related topic. We live in an era of rapid transformation, technological breakthroughs, shifting economic landscapes, and pressing environmental concerns. The need for collective action has never been more urgent. The only certainty we face is change, and while change can be daunting, it also presents opportunities to innovate, to collaborate, and to create a sustainable future together. This conference is built on the belief that no single discipline, industry, or even country can solve today's challenges alone. True progress requires synergy, bringing together researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders to focus on innovative strategies for a more sustainable future. One of the most powerful aspects of this conference is diversity, not just in expertise, but in culture, thought, and experience. The association understands that global challenges require diverse perspectives, whether it's water resource management, renewable energy, or sustainable business models. Our ability to learn from each other is what fuels innovation. This conference is more than just an academic event. It's a platform to spark ideas, build partnerships, and drive real change. So I ask you to ask bold questions, network like crazy, and most importantly, be inspired to act. Let's make the most of this gathering of minds. Welcome once again, and let's get started.
Thank you, Dr. Gray, for your thoughtful words. With that, we conclude the opening session of the conference. I hope today will be thought-provoking and enriching experience throughout the day for all of us. And for our virtual participants, you can find the today's schedule in the chat section, or you can visit the NESA Facebook page for details. Now, it's time to dive into our first session of the day, the guest speaker talk. I would like to welcome Ujjwal Marasini and Ankita Khatioda to the stage to moderate this session. Let's get started. Once again, thank you, Dr. Gray, for your words and being here in our event. And we are more than happy to share our souvenir for your this participation in this event. Please accept a token of appreciation and token of love from us. Thank you. And let's welcome Ujjwal Marasini and Ankita Khatioda to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the guest talk series of NESA 16 International Conference, Sustainable Synergies, Uniting Innovation and Global Action. My name is Ujjwal Marasini, graduate student at College of Engineering, and I'm honored to be your moderator today for the guest talk series. We have an exciting session lined up with the distinguished experts, and I look forward to productive discussion. We'll start with the guest talk series, followed by panel discussion and an open question answer session.
And I am your co-moderator, Ankita Khatioda, a master's student at Department of Agriculture Economics and Agriculture Business. And together we will be guiding you through today's exciting sessions. Before starting the research talks from our guest speakers, here are a few important guidelines and reminders to keep in mind. The floor will be open for questions once the speaker is done with the presentations. Please make the questions short and concise. For virtual participants, we request you to put your questions on question and answer sections located at the bottom of your Zoom window, and moderators will bring the questions to the floor. Or if we have time, we may request virtual participants to ask the questions directly to the speakers if you want. I apologize in advance, but to keep the presentations on schedule, I will be making periodic announcement regarding the time left. I'll make the announcement when the speakers has 2 minutes of time left.
And with that, let's start right in. It's our absolute pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Udayaraj Wagle. Dr. Wagle holds a PhD in public policy and is currently professor of politics and international affairs at Northern Arizona University, the author of Multidimensional Poverty Measurement, the Heterogeneity Link of the Welfare State and Redistribution Research Handbook on Poverty and Inequality, and dozens of academic and professional publications in major national and international outlets. Dr. Wagle is interested in researching social policies, underdevelopment, and comparative studies. The intersection of his multicultural background, academic training in public policy, and experience and expertise in social policies and development have taken him to the Myanmar, Nepal, Uzbekistan for his high-level consulting and research assessment. Before joining NAU, Dr. Wagle taught at the Western Michigan University, Marist College, and University of Massachusetts, Boston. Today, Dr. Wagle joining us virtually from Arizona as he explores the critical links between sustainable development, poverty, inequality, and labor migration, highlighting the power of informed policy advocacy and global alliances in shaping a more equitable future. Let's welcome Dr. Wagle. Dr. Wagle, you have 25 minutes for your talk. Thank you.
Namaste, everyone, and good morning. Glad to be here, and thank you for the generous introduction. And thank you for inviting me. This is a great honor. And I would like to congratulate NESA and the academic committee there for hosting the 16th conference. I'm impressed by the energy, by the activism that I see here in this interdisciplinary format. And forgive my ignorance, I did not know NESA held conferences like this annually for the past 15 years. And only after reaching out to me that I figured out, oh, this is a great conference and this is a great venue to speak at. So I really congratulate the organization and the committee for organizing this, and for thank you for reaching out to me. And having my own experience in management, academic management, and my own experience through the founding process as the founding president of NACA, Nepali Academics in America, that is an association of the professors and researchers and so on here in the US, although this tends to be global. And trying to organize conferences like this, I know how hard it is to do this. And so my heart goes with you. A little bit about me beyond what was shared in the introduction. For those of you who know a little bit about Nepal, I'm from Sage Tanahu. That's where I was born and I was raised. And I actually started working in the government in a small capacity when I was 18. And I also worked at the first ever NGO in Nepal that is called IIDS, Integrated Institute for Integrated Development Studies. And that actually took me to the area of economic development, community development, policy research, and so on. I started as a business student and moved on to nonprofit management, and I did my PhD in public policy. And so all of these backgrounds, experience, and my perspectives have actually informed what I do in terms of research, in terms of teaching, and so on. So in this interdisciplinary venue, I think it would be important to emphasize that my perspective is focused on public policy, where content-wise and framework-wise, it is about political economy, it is about the policy process, it is about the technical knowledge that is needed to guide informed policy decisions. And so that's what I wanted to highlight before beginning. And I assume there is my presentation that is being shared right now. So I don't know if I'm supposed to be sharing the presentation from my end or it is available there. Okay, thank you. Yes, that is it. Thank you. So in this talk, aligning with the theme of the conference, Sustainable Synergies, I wanted to talk about something that I have been heavily engaged in, that is thinking about sustainable development and specific components of sustainable development, because sustainable development is a very wide encompassing concept. There are so many components, dimensions to it. And therefore, there are specific things that I would like to highlight, but I would like to provide some framework to talk about this idea here, with a special focus on how do you go about making this policy advocacy more informed, more insightful. And that will help in creating, in developing, and in working in global alliances. I think it is also fitting to mention that there were a lot of references before at this conference to the idea of turbulence, the idea of uncertainty around the world. And I share that idea, I share that concern. And with regard to sustainable development, what it means to have an uncertain world. And around this theme, I am in process of embarking on a book project where I try to highlight all these uncertainties with regard to their special focus on labor migration and poverty around the world. So that is going to be an edited volume. So to get to the point of my talk, let's move on to the next slide, if you can. So this framework of sustainable development, I don't think the idea of sustainable development is anything new to this audience in here, but to draw from the United Nations definition that is at the forefront of leading efforts in sustainable development, that refers to sustainable development as the development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That means the development that will not go back. That means the development that moves on, the development that does not, that is not the development where all the progress that has been made will not have to be reversed. And so the one that tries to improve the well-being of the humankind as well as of the entire world in which we live in. So because that is supposed to be transferred to the future generations, and so the future generations should be able to get what we got when we inherited it from our past generations. So like I mentioned, this is very all-encompassing concept. But there are specific kinds of interconnected areas that I find fascinating. That is, one, it is in terms of economic growth. The emphasis is in terms of social inclusion, and one is in terms of environmental protection. So these are the three key areas I tend to focus on. And related to those is there are many Sustainable Development Goals, 17 to be exact, and then out of those development goals that are set for 2020, actually they were set in 2015, there are sub-goals that are divided within each category. But those goals, as you may know, include number one, end poverty in all its forms everywhere. So that's number one goal. Reduce inequality within and among countries, that is number 10. Make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. That's number 11. So there are those goals that are specific to the multiple dimensions of the idea of sustainable development, and we'll explore a little bit about those. Let's move on to the next slide, please. And along that line, the benchmark for this set of sustainable development goals happens to be 2015. And therefore, there is a reference to 2015 in some of the data. And the United Nations actually tracks all the progresses that have been made along these different dimensions. And so to begin with, I'm looking at the top right corner. And in that, I just borrow this graphic from their report. The source is cited at the bottom. The proportion of the population living below 215 a day by country income level in 2015 to 22. And that has declined a little bit for different groups of countries. And overall, the low middle income countries, those are the lowest level of countries in terms of income. They have seen poverty declining. This level of poverty is called extreme poverty because it began with the idea of $1 a day of income, and then now it has been revised to 215 a day because of inflation. And so starting with 16, 17% in 2015, it has declined to 12%. And globally, it has declined to 9% from about 10, 11%. And so there has been consistent progress in there, but when it comes to low-income countries or low-middle-income countries, 12% of the population is in extreme poverty. And so what it means, we'll see that later, whether or not we are on track with regard to achieving the goal. We'll see that later. And then a part of that is the proportion of the employed population living below 215 a day, that actually has declined. But at the same time, of note is the idea that certain regions like Sub-Saharan Africa, Oceania, Central and Southern Asia, and especially the category of least developed countries, where this level of poverty is still significant, even among the employed population. So that's concerning. And then at the bottom left corner, I am looking at some of the inequality pictures there, because inequality focuses on the differences in income and where economic growth is important. But at the same time, economic growth needs to be pursued in such a way that the poorest section should receive the greatest benefits. And whether or not that has happened, the degree to which that has happened, what's on this one is a share of countries where income growth of the poorest 40% of the population is higher than the national average. And that is highest in Europe and Northern America, and globally it's over 55, almost 55%. But where it is the lowest is in Central and Southern Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. Those are major setbacks, because if they are lagging behind in their share of the growth, then they may not catch up with regard to the income the way they need. And the last one is about the population living in slums. 1.1 billion urban residents are living in slums, and that is expected to increase to 2 billion in next 30 years. That's really concerning. And globally, only 1 in 2 urban residents have convenient access to public transport. So that's a real concern as well. Next slide, please. Okay, here is the overall progress that is being tracked by the United Nations. And I just provide on the right the categories for the goals, poverty, hunger, health, and so on. But what this shows is the progress that is based on the specific sub-goals within the categories, and then their percentage, in the sense that green is on track or target met, and the dark yellow is moderate progress, and the others are marginal progress, stagnation, or regression. If you look at the regression side of things, and then juxtapose that with the progress on track or target met, there have been important progresses, but at the same time, there are important setbacks too. So that's really concerning with regard to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. So what does this mean to say there has been a progress and there has been a setback? Like I mentioned before, these goals capture key dimensions of human progress. Some speak at the individual level, some speak at the aggregate level, like the amenities that are provided, road access that is provided, sanitation, those are at the community level, versus poverty and inequality and so on are at the individual level. And like I showed previously, every single dimension is important there. And so progress on one single dimension is not going to be enough. For example, eradication of poverty, that's the number one goal, does not necessarily mean that number two goal, that is zero hunger, is going to be achieved. And so those are related, but not at the same time exactly the same. quality education and clean water and sanitation, for example, will be related. So all these goals will be related, but they are not the same. And so things like famine, we talked about the turbulence, we talked about uncertainties before. Things like famine, natural disaster, pandemic, economic crisis, or social political unrest can actually increase vulnerability and derail the progress that has been made so far. And so all these kinds of dimensions are playing a role, and sustainable development is about moving forward, not getting any setback. And so sustainable development in a sustainable way requires progress across all dimensions simultaneously. So one, data are the key there. It's great that the UN is tracking those progresses, but data-based insights would be really important. And the data are important because the governments and other development partners use these data to understand the issues, to plan and to act, and pursue policy advocacy and develop these partnerships that are needed in the global alliances. Next slide, please. Like I mentioned, I focus on poverty, inequality, and other aspects of social policy. And so this is directly from my own work, a little bit dated. But as opposed to tracking the progress, let's say on poverty in this case, beginning of 2015 as the benchmark, it goes far back to 1980. And goes to 2019. There, it's the progress on extreme poverty on the top slide, top graph. So that used to be $1.90 a day in 2011. That has been revised to $2.15 since 2017. And low-income countries, like I mentioned before, this level of poverty has been quite high in the low-income countries, and then it has been declining. That's encouraging. But at the same time, if you look at the progress across other groups of countries, the progress in the low-income countries has not been very encouraging. So the progress needs to be faster if you use this monetary idea of poverty. And at the bottom, that level of poverty, extreme poverty, it changed into moderate level of poverty. That is $3.20 a day. That is in PPP terms, 365 as of 2017. Again, the picture is similar. In fact, the progress in low-income countries is very small compared to the progress in, let's say, upper middle-income countries and lower middle-income countries, and so on. Next slide, please. Similar trend on inequality with a few cases used as examples. And here, the orange line that you see somewhere in the middle, because that has not been consistently tracked globally. It only begins in 1980. And so that has been increasing a little bit. But for those who have the data, consistent data, annual data, then what you see there are variations across countries, with South Africa famously leading the way with regard to the level of inequality and being catched up in some way by India. But the overall pattern tends to be that initially, starting with the 1900s, the level of inequality was quite high. And then during 1950 and 1980 especially, that declined, consistently declined across countries. But then after 1980, something happened in the 80s and onwards that it has started increasing again. So that means that the level of inequality has been increasing consistently across the countries. And that is really concerning with regard to the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. So to go a little bit deeper into my area of research specifically, the idea of poverty, yes, I just showed the graphics with regard to the level of poverty, level of inequality, and so on. But in trying to develop this policy insight, you have to understand how this poverty is even measured. And so that one was just focused on a simplistic definition of dollar a day of income developed in 1993, revised consistently. But then there are other ways to look at it as well. And so generally speaking, poverty is thought to be observable because people would say, I recognize poverty when I see poor people. That may or may not be true because it's not just about the living situation, living standard, living lifestyle. It goes beyond that. This one actually dominates, however, this economic concept or monetary concept of poverty dominates at the time because it is about whether or not people have the disposable income or consumption that is above an established poverty line. Disposable income in economics, in the policy world, is defined as the market income plus transfers plus other benefits minus taxes that are paid. Or in some cases, like in Nepal, you don't necessarily get the estimates of income, and therefore you focus on consumption estimates. So in those cases, the way it is defined is by using purchased goods and services plus homegrown or produced goods, plus goods and services received in kind, plus owner-occupied housing. So it's a little bit of a technical way of defining it, but that is the approach that is taken in defining and measuring it. So in Nepal, following this, there is the national poverty line. You may have seen that in different kinds of reports from the Statistics Office, National Statistics Office. In 1995, that poverty line was defined as 15,000 rupees, poverty rate 41%. And in 2022, the poverty line has been revised to 72,900 rupees, and the rate has declined to 20%. And then compare that with this international poverty idea that I referenced before. 1995, 55% were poor, and 22.37, that is not 37, that 0.37% poor. And so there is a distinction between what is the national poverty rate, what is the national poverty line and poverty rate, and then what is the international one. Because of the high level of inflation, then this international idea of $1 a day of income revised to 2.15 now does not necessarily reflect the true situation of poverty. And operationally, there are complexities with regard to the income or consumption estimates because they are not consistently available. And you have to do some estimation in this process. And that makes it a little bit political because while this is a technical exercise, any kind of deviation, any kind of change that happens in the computation can actually lead to major differences in the outcome. And so here I just talked about the monetary concept of poverty. And but at the same time, in thinking about the living standard, thinking about the overall deprivation, quality of life, and so on, this does not necessarily capture other aspects of poverty. So access to resources, this is just access to resources, but that may not necessarily capture the core idea of economic well-being, which is state of being or state of living. Next slide, please. So there are, the fonts get smaller and smaller. And so, but there are important developments, especially in the international arena with regard to how to define and measure poverty in a more informative way, informative in the sense of thinking about policy interventions. And so multidimensional poverty is one important dimension there. And I happen to actually focus on this for my dissertation over 20 years ago. And so this actually is the conceptual idea that comes from that kind of international initiative to move away from this economic monetary idea of poverty to a little bit of a more overarching and broadly encompassing idea of living standard. And so there are subjective ideas of poverty. Whether or not one is poor depends on many factors, like I say in the middle, because of the unique situations like chronic illness, disability, high work-related expenses. So that there can be different factors that actually affect how your money actually goes in maintaining the lifestyle that you want. And so this actually feeds into the idea of multidimensional poverty, where the focus is on the ability to access and utilize resources to maximize one's well-being. Whether or not one actually has the well-being, that's a different issue, but you have to have access to the resources, or you have the ability to utilize resources. That's where Amartya Sen's theory of capability to function comes in. This is about freedom to pursue what you want to pursue. That's a little bit abstract, but there were a lot of initiatives to actually operationalize that in the 90s and 2000s and so on, that focused on the ideas of deprivation, relative deprivation, quality of life, and social exclusion. Next slide, please. So similar framework applies to inequality, because inequality too comes down to disparities in income, but what kind of income is debatable. And for Nepal, I don't want to go into detail in here for the sake of time, but for Nepal, one central measure of inequality that is called Gini index or Gini coefficient that runs from 0, that means no inequality at all, everybody has the same, to 100, that is only one person has everything. Gini was 0.3, or you can say 30%, in 2022, and that was a change from 0.49 in 2010-11. So in those 11, 12 years, that declined consistently to 30 from 0.49, 0.3 from 0.49 is really debatable because of the monetization of all the activities that go on in Nepal. And so that's where the data, the insight you get from the data may not be accurate all the time, and therefore you need to go into the technical details about how, what was the definition used, what was the process used, and so on. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So trying to bring all of these concepts together in here, in terms of the theme of this conference, I just wanted to point out some of the highlights in here with regard to my perspective on how this idea of sustainable development is related. One, that what we have is the capitalist system in which it tends to reward some at the expense of others. That means expanding economic disparities and vulnerabilities over time, which has been a challenge because sustainable development, goal number 10 that we saw, focuses on reducing that within countries and across countries. The idea of absolute absence of poverty or inequality is a myth in this system because there are people in all situations. And then in a democratic system, there are fewer wealthy than not so well-off people, but while people have one person, one vote, policies don't necessarily develop automatically to eradicate poverty, inequality, and other forms of vulnerability due to a number of factors. Let's go to the last slide. So here, with regard to the policy advocacy, informed policy advocacy, and renewed global alliances, what is needed is the ability to counter these global forces. If you want to see sustainable development, progress in sustainable development moving forward, albeit with very different goals, movements that we are seeing, such as nationalism, regionalism, political activism, environmentalism, social unrest, all of those have been a response to the current global order or world order. And who are the key actors in this process? There are actors on both sides of free market capitalism, WTO, World Bank, IMF, regional development banks, and so on. And then there are advocates of the coordinated market system, United Nations, OECD, governments, advocacy groups, and so on. And each category includes actors at different levels, local level, national level, regional level, and so on. And what is really important is to focus on the extensive macro and micro level data and database insights about the nature of vulnerability that has happened, and pulling resources together at appropriate levels, and working with the media, political leaders, and governments to educate, organize, and pressure for policy change. Those are the key parts of the alliance that needs to be developed. And so the goal needs to be to remove multiple vulnerabilities and advance human progress and resilience. And so that is the last slide I have. The remaining slides are about the abstract and information. And so thank you. I think I went over my time. Sorry about that. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have if there are specific types of questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wagle, for your wonderful presentation. Now we are open for the questions. Due to the time constraint, we'll be able to take only 2 questions. If you have got more than 2 questions, then please feel free to communicate with us and we'll reach out to our speakers and communicate your questions and get to you with the answers.
Good morning, Dr. Wagle. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you. This is Madhav Regmi. Thank you for your thought-provoking presentation. I have a question for you. Given your expertise in political economy, given the current geopolitical situation in the world, I don't think it would be an understatement to say that this is not a good year to be an international development economist or a political scientist. So in this era, how should the underdeveloping or the low-income country who are facing this high inequality based on your presentation should navigate their development efforts? And how should they, in a way, use the information that is already being generated through these various international development agencies? Thank you.
You hit the nail in the head. That's a great question, and perhaps $1 billion question at this time. There has been, if you look at the historical, at it from the historical perspective, what's happened globally is, in my opinion, there has been an era in which there was massive expansion, led by capitalist expansion, of course. Countries trying to move onto other territories in search of labor, cheap labor, and materials, and so on. And so there was this era of expansion. And as I mentioned a little bit, as I hinted before, there has been, together with increasing inequality, there has been a response at different levels. And one of those responses has been that countries or societies are rethinking this approach of federal capitalism in the world. And so whether or not this model is sustainable moving forward. And so the preferred approach tends to be to localize things, to regionalize things, as opposed to globalizing things that happened in the past 40, 50 years. And so consistent with that, countries would have to find solutions to their problems right from within, and then put resources perhaps regionally, not counting on the global resources. Yes, we're talking about developing global alliances, but global alliances would be important in trying to do the advocacy that's needed, and then learn from each other with regard to what is working and what is not working. And so my perspective would be that this model would be developing rather soon.
Do you have any other question? We'll be taking one more questions.
Hi. I have one question related to this impact of technology AI. Now, even the well-developed countries, the labor market is afraid of being replaced with AI. How would it impact the countries like ours, where the remittance and the labors go outside of the country and help support the economy of the country? And what type of policy changes we need to bring to counter that?
That's another great question there, because the AI is elephant in the room right now, and we don't know what kind of impact the AI would have on society in general, let alone in the area of migration, because AI is replacing all kinds of labor, whether it's the mechanical, whether it's the manual labor, to whether it's the intellectual labor that we are seeing today. So the impact of AI is going to be enormous. And while the response has been that technological advancement, including AI, is a great resource, and we should capitalize on that. We should tap onto the capability of the new AI. There are different kinds of AI resources available. But at the same time, it actually threatens the very livelihood of a lot of people who depend on their labor, different kinds of labor. And therefore, it's a major challenge moving forward. And developing countries like Nepal are not alone in this. While the technological progress may not be on par, they may be slow to catch up. They should realize the fact that the AI is impacting our very lives in real ways. And so I don't have a prescription for how to mitigate that, how to address that moving on in policy terms, because developing countries, again, would have to learn from what more developed, more experienced types of countries would have. But at the same time, the threat, the real uncertainty brought about by AI development is there. And so its impact is going to be massive, and it will unravel the way we think about the policy interventions. And so the direct victim of that would definitely be the migrant workers, because they can easily be replaced by all kinds of robotics, now managed by AI, very advanced level of AI. So that's a real danger. And trying to learn from other countries, developing global alliances in thinking about that, and then coordinating efforts, any policy efforts across the different levels of countries would be the right approach rather than going alone.
Thank you, Dr. Wagle. I'd like to extend my special thanks to Dr. Wagle for joining us today. Due to the time constraint, we have to limit our questions. So since we have got one questions on the online, I'd like to request Dr. Wagle to answer that question in the Zoom if possible. Now, I'd like to introduce our next guest speaker, Dr. Prakriti Bister. Dr. Bister is a research scientist at New Mexico State University, specializing in sustainable crop production systems and natural resources conservation. She conducts research in soil water dynamics, nutrient recycling, and soil carbon. She has published 20 peer-reviewed papers, 5 book chapters, 14 extension articles, and 3 YouTube videos, and presented in many regional and international conferences. Dr. Bister completed her MSc in Social Science from Tribhuvan University, Nepal, PhD in Agronomy from the University of Wyoming, and postdoctoral training from Oregon State University. Dr. Bister is now looking forward to sharing machine learning in agriculture, application in greenhouse gas emission, and soil health research as a speaker at the 16th NESA conference. Dr. Bister, you have 15 minutes for the talk.
Good morning and welcome everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you all in person here, as well as I would like to welcome all who are joining us through Zoom. Today, I'll be talking about machine learning models. I am Prakriti Bista. I'm a research scientist here at Plant and Environmental Sciences Department, but I'm currently working at Clovis Science Center, a research station within New Mexico State University. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing team and the NESA for this opportunity to be with you all here today. As we have just heard from the previous speaker, and in line with our talks, like NESA theme of sustainable synergies using innovation, my talk also a little bit touches with that theme. And we also heard about the elephant in the room, the AI. So I think that also goes there with my talk. So I will be talking mainly focused on agriculture, and which is the application of machine learning in agriculture. So let me get started. So the biggest challenge for our generation, as well as an opportunity for us, is that our population is growing. Human population is projected to be 8.6 billion by 2030. What that means is that we will have an increasing number of mouths that we need to feed. And as an agriculturist, or everybody of us, we need to feed that mouth. So what can we do from the perspective of agriculture is we need to increase production. How can we do that? We cannot increase the land because we have that limited resources. But there are tools and technologies that are coming up with the modernization of agriculture, such as we have sensors, we have drones and robots, as we just hear, they are coming up in agricultural production as well. So we can leverage that resources and maximize our production while we can also have a safe environment for ourselves. You see, how we might think like how machine learning can be used in agriculture. As I just said, there are different kinds of tools like robots, drones, and sensors. What they do is they are producing enormous volume of data. And that data we need to feed, using the conventional statistical package, it may not be possible to get an insight into those massive volume of data. So we can take the advantages of new tools and technology that are coming up. For example, the machine learning models can be useful to get the insight from this new technologies coming as well, and transform our agriculture from this data-driven insight to perform and get the maximum benefit from it. If you look at this figure, here you can see here. If you see in this figure, it's from 2000 to 2020. So if we see this publication, in general, the number of publication that uses ML is for machine learning. It's growing for all other field, as well as using the agriculture as well. So if you see this figure, what it tells is between, within these 2 decades, we have almost 100-fold increase in publication that shows the use of machine learning in the field of agricultural research as well as in the ground. So it shows the possibility and the need of our generation that we use machine learning and get an insight from it for our sustainable agriculture. Pointing out into the key application areas, here are 4 major areas so far, that have been cited in the literature where there is a major use of machine learning. One is crop management, next is water management, third soil, and fourth livestock management. So how you might think, for those who are not in agricultural science might think like how in the crop management. So we get the data, for example, the weather data set, right? So weather the data set will be fed into the these models, and they can tell us like how much will be our harvest, like how much corn will be produced in next season, depending on this season, our rainfall pattern, maybe your temperature. So this kind of data set will be feed that will be useful for predicting the crop volume, as well as yield prediction. As I just said, yield prediction, also disease detection. We as in agriculture, you might hear that certain type of crop disease, if it comes and impact the crop, then it can have an enormous loss, that it can lead even to a hunger situation. There have been diseases such as Aedes famine that have swiped out the entire country from leading into the hunger. So for that kind of issue also, these techniques can be useful. Another, maybe the water management, how much water is needed, or what is the optimum or the best irrigation amount we want to use. Especially living in this arid environment, farmers here are cautious that we don't want to overuse the water, at the same time provide the enough water for the crops. So water management is, or the precision irrigation management is another area. Similarly, best nutrient management and others. For today's talk, the application area I'm going to talk about is the greenhouse gas emission mitigation. And if you see, it touches not only one area, but all different areas within the agriculture field, from crop management, water management, and soil management. So let's go a little bit. A detailed description on models, the machine learning models. Maybe we will be hearing more from our next speakers, or guest speakers. We have here with us Sarvagya Sake. He is also our team member working for this research project. But briefly about the models we have used for this, for our research study that I'm going to present, is based on this 5 different machine learning models, which are based on regression. These are decision tree, random forest, gradient boosting, bagging regression, and extreme gradient boosting. To give an overview of like how we use machine learning for a certain set of data, is first we need to have the data. We clean it to make it useful for the model. Then we select our input and output variable. Then we want our model to be trained. It's just like a computer software. It's just like a dog which you teach to fetch the ball or fetch the thing, then it will go and fetch it. So you need to train the models. To do that, we give the majority portion of the data to the model to be trained, and then the lesser half will be used for testing the model efficiency. After model testing, and if we find it is good enough for us to go, then we go into the prediction. Here, our predictor variable are CO2 and N2O, which are the greenhouse gases, that is carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide emission. And we have used different evaluation matrices, so the R-square and RMSE. So let me take you there. So this is a brief overview into the design of the experiment, or what you call about the research study. I mean, I will not go too much into the detail, but briefly, we have a cover crop experiment where we had cover crops, different kind of cover crops, and then the fallow field. The study used this experimental field, and we collected, GHG is for greenhouse gases. We collected our data from 2018 to 2020. And the treatments here are, grass, legume. These are kind of cover crop mixes that we used. And the study location, it was Agricultural Science Center at Clovis, New Mexico. And our aim, or our goal, was to find which, if we can find the best estimate, or if we can predict our greenhouse gas emission with a higher accuracy. In terms of accuracy, the current estimates or current methods have low accuracy, less than 40% accuracy they can give. And we were trying to see if machine learning models can help us achieve higher than for the CO2 and N2O. Okay. So again, as I let you know earlier, we have input and output features. So we had 8 different input features. The input features we selected where we were trying to see if those can be not complex, but easily measurable, such as weather variables, and then some management variables, such as, irrigation amount, and then the carbon input from biomass. So those were our input variable. As output variable, we had, again, these gases, 2 gases, CO2 and N2O emissions. And one more thing I forgot. So when we selected these variables, we want to make sure that there was the input variables were not correlated among themselves. As a cutoff point, we use 80% between those variables to be, one of them. If they are highly correlated, we didn't use them. This is briefly on the model evaluation or the test result. Here you can see on the top panel, this is for CO2 emission, and the below one is for N2O emission. And regarding the models, so you can see random forest among all had the highest prediction accuracy for most of the treatment. I will not say all. Some of them have varied a little bit. For example, brassica legume, we had a little higher prediction with bragging regression, but for majority of models, treatments, we had highest prediction accuracy with a random forest. And again, for N2O emission, it was random forest and gradient boosting that gives us the better results. I want to remind you again, you might, if you are somebody from mathematics or other field, computer science, you might feel these are very low numbers. But as I said earlier, the efficiency with the current methods for greenhouse gas estimation is less than 40% for CO2 emission, and for N2O emission, it is less than 20%, as the current literature suggests. Not only prediction, like not only telling like this model is doing the best, but we take our one step further and try to identify what was really driving the CO2 or N2O emission in our field. So for that, we conducted a variable importance. And for our study field, for our research, we found that irrigation was the #1 variable that was driving the emission of CO2 for majority of treatment. And then either air temperature and soil moisture was other 2 top driving variables. So what does it mean? Like you apply the water, then there will be increase in gas emission. But we, taking that further, we also wanted to see if irrigation is driving, then how is it really driving the changes? We wanted to see that. So we conducted what is called these black lines you are seeing in these graphs. These are called individual conditional expectation plots. And this red line, it is an average effect called the partial dependence plots. So we use this. In y-axis, you see CO2 predicted, and in x-axis, you see the irrigation amount. So going further, what we find based on this figure, what we find that any amount of irrigation, if it exceeds 2 centimeters, if you are applying 2 centimeters of water, then you can see a slight increase in CO2 emissions. I mean, naturally, CO2 would be emitted from soil, but when there is more irrigation exceeding 2.5 centimeters, then there is a higher emission rate. And it is especially, there would be a sharp increase if the irrigation amount exceeds 5 centimeters in the field. So that was an important finding for us. And but that was not the same for all the treatments as well. We see some of the treatments did not respond the same way as others. And we had some other, it tells us that species also have a major contribution along with the irrigation for the emission of CO2 in this dryland field. Similar to CO2, we also did the same similar kind of, trying to find which variables were actually impacting N2O emission. And we found that air temperature was a major regulator or the driver of N2O emission in our field. And then other variables were soil moisture and precipitation. Taking that further for N2O emission as well, we conducted a similar, here in this y-axis, this is the N2O emission predicted, and this is the air temperature. So how was really the air temperature impacting N2O emission? Is it the high temperature? Is it the low temperature that has a major role for N2O emission? So looking into this, what we found is when you're generally in the winter, you will have really low temperature, right? But as we start to increase that temperature, it reaches up to 5 degrees C, then there is a sharp rise in N2O emission. But that rise will somehow sink down or lower down at around 9 degrees C. But again, there would be some increase. I mean, there will be some changes, but then increase is seen mostly at around 70 degrees C. So this kind of, knowledge of how the change is happening within the different temperature is very useful for us, for many of us, because, here you can see species is regulating as well as temperature is regulating the N2O emission. So maybe if your goal is to lower the emission, then you may want to have those cover crop species which can regulate the soil temperature or air temperature. We cannot regulate the air temperature, but again, we can see how the temperature is regulating N2O emissions. So we can be better prepared to have our emission managed with these models. So I think that is all I have. And then to summarize, what we can see is that soil greenhouse gas emission, it can be effectively predicted using simple predictors. As I showed you, weather variables, they are easily, we can download the weather data and then have those weather variables ready. So those easily measurable simple predictors can be used to predict soil GHG emission. And then not only the machine learning models, but taking them to have the interpretable features such as partial dependence plots or ice plots. They can help us identify the regulating factors within this system. And for somebody who is in the decision-making position, this can be helpful to tailor their management processes, having that knowledge of which variables is regulating or how much, if we can predict it well, if emission, anything that can be measured, that can be managed. If we are managing it, if we are measuring it well, then only we can manage it well. So having that accurate estimation will be a first step for managing our business. So it helps us with the resource management as well. So with that, I would say, I'm hopeful and positive that we can have a positive future having these machine learning models or machine learning in agriculture to transform our agricultural system sustainable food as well as for sustainability of our planet. With that, I would like to thank you all and would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bisto, for your insightful presentation on the global field for research. Now we'd like to open the floor for the questions, but due to time constraint, we'll be able to take just a single questions.
Yes, it's a living system. I think for soil, if you think there are soil scientists in the panel, Razan is here. So soil is a living system, so there are microbes in there. There is a root. We plant the crops or plants. So these are all the living systems. And we respire, they do respire. So there is a continuous cycle of greenhouse gases.
We can take one more. It's very quick. That's why.
Does this model work best for all type of soil or the climatic condition?
This have worked for our semi-arid soil, but yes, that would be another research question. If we don't do it, we will not know. But I'm positive it will work, depending on how we feed the data.
Just one more question. Can this model be used to calculate carbon footprinting? Or have you ever thought of that?
Can try. I mean, what do you define as a carbon footprint? Because gas emission is one part of the carbon footprint, right? So I think we can. But I may not be able to answer all without understanding like what really mean by carbon footprint. We may be. I need to understand further. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Validation method did you use in the analysis, like k-fold validation or hold out validation?
K-fold validation. K-fold validation.
Another thing, do you check the other things like QQ plot or residual plot?
Once after system, here is there. It means our computer scientist, it can tell you the detail about like all the statistics we run through. Okay. I didn't have a time to go through all the details, but we did run through these.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the interactive Q&A session, and thank you, Dr. Vista, for your wonderful presentation. We are a pleasure having you here. Thank you. Now we'd like to move on the next speaker, Dr. Joyraj Paudel. Dr. Paudel is a postdoc fellow at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, working at the Advanced Light Source facility in the Chemical System Science Division. His research focus on photoelectron spectroscopy, material science, surface chemistry, and hydrogen storage. He earned his PhD in physics from Temple University and holds master's from Tribhuvan University. Dr. Paudel specializes in atomic scale characterization of material using advanced X-ray technique to explore their electron, chemical, and magnetic properties. At the 16th NESA conference, he is presenting on atomic scale insights into materials via X-ray techniques. He is joining us from Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, University of California. Dr. Paudel, you have 15 minutes for your talk.
Thank you so much, NESA, for providing this wonderful opportunity. Did you see my video? I didn't see here video posted, maybe. Let me turn on camera. Okay, so let's begin with the talk. Can I share my screen, or we have?
Yeah, you can share your screen also.
Okay. Let me begin with this. All right. Okay, thank you so much, NESA, for providing this wonderful opportunity. And I kind of feel like how much work we have to put to organize this kind of conferences. I was the physics department representative for our graduate school organization at Temple when I was a graduate student. And then at that time, I have felt like how much extra work we have to pour on this kind of extra activity beyond our research with a lot of stressful and management challenges. Let's begin with my presentation. Let me make it to the PowerPoint mode. Okay, so did you see my screen? All right, let me know if we don't see. So in the background, you can see that this 5 MB hard drive being shipped by IBM in 1956. So this hard drive is used for data storage. So already we can imagine that from the previous speaker that how much importance the data in current world. Like without data, we cannot do anything. In our previous age, like gold and diamond were the gems. But right now, this data is our gold and diamond. And if we go back in the history, in 1956, this IBM hard drive, first commercial hard drive, was this much giant size. And then it was leased for $3,200 per month. It was not even sold. And if we adjust the inflation right now, it will be $36,000. And then hardly it can capture our one single picture captured by our smartphone. So that was the history begins from that. And then in the current world, we can see this much energy and data storage capacity that's skyrocketing rapidly. And we are now in 2025 and it starts to take off the land. So you can see the graph here that's published in the NESA. And then this data center demand is really huge because of the artificial intelligence future. And then this consumes a lot of energy and it requires trillions of gigabytes data to store in the future, definitely. That I'm 100% sure. And there is also one data center that's operated by Facebook in New Mexico, Los Lunas, where maybe your post might be dancing there in the data center. So of course, there is a data and energy that are the two key demands for our future. And my research aligns with those two. So in my PhD, I studied the magnetic behavior of new materials, which will be the future of the data storage. And then in my current postdoctoral career, I'm studying on the hydrogen energy capture, store, and transport. So if you can think about how it can be correlated with the sustainable development, like without renewable energy sources, we cannot go to the sustainable development. So we have to move on to that era of renewable energy, and that comes to the hydrogen. Because if you think about water that has 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. So if we can break the water into hydrogen and oxygen, which has been already done in the lab, but it's challenging to develop commercially and with energy efficiency and economic efficiency. So that's towards that goal, my research lies in the postdoctoral career. So today's presentation, I will be presenting those. In the first part, I will be presenting my data storing applications of the magnetism. And in the second part, I will be focusing on the hydrogen related research. Let's begin my research. My research uses the X-ray technique to study the property of novel materials that can change our future. Is thanks to our semiconductor technologies, from that we change the 5 MB room size hard drive to now, right now you can store the terabyte storage capacity of pen drive in your pocket. So that has been we already achieved, but that will not be sufficient for our AI-driven future. And then now we need to search for new material for that kind of development. And my research involves in study different properties of the new materials, electronic property, chemical, and magnetic, using variety of X-ray properties that I will be talking shortly. First, I would like to acknowledge all the people that involved in my research career. I would like to begin with my 2 advisors, PhD in Temple University, Professor Alexander Gray, and I would like to thank Dr. Ethan Crumlin here in Advanced Light Source, Berkeley. And also I would like to thank all of my collaborators from various universities and national labs in the US and Europe where I conducted my research. And then also I would like to thank theorists. Without their help, I would not be complete to communicate my research to the scientific community. And then also I'd like to thank all the facilities that I have been involved during my research career. So I have actively working in California, Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And then also I worked in the different national lab in the Europe, and as well as sample Hackspace lab in my Professor Alexander Gray's group when I was graduate student. So these are the facilities that I got opportunity to work during my research career. Let's begin with the X-rays, since the X-ray is the key and powerful technique in my research that I will be applying whole time. I will be talking about X-ray techniques in today's talk. So let's think about how X-ray are produced. Actually, X-ray will be produced when we heat the filament with really high temperature that you can see here. Let me bring my pointer. Okay, so you can see here, this is red hot filament, which is really high temperature, like 30 to 100 degrees Celsius or something like that. And then if it becomes really hot, it starts emitting electrons. And those electrons will hit the target with the metal, another metal which we call anode with positive charge. And then that electron hitting to the target excites the electron and emits the radiation which we call X-ray. And then there is a very interesting history of discovery of the X-ray. Actually, it was accidental discovery. It was not the discovery that was on purpose, and that was discovered in 1895 by William Röntgen. And then also it was rumored that he took the first image of his wife in this X-ray, and this was shown here on the right. So that was the rumor. And I also confirmed in some of the website that's genuine, but still I'm not 100% sure, but that was the rumor that this is his wife's image as a first X-ray image. And now you can imagine that in the medical science, without the X-ray, we cannot investigate our body. But that's not only the limitation of the X-ray. X-ray can be applied to our material science technology world. Without X-ray, we cannot also study this kind of phenomena. And first Nobel Prize in Physics was given to this guy for this excellent discoveries. And after 10 years, Albert Einstein postulates one theory which is very useful for our scientific community for the research. That is, when we pass the X-ray on our material, then it kicks out the electron. And using that electron information like energy and momentum and those kind of things, we can study the property of the material. That is, we call photoelectric effect. And in the discovery of this, Albert Einstein was awarded Nobel Prize in 1921. And after 100 years, like after 78 years, it was the lab-based X-ray, and now its X-ray are produced in the facilities like ALS, where I am currently working, and then all the other facilities that I showed you earlier in the picture. That's the different synchrotron facilities. There is also, we can produce X-ray, but little different way. Here also the first part is similar. We can heat the filament and emit the electron. Then electron can be accelerated with the speed of light in this booster ring. And then that electron will be driven to the outer circular ring, where if we bend the path of the electron, then that emits the X-ray. So that's how X-ray produced in the synchrotron facilities. And after the discoveries of 100 years, then we can be able to record the image of magnetic beat structure, which is used for the memory storage capacity. So after the 100 years of discoveries, we can investigate this kind of phenomena using the X-rays. So this is the overview of the X-ray that I will be talking about. And X-ray is not the different kind of thing, but it is just a special kind of the light. When you look outside the window, if the sun is shining, that's the visible light. That's why we can see that light. But this is the X-ray that cannot be visible by our naked eyes, because energy and wavelength is little different, but it is also the kind of light properties. So it follows all the properties of the light that we were studied in our high school. Like when we pass the light in our sample or in any surface, light can reflect, light can absorb, light can emit something, that is electron in my case, and also light can transmit. That's how our windows are made of. Light can transmit to the room, and we can see the room is bright, even though it's closed by some material. And my research revolves around all of these properties. Sometime I will be talking about the emission, sometime I will be talking about reflection, sometime I will be talking about absorption, sometime I will be talking about transmission. So that's how my research revolves around these materials. And using the X-rays, we can study the surface of the materials, interface, the junction of the materials, and then the bulk of the material with various techniques that I will be talking shortly. And as I talked to you earlier, the data is the key. And then my first research in my PhD was to study the ferromagnetism at the interface. And I will be talking why this is very, very important in the next slide. So if we make the material the sandwich or burger kind of structure, like material A and material B, if we sandwich them together, even though these two materials, calcium manganate and calcium ruthenate, they are not magnetic in origin at the beginning, but when we make the sandwich, then material A transfer the electron to material B. In my case, calcium ruthenate transfer the electron to calcium manganate. And because of that electron transfer at the junction, at the interface, we will be seeing the ferromagnetism, and which will be really useful for our future generation spintonic devices, and which will be really powerful technique to storage the data capacity, which is far beyond than the current technology. And then I will be also talking similar research, but there is extra parameters that goes play due to this lanthanum nickelate. So these are the two techniques. And there is some fundamentals here that I think not relevant and for the sake of time today. But what will be happening here is that transfer electrons compete each other with internally for different mechanisms, and that mechanism gives us the ferromagnetism. So that can be the key takeaway for this audience. Let's begin with one property of light. That means when I shine the X-ray on my sample, then that X-ray can be reflected back to the media. So we grew the sample thanks to the Jack Sakalian at Rutgers University. They provided out the samples. And then in my sample, I have the repetition of this calcium manganate and calcium ruthenate superlattice structure. And then this CRO on top, that will provide the electron. And because of that electron provided to the calcium manganate, this interfacial tiny layer will be magnetic, governed by this manganese, which is the magnetic element in our case. And how do we perform experiment is we pass the X-ray with different polarization, thanks to the pioneer who discovered synchrotron facilities like advanced light source, where I did my experiment. We can change the polarization of light, right? Either right circularly, it can spin and then shine onto the sample, or left circularly polarized. And when we shine the light like that way, then the reflected beam intensity will be changing depending on the polarization of the light because of this magnetic layer that's formed at the interface. And with the help of that intensity, we can study our material, how it is magnetic, how much magnetic strength it was, and whether it's magnetic or not. Those kind of questions can be answered. And then with the experimental data that's here in the red spectrum, and then I did the computational modeling with advanced coding, and then that computational model and experimental data were tried to match together. And with the help of that modeling, I extracted the profile of magnetism at the interface, and which can be shown here on the bottom. And then I observed this 8.5 angstrom of magnetic layer on the one interface, and then weaker magnetic interface on the another interface, which was never expected before in the scientific community. And if you compare this physically, this is 10,000 times smaller than the thickness of our single human hair. So that kind of thickness I'm talking about. And then this is really energy efficient because of this small thickness, but really powerful storage capacity. That's why it will be very, very energy efficient so that we can save the energy and drive our storage devices really faster with smaller electricity and larger capacity. So that can be future applications of these findings. And this was published in last year in Nanoletter. Let me begin with another project is similar to this. That's why I try to correlate here. And then remember in the earlier project, I had calcium ruthenate, but right now I have lanthanum nickelate, the material, but magnetic material is still the same. And then what's different here is very special property of this lanthanum nickelate. If we make the thickness of this lanthanum nickelate very thin with only 2 layers of lanthanum nickelate, it will be insulator. So it does not conduct anything. But if we make it is really thin, then it will be metallic and provide the electron. So the foundational theory is as same as previous. So if it's metallic, it can provide the electrons to the another layer. And because of that electron, it drives the magnetism. So that's the key fundamental. But so far in the scientific community, people have not studied how this charge transfer is happening at the interface, like not experimentally verified how the charge transfer behavior at the interface. And that question I will be answering today. So here I use another properties of light, which is called absorption. When I pass the X-ray in my sample, in my material, then it kicks out the electron to the excited state. And this vacancy created here will be fulfilled by another electron from higher.
Dr. Paudel, we are over time. Can you please conclude very soon, like in
Sure.
30 minutes, 30 seconds? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sure. Okay, so and then this is the property that I will be explaining here. And this is the magnetic phenomena that we observe when metallic, there is magnetism. When it's not metallic, it's not magnetism. And then charge transfer that I observed here, I will be showing the key result here. When it is metallic, I see the charge transfer, you see the difference in interface versus bulk. But when it is not metallic, and this is the flat, so there is no charge transfer. And that's the finding that we observed. And then there is another kind of study that I use microscopy that I just give the flavor here. And this was measured in Berlin, Germany. And when I was measuring this, you can see here the Nepal flag-like structure observed here, which are really curious to me. And then also it was the night shifts and that make me awake. And I realized immediately. And then in my postdoctoral career, I am currently focusing on the hydrogen storage energy. So this is the study for hydrogen. It's not complete, so I just show here the flavor. But for the sake of time, I will be skipping this. And then also we have studied the hydrogen, how I can store the hydrogen in the material. And that was published this year in the Journal of American Chemical Societies. And these are all the other collaborative projects that I involved during my X-ray studies. And finally, I would like to conclude that X-ray is very powerful technique that we can characterize our materials for different chemical properties, magnetic and electronic. And this can be studied for surface, bulk, and interface properties. Thanks. Sorry, I am running out of time, but it's fine. I am happy to answer the question.
Thank you, Dr. Paudel. Now we'll be taking one question.
We have one question in the chat. And the question is, what happens if you change the substrate from LaLO3 to Sapphire on the magnetic properties of the interference? Can you please answer? This is the question from Dr. Krishna Acharya. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for this wonderful question. So that's the great question. Actually, when we change the substrate of the sample, there will be a lot of property will be happening on our actual samples, because substrate is to hold the sample. If the substrate lattice that we call the dimension of the atomic structure does not match with our samples, there could be strain could be applied there, or there could be vacancy might be forming on the sample because of the lattice mismatch, and that can generate new phenomena, which is good, or that can deteriorate our sample quality and we cannot study. So there are a lot of study also going on those areas. That's a separate part and very interesting thing. That's wonderful question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Podel, for your nice presentation. I have one question regarding the heterostructure. As I believe there is a heterostructure for the peroxide oxides. I just want to know about what are the important things we need to consider when we create the heterostructure, like when it is possible to synthesize such type of heterostructure. What is the important thing we need to consider, like the atomic size or the space group or the oxidation states? Thank you.
That's a wonderful question. Thank you. And so when we try to grow this kind of heterostructure, there are several key considerations we need to consider. First of all, like how the lattice structure are oriented. Like it might be easy to grow the sample with the same direction. For example, 001, that's the Miller indices that we talk in the atomic structure. And if we follow that phase of the substrate and grow on that facile structure, then it's easy to grow on the another octahedral connectivity in the perovskite also in that direction. So that's also one key. Like we can tune the facile structure of the perovskite. So that's one thing. And then sometimes one facile can enhance the phenomena compared to other. That has been recently published in my area that 111 direction can enhance the magnetism compared to 001. So that's the one thing. Another is, of course, the challenge is lattice mismatch. When you create the heterostructure, if the lattice mismatch is too much, then either it could be groundbreaking to some enhanced phenomena, which would be less likely sometimes, but not always. But we try to match the lattice not that much far as possible, because lattice mismatch also key point to grow smoothly the sample. Otherwise, it is difficult to grow the multi-layer of the heterostructure. That's one thing. And another is also the charge balance at the interface that you bring up. That's also wonderful things. Like especially perovskite, when we grow on the multi-oxide target, then it has to be charge mismatch. Otherwise, polar catastrophe would be there at the interface, which is also always sometimes beneficial and sometimes harmful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paudel, for joining us today. Since we
have
sorry.
another question from Dr. Nirajan Paudel. Since the time is very low, please be concise with the question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paudel, for the nice presentation. I have a quick question. Since I'm working in the computational field, so when you collect the data on the interface, what kind of noise you face due to the lattice mismatch, or how you remove those? That's the question.
Thank you. So for the lattice mismatch, in my case, it is only below the, let me think how much percentage, maybe less than 0.5% or something. So I didn't deal with that. But of course, as you mentioned, for the computational side, our experimental data signal to noise ratio is really high sometimes if the signal is weak from the sample. Then in that case, we do some kind of the smoothing of the data before doing the fitting, so that it does not convey the different kind of the message with the wrong kind of fittings. That's the one thing. And yeah, that's it. Let me know if I answer your question or not.
Thank you, Dr. Paudel. We have one more question from Zoom, which we would like to request Dr. Paudel to answer it in the Zoom.
Sure, I'll do that.
Since we are lagging from our schedule, we'll be skipping our schedule break. of 10 minutes. And I'd like to remind our speakers to stick within the time frame of 15 minutes. We'll be warning them at 10 minutes and 13 minutes time. Now I'd like to introduce our next guest speaker, Dr. Sarvagya Ratnasakya. Dr. Sakya is working as an assistant professor of electronics engineering technology at Eastern New Mexico State University since August 2021. He has more than 15 years of teaching experience in undergraduate level courses. His research interests include applied machine learning, deep learning, high performance computing, Internet of Things, industrial Internet of Things, edge computing, and tiny ML. Dr. Sakya shares with us the latest advancements in applied machine learning at the 16th NESA conference, exploring its transformative impact across industries and addressing the challenges that come with its implementation in real world application. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sakya to the stage.
Hello. Okay. Hi, good morning. Okay, so first of all, thank you, Ujjwal and Ankita for this one, and also NESA and New Mexico State University for inviting me for this talk. So today I'm going to talk about the applied machine learning, our recent trends and the challenge. So it will be a general topic over there so that all of us who are on different backgrounds can relate with this one. So first of all, my name is Sabagir Nasake. As I mentioned in the introduction, so I'm the assistant professor in electronics engineering tech in Eastern New Mexico University. So this is the outline for the talk today. So I will go in brief about introducing the applied machine learning. Then we will look at some of the key steps that we use in applied machine learning over there. Some of the recent trend, or you can say it as the future trend that we can look forward for this 2025 and 26. Then we will look at some of the different applications where we can use this applied machine learning on different domains. Then we will talk about the recent challenge. So what are the challenges that we are facing while using this applied machine learning in different domains? Then I will summarize, and then we will look at some of the references over there. So when we talk about the applied machine learning, so is the practical implementation of machine learning that is related in our real life solutions. So the one basic, let's say the difference between the theoretical machine learning and the applied machine learning is in theoretical machine learning, they focus on the development and the understanding of the algorithms, whereas the applied machine learning, they focus on implementing those machine learnings in different specific problems or domains of the day. So as we may be familiar, there are three basic categories of the machine learning. Yes, so the supervised, in which we use the labeled data in our experiments. The unsupervised learning, where we use the unlabeled data, or in other words, we can say that we identify the patterns and the structures. The third one is the reinforcement learning, where we use the agents that based on the feedbacks and which relate with the award and the penalties over there. So they learn based on those criteria. So these are the key steps that we use when we apply machine learning in different domains. Like first, we collect the data. So there can be data from different sources. It can be from the web. It can be from the experimental data. It can be from any domain that we are working over there. So once we have those data, those raw data need to be prepared to be able to implement on our machine learning models. So there are different data pre-processing, data cleaning. So there are different methods that we can apply to prepare our data to be applied on our models. Then comes the model selections, where we select the models based on our domains and data. Like for example, either is a classification problem or the regression problem. So are the simple clustering problems over there. So based on that one, we select our model. Then once we have those model and data prepared, then we use those to train our model. So before for training our model, we use like data separation, dividing it into training, testing, and the validation data, which we use to train our model. Once we train our model, we evaluate its performance through different performance metrics. Like for example, the precision, recall, or the accuracies, or the F1 score if it's a classification problem, or let's say the MAE, yes, or the RMSE for our regression problems over there. Then once we have those model ready, then we deploy that in our different, let's say, applications that we are trying to implement that one. And once we deploy those machine learning models, then we usually do the monitoring and then the maintenance and try to develop, let's say, improve those models over there. So these are some of the recent, let's say, the trends that you can see in our coming future. Like, for example, the autonomous agent, where we use the AI system that can, let's say, perform the tasks without any intervention of the humans over there. So that means the autonomous systems over there, yes. Second one is the multimodal generative AI. So in most of the generative AI that we are working right now, they work on a single, let's say, data type. Either it can be on the text or the image or the videos or the some other data form over there. But with the multimodal generative AI, with the other multimodal generative AI, we can use most of these data types, let's say more than one data types over there. Then there is the explainable AI. So in as we see the machine learning models or the AI models, they are termed as the black box, where we don't know how is generating the output over there. But with explainable AI, we can process and methods to understand or trust the results that are generated from those AI models, our ML models over there. Then the fourth one is the Edge AI, which is one of the booming, let's say, sector that is happening in recent years, which is the Edge AI that use those models in the Edge device that has those resources and the, let's say, memory constraint device over there. So these are some of the trends that we can look out for the futures. So when we talk about the general, let's say, the applications of our machine learnings over there, so it can be applied in the healthcare for, let's say, diagnosing for discovery of the drugs. It can also be used for the personalized medicines. It can be used for the medicinal imaging over there. Like one of the recent research that I was doing right now is to, let's say, analyze the X-ray and the MRI of the chest to predict the lung cancers over there. So we just recently published a paper on that one. The second applications, let's say, the area that we can use on is on finance. They are used to detect the fraud, like in credit card fraud detections, in automated trading activities. So if you are familiar with the automation trading in our stock price over there, some advisory like data analysis, it can be used from the machine learning. So one of the paper we recently published on boosting the, let's say, boosting the predictions of the stock price or the trend of the stock price by analyzing the sentiment of the people that they provide on the social media through X and let's say on Facebook, and use that with the historical data of the stock price to predict the future of the, let's say the future trend of the stock price over there. So that we can also implement over here. The third one is the retail and the e-commerce. So as we see some of the recommendations that we made on our e-commerce site over there, so that has been implemented through the applied machine learning. Some of the other areas where we use applied machine learning in e-commerce and retail domains are for inventory management. You will see those applied in some of the warehouse that Amazon uses. Some of the dynamic pricing that we use are the supply chain management. So that's why it was easier to, let's say, get our package in 1 day or 2 day delivery system over there. So in those areas, we can apply the machine learning. The other, let's say the domain that we can use is in the form of the transportation for autonomous vehicles, which is one of the hottest topic right now in traffic management, in predictive maintenance. So with the use of, let's say, the IoT device that we have, so we can use those to implement those predictive maintenance over there, like some of the infrastructure monitoring. So we use robots or we use ML models to monitor, let's say, the whole facilities of transportation over there. The other one that we can use is on the field of the entertainment, like some of the personalized recommendations or the content creations. Those we can use, or the applied machine learning can be used for that one over there. Okay, so if you see some of the images that you see on the slide, those have been generated from the AI, or you can say it's simple, like I just put some words and it helps me generate those figures, those images that you see on the slide in a couple of seconds over there. And I just use the our Microsoft Edge Copilot to generate that one. So it's one of the applications of, let's say, the applied machine learning that we can implement over there. The other domain that we use is in the form of the agriculture. So in couple of talks back, Dr. Bishop gave a detail about how we implement the machine learning in this agriculture field over there. So besides that, we also can use this one in precision farming, in health predictions, the livestock management, let's say the supply chain optimizations over there. Okay, so those are different, let's say, fields where the applied machine learning has been used, and still we are on the early stage on the applications of this one. The other sectors that we can use over here is in the form of the energy, like as we are from Nepal, we have, let's say, this grid management and those power supplies that we use. So we can apply that one over there for renewable energy. So one of the other research area that I do is to apply machine learning on the renewable energies over there. So the other sectors that we use is the customer service, where we use, as you see, some of, if you have any problems, whenever you go with the sites, then some of the chatbot will answer you without the real person behind that other site over there. Yeah, so those will be that can be used. The other one is the natural language processing. So the text generations, I think everyone of us are familiar with ChatGPT and all of those. So these are another hot topics right now. So over there also we can use the NLP, where they use the text generations and the sentiment analysis and the basic translations. Those are some of the useful uses that has, let's say, used the NLP over there. So when we talk about the challenges, okay, so as we see from our previous two, let's say, talk, so one of the main important part of the machine learning to make it more, let's say, advanced or let's say useful over there is the data quality and the availability over there. Okay, so this is one of the main challenge. So with the raw data that we have, so it's hard to collect. It's very resource, it requires a lot of resources and manpower to collect those data. And then once we have those data, we need to transform that to be able to implement that in our machine learning models over there. So that's one challenges that we have. Another one is the computational cost. So when we have, let's say, lots of data, it requires a lot of computational power. So because of this, as you see, one of the top, let's say, cap company that we have right now, okay, so is from the one that use this computational, or let's say provide the resources for us, which is the NVIDIA over there. So it requires, let's say, substantial computational power and the storage to implement those applied machine learning over there. The interpretation, so once we have those results, how to interpret those results over there. So that's another challenge. The other one is the ethical and the privacy concerns. So many data we can use, those have different informations. So how to protect those data, or how we can use those AI in more ethical way. So that's another domain where it provides the challenge over there. The other one is the deployment challenge. So once we have the models, how can we integrate that in the existing system over there? So that's another key challenge that we have right now. So these are some of the challenges that we face while applying the machine learning over there. Okay, so in summary, so we can say this is still a rapidly evolving field. There are many domains that we can, there are still many domains where we can apply the machine learnings over there. So it helps in automations, it helps in decision making, it helps in improving the efficiency, and it helps in innovation, which is the theme of our let's say the conference today. And also it will help to enhance the accuracy of our models over there. So as we just discussed, it has several challenges in terms of the data, resource, security, privacy, and the ethical applications over there. But once we address those challenges, so it still have the successful implementations over there. So these are some of the references of the papers that we are currently, we recently published over there. And at the end of the presentations, okay, so I will try to end up with these questions. All of us have different opinions on this one. Okay, so the question is, will machine learning really fully replace the humans? So I will put that on the floor. And this is one of the, let's say, one of my favorite memes that I have, as we all are busy on our devices. Remember, the machines are still learning over there. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sake, for enlightening us with the trends, challenges, and ongoing research in the machine learning. Quite a broad field and quite being multiply used in many different sectors. Since Dr. Sake is here with us, we can have more question with him in the launch session. We'll be strict to only one question right now. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. This is Lal Wagle. I'm water science and management student. So first of all, like I want to say, I don't think machine learning and AI can fully replace the human beings. And my layman question is, like I saw you put the ethical issue as a challenges, and my question is like, what is the ethical boundary to use the AI and machine learning, especially in the academics and research?
So, first of all, thank you for the question. So the AI and the machine learning, it can have the ethical use of that one depends on different domains, as I mentioned. But as you said, in the academics, right? So in academics, so let's say, for example, if I'm writing the paper, if I use those generative AI and then put it as it is on the research paper over there, so that issues where we talk about the ethics over there. So that comes on that one. Like, for example, I have seen some of the papers which have the same exact copy and paste from those generative AIs over there. So that as a researcher, as an academic person, we need to consider how we can use that as a, let's say, the assisting tool rather than fully dependent on that one. So there are different advantages of using those models ethically also. Like, for example, we can use, as I said, it can use as a tool that helps to improve, let's say, that makes our work easier rather than fully using that unethically over there. So, and it depends on person to person and let's say domain to domain, how you see on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions and thank you for the answer. Dr. Sake will have more interaction in the break. Thank you very much. We are pleased to have you here with us. Now, moving forward, I'd like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Adab Cordell. Dr. Cordell is a research scientist at IBM, specializing in quantum device design, fabrication and both room temperature and seismic measurement with extensive experience at intersection of science and engineering. His research focuses on optimizing quantum processes and advancing quantum computing technologies. He earned his PhD in physics from University of Rochester, where he worked with the Nicole Group and cutting-edge quantum research. Today, Dr. Connell is at the 16th NESA conference. He will present nuts and bolts of quantum computing, offering insights into the foundational and technical aspects of quantum computing. Let's welcome Dr. Cordell. Dr. Cordell, you have 15 minutes for the presentation. Thank you. Hello?
Hi, can you all hear me and see my screen?
Yeah, we can see and hear you. Can
All
push.
right, awesome. Yeah, thank you for the invitation. It's really a big pleasure sharing some of the current progress that's happening in this field with you all. I'll try to keep this talk broad and simple for the ones for the audience and the member audience who are more interested in learning or diving deep into the field. I'll be happy to talk about it afterwards in offline sessions. Yeah, so I will discuss about the nuts and bolts of the quantum computer. What I mean by that is how we build a quantum computer and what we can use, what are the possible applications of this new field. It's actually a really interesting field, and as you may have seen or remember from Dr. Zay's talk, around like maybe around 100 years ago, IBM built.
Excuse me, Dr. Wagley. Your presentation is not full screen. Can you just fix it? Thank you.
Sure. Stop the display. Can you see it now?
Thank you.
Is it full screen? All right. I'm hoping the screen is displaying properly. So yeah, so he showed IBM's 5 MB data storage built for NASA, I think, maybe 80 to 100 years ago. And a new era of quantum revolution is happening exactly at the same location, which is the T.J. Watson Research Center here at Yorktown, near the New York City. That's exactly where I work. My work is around building the next generation computer, namely the quantum computer. And these are the agendas I'll try to cover in this brief talk. But before I go into the depth, I would like to remind you all on like how the physics, the overall field is progressing. Before 1980, our knowledge of the world was limited to the mechanics, and most of the stuff that we could do was mostly the things that we can sense with our sensory organs. For anything smaller, the world was different. World is different, and we did not have any mechanism to understand them. But thanks to the revolution in 1920s and 1930s, in and around the quantum physics,
Excuse me, Dr. Karel. I'm sorry to interrupt you once more again, but your problem is we are not able to listen you clearly. And according to our technical team, this is because you share the slide. If you can stop sharing, then I'll share. Maybe that will be better to hear from here.
Sure. Yeah, that works. All right. Yeah, 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 okay, exactly. Thank you. Can you hear me clear now?
Still, we are having some difficulties in hearing properly.
Let me try differently.
Yeah, maybe some issues with your microphone or don't know. Oh, maybe you have opened two devices. That's why.
Maybe. What about now?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Nice. Yeah, as I was talking, the field of physics really developed around the quantum computer, or like quantum physics, in 1920s and 1930s, and that's exactly when we started learning about the small world. By small world, I mean the things that we cannot see with our unaided eyes, or simple microscope or telescope that we have built before that era. So between the 1930s and 1970s, I would say there was a big semiconductor revolution, mostly fueled by the understanding of materials and also the chemicals. And again, that was backed by the theoretical development in 1920s and 30s in around the quantum physics. And after that, after 1970s and 1980s, we started being able to actually manipulate the individual component that really has been key towards developing the quantum computer. Yeah, okay, so when we say quantum computer, we need to define what it is. It's just a new type of computing machine where we use quantum bits rather than a bit, a classical bit, for the computing or information encoding. If you think about the digital computers, the transistors really store 0 and 1. It can be encoded in any form or any devices. Before the transistor era, people used to use the vacuum tubes, and for the quantum computer, you can use various systems, such as the electron or photons, and many other things. So if you want a mathematical description of the quantum bit, it's a two-level quantum system where the 0 and 1 state that we think for the digital computers, from the north and south pole of a sphere, and all the points on the sphere are also physical realities which can be used for encoding the quantum or the information. This is this is one of the ways where a quantum bit is different from a classical bit. In the classical bit, you have 0 and 1 state. Everything else is just thresholded and disregarded. But for the quantum bit, you can use all the possible state that can be represented on surface of a sphere. If we can go to the next slide. As I was discussing, it's a quantum bit is just a mathematical description. It can be encoded in various physical forms. Here are some examples. During my grad school or grad studies, I worked on the quantum dots, where you trap individual electrons and manipulate them with the microwave or the baseband pulses to define them as the qubit. Again, a qubit is a two-level quantum system. A simplest way of thinking about them is just an electron in the magnetic field. If you have electron in magnetic field, it can have either a spin up or a spin down. A spin up you can think of as 0 state of the qubit. A spin down is the 1 state of the qubit, and all other superposition states as the points on the surface of the Bloch sphere. There are also other systems for encoding the qubit: ions, photons, and the superconducting circuit. If you look at the chart on the right side, we can go either on the macroscopic size, where the quantum bit or the encoding of the quantum information interacts with the environment naturally, or to the smaller size, where such as the photons, where the quantum bits or the photon
which can have horizontal or vertical polarization that can be used for the encoding. It's a very small, almost we cannot ascribe any physical dimensions to it, but then does not interact that well with the environment. So we need a system, two-level quantum system, where the encoding or the quantum bit remains as it is, or holds the information encoded in it for a long time, as well as is easy to handle. So for that, there is a growing interest towards the superconducting circuit, where for those of you familiar with the electronic LC oscillator, you can simply replace the L part of the LC oscillator with the what is known as the Josephson junction and create a qubit. If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so now I'll tell you a little bit about the superconducting qubits. It's really a LC oscillator where instead of the linear inductor, you make what is known as called the Josephson junction. It is just a sandwich of superconducting materials with a insulating layer in between them. What that does is transforms the harmonic oscillator represented by the LC circuit to enharmonic oscillator. And in that enharmonic oscillator, you can put single excitation is the qubit, and you can depending on whether or not the excitation is in the oscillator, the qubit will be in 0 or 1 state. If we can go into the next slide, please. So there are various ways of treating the qubit or making the qubit, depending on the amount of capacitive to inductive energy ratio, which is controlled by the design of the circuit. It can be in various flavor, but in general, what we want is the energy associated with the single electron in the circuit to be much higher than the temperature of the circuit. That really requires us to cool down our processors to 10 or 15 millikelvin. To put that number in perspective, it is much colder than the outer space, which is around 3 Kelvin in temperature. If we can go into the next slide. Okay, so I was talking about the Josephson junction that replaces the inductor in the LC circuit. This is exactly what it is. On the bottom SEM image, you see two arms coming from right and bottom. They overlap with an insulating layer in between them that forms the nonlinear inductor. And the schematic on the top shows a qubit. So this is just like drawing a schematic for a transistor. Here you have the junction in the middle, two blue paddles is capacitor, and all other red paddles are for the encoding and the decoding of information in the qubit. We can go into the next slide. Okay, so say we made a qubit, then we need to be able to encode information and decode information in it. That can be done by driving the qubit with the microwave. So in the figure on the left panel, you see a LC oscillator where L is replaced by the Josephson junction. So that's a qubit is capacitively coupled to the microwave source. And when you write a Hamiltonian for this, you can see that the microwave source drives the qubit along the x and y axis. That exactly forms the single qubit rotation. For the decoding of the information, you can couple the qubit to a resonator, simple resonator. A resonator could be in the form of CPW trace on circuit or on the substrate. Depending on the number of excitation that a qubit circuit has, the resonance frequency of this resonator changes, and based on that you can decode the information. So for encoding and decoding the information, for encoding the quantum information, you can use microwave drive. For decoding, you can couple the resonator to a qubit, and look at the state of the resonator or frequency of the resonator, and that will tell you about the quantum information stored in the qubit. Okay. So this is a quantum processor built by IBM in around 2016, I believe, which has all the components, 2 qubits, labeled Transmon qubit 2 and 1, qubit 1, a coupler between them, and labeled as the quantum bus, that is like a wiring to transistor. Here, instead of transistor, we have the qubit. And on left and right, you have M1 and M2. These are the CPW lines used for encoding and decoding the quantum information. On the right, you see the quantum processor is put in a dilution refrigerator, which cools the processor to 10 millikelvin, so that the qubit operates as desired. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, so once we have the hardware, we need to be able to implement gate, just like in the digital circuit where we have various gates, and NAND gate is the universal circuit. There are analogous and universal gate sets in the quantum bit or qubit. Those can be implemented by applying microwave source or microwave energy to the qubit. Just remember that for the when you define qubit as the excitation in a LC circuit, the qubit is really a trapped excitation or energy in the circuit. So by driving it across different axes, you can create the gates that will be or that can be used for algorithm applications. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so that was about the single qubit. So manipulating just one qubit. In order to be able to apply useful algorithms, you need to connect 2 qubits with each other. So you can think it as two bit operations, just like maybe NAND or other gates. Here, by wiring or connecting 2 qubits together and manipulating one of them, you can alter the state of other qubit that enables the gate operation. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, so the goal of all the experimental quantum physicists like me here at IBM or elsewhere is to build a physical system or a quantum computer where you can apply all of these gates on the hardware. If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so so maybe next slide. Can we go to the next? Yes. So one of the key difference between the transistor and the qubit is when you encode information in transistor, it holds it for a long time. That is exactly how most of our memories work, at least in the volatile space. But for the qubit, they lose the information in short time because of the interaction with the environment. That is exactly what people mean by qubits are fragile and that poses a threat or problem in making our quantum system reliable. There are various type of errors. It could come in the form of the loss of energy, or just the qubit just escapes out into the environment, or you lose the phase information encoded in the qubit that renders it unusable or useless. If we can go to the next slide. There are other problems as well in terms of the errors. I told you the way of encoding and decoding information relies on driving and also sensing a resonator. It is not 100% efficient. That means there are errors in either encoding the information or decoding of it. This is exactly how it started with the digital computing as well. For those of you who are familiar with the computation or maybe algorithm, there are error correction codes in the digital computers as well. But one of the nice thing about digital computers these days is they are much more reliable. The operation that you do on single transistor is much more reliable than in the qubits. If we can go to the next slide. Yeah, we will skip this and go to there. Yes. So I've been telling you about various things that you need to build a quantum computer in terms of the progress that has been happening over the time. In 2016, the best quantum processor maybe had 4 or 5 qubit in them. I imagine there is not much that you can do with them. But now in 2024, 2025, there are various private companies, including IBM, which have 100 plus qubit processors. Some of these processors are available for general use through the cloud. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, in terms of the application, we can we are in the era where we can use our quantum processor in simulating the chemicals or maybe other optimization problems. We have just gotten beyond the point where you cannot even use all of the computing power available on Earth to match the performance by these 100 plus quantum computers. So this is a really good position to be at, but this is the applications at the moment are mostly in the field of chemical simulations and other optimization problems. In terms of the goal or what the future holds, the IBM's roadmaps, at least we promise that by 2023, there will be a quantum computer with a billion plus qubit on them. With that, we will be able to implement the most complicated algorithm that has been designed for the use in the quantum computer. All right, with that, I will stop here and be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Cordell. Now we'll take one question from the online.
Just let me read out the question from Dr. Sarat Maratha. The question is, our generation would be privileged to witness the commercialization of the first quantum computer, but its realization remains uncertain. Current quantum computing is still in its early stages, with most qubits being used to correct the external noise. As a result, researchers are exploring topological qubits, though still far from the practical implications. Since they are inherently resistant to errors and do not require extensive error correction, do you think topological qubits will shape the future for quantum computing? We'll take another question also, and we believe you can answer them combinedly for the time-saving purpose.
Sure. So do you want to wait for next question or should I go for it?
Hello?
Okay.
Thank you for the interacting talk. I have a quick question. It is kind of related with the previous one. So you showed there are various type of qubit, and which one do you think more promising for the future use, and why you are particularly using that one? So that's the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for interesting questions. Both of them are maybe geared towards the flavor of encoding. So I'll start with the topological one. In terms of the error correction, yes, you're right in saying that topological qubits are promising in being error tolerant, but that's not the only way. As you pointed out correctly, the topological technology has not been developed fully yet. There are rumors of like maybe 1 or 2 qubits, but it's still a questionable development, I would say. There are other ways you can use logical or encode information in logical qubit, where instead of 1 qubit, you use multiple qubits to encode one qubit logical qubit information. It's an overhead, obviously, but I think it is not a unsurmountable problem. Instead of in case of the promising platform, I would say the most cutting edge platforms are, of course, superconducting qubits and the either ion or the atoms, which have been in use for long time now, and there are quantum computers based on those technologies with 100 or 50 plus qubits in case of the ions, and 100 plus qubits in terms of the superconducting qubit. And the field is actually growing much more rapidly in those particular area. So yeah, topological qubit idea is interesting, but it'll definitely take a long time. But I'm more optimistic about the superconducting qubit architecture, as well as the ion and atoms.
So
Hopefully
Dr. Cordell, it is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker today, Professor Dr. Frank A. Ward. Dr. Ward is a distinguished economist with a focus on environmental and water resource economics. Since 1978, he has been a faculty member at Department of Agriculture Economics and Agriculture Business at New Mexico in the College of Agriculture, Consumer and Environmental Sciences. Recently, Dr. Ward was ranked as the top 2% of scientists globally by Stanford University and Elsevier. Additionally, in 2021, he was elected as a Fellow of the Western Agricultural Economics Association, further cementing his influence in the field. We at NESA are proud to have Dr. Frank A. Ward as our keynote speaker for NESA's 16th International Conference, where his wealth of experience and expertise will undoubtedly inspire and enrich the discussion on critical global issues. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ward as our keynote speaker today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Ward, you have 40 minutes for your presentation.
How do I advance the slides? Probably so, yeah. Is this the way you want it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's just cool. Point something. Oh, yeah, there's a little younger thing now. Yeah. Thank you so much. You have two slides. We'll be changing them? Yes, I'll change them. No, I can say two different files. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm doing the first. Well, they're too big, so I sent out the first 10 and then sent out the next 10. Let me know. I'll do that. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Well, I want to thank all the organizers of this conference for inviting me to your august event today. And I want to congratulate the Nepalese students for being so ambitious. I looked at the title of your meeting today, and listen to this. It is Sustainable Synergies, Uniting Innovation and Global Action. Now, my, oh my, isn't that an ambitious thing to do? And the organizers called me and they said, well, surely, Dr. Ward, you can tell us how to do all this innovation. You can tell us about sustainable synergies and all these uniting things. So Dr. Ward, get to it, do it. Well, so I've been here several years, more than I care to count sometimes, and ask myself, what could I do in the economics of water, which is what I teach and do research in, that would relate to this very ambitious program you have today. And, you know, I've traveled all over the world. I've been to Saudi Arabia, I've been to Israel, Mexico, Canada, Central America, middle of Africa, a lot of the stuff in the Middle East. I've been all over the place. And I asked myself, maybe what I should do is organize all these water problems that I've seen into a list of the top 20. What are the 20 of the most important water problems facing humanity, maybe in reverse order. So I was going to be kind of ambitious there. So that's what I did. Can you see my little red pointer thing here? Oh yeah, look at that. That's very nice. So that's what I decided to do. 20 of the greatest water problems facing humanity in 2025. So it's not facing dogs or cats, it's facing people. And that's a very important thing, with some research insights and plans into addressing each one. And so I came up with this list of 20 items, and there's a lot of them. This item number 20, in all the traveling I've done around the world, wastewater treatment and reuse. Gosh, that's such a huge issue.
And this is a little photo of one of those treatment plants. And we could have used many, but the problem is this, wastewater treatment, as it says here, and reuse, you could think of those as opportunities to mitigate water scarcity. Okay, you can think of it as an opportunity. However, a lot of the facilities around the world, and I've seen some of those facilities, are outdated. And so these facilities also generate sludge, environmental challenge. So what are we going to do about that? Well, you can't just talk about a problem. You have to say something about maybe a research plan for addressing it. So certainly any kind of a research plan, looking at item number 20 here, should look at efficient treatment processes, maybe using some of the optimization software that we've heard from our last two speakers. There's a lot of economic optimization in making some of this happen. We should probably assess, or if you will, evaluate the economic and maybe social too, but certainly the economic viability of treated wastewater for things like irrigation. Crops don't need quite the level of purity as something like, say, drinking water. We should also be looking at regulatory frameworks, as it says here, that we need to ensure safety and public acceptance. You need people to accept this sort of thing of wastewater reuse. So that's item 20 on my list. Now, for some reason, I might need a little bit of help here. I can't see the top of the page on my screen. Is there a way to move this thing a little bit so I can see the top of the page? I can't see it here. I'm going to have to guess at what it says. I believe it says water conflicts and disputes. See how that's kind of covered up there? Is there a way to move some of that around? Maybe I'm being greedy here. Maybe I'm asking for too much. I'm just going to have to live with it, huh? That's all right. I'll just I'll look at that. Need to push that ribbon to the side. It doesn't want to move around much, does it? It'll be okay. I can look over there and see it. No problem at all. So thanks for looking. I appreciate that. Okay, yeah. So we got water disputes. You know, the more you travel around the world, the more you see water disputes. When I was in Saudi Arabia, for example, about 6-7 years ago, the Saudis said, you know, we like you because you're from New Mexico. And New Mexico is very dry, like Saudi Arabia. Is there a way of moving that stuff so we can see the title a little bit better? Oh, that's great. You're a hero. Way to go. Thank you. And so they said, we like you. You're from New Mexico State University. It's very dry there in Las Cruces. I bet you got your own water problem. Oh, yeah, we have our own water problems. And by the way, they said, where have you been in the Middle East? Are you just some sort of a rookie, some sort of a 20-year-old professor, barely finished with his PhD? Tell me about your experience, the Saudis said. And I said, well, I've been to Israel. I've worked with the Israelis. I've been to Jordan. I've been to Iraq. I've worked in Afghanistan, not exactly the Middle East, but I've been to some interesting places. And they said, okay, you're good enough. And they gave me a little expandable silver thing to point at the chalkboards, and I'd never used one of those. And I waved that little thing around, and I didn't realize I was pointing it at people, but they kind of acted like it was a sword or something. So when I flipped it around, they kept jumping back. So these are very sensitive people, and they have plenty of disputes and issues in Saudi Arabia and a lot of other places. So here's the problem: water scarcity, just like in the picture right here, as you can see, leads to conflict and disputes. And you know, we here in New Mexico are part of the water scarcity problem, aren't we? You look at the Rio Grande; it's only got water in it about half the year. The rest of the year, you got to engage in sand-based recreation. A lot of rocks and stones and sand, but not much water. So from the point of view of the Colorado people, when it comes to the Rio Grande, we in New Mexico are considered the giant sucking sound from the south. And I didn't know we did that much sucking, but that's how the Coloradoans look at us. And now, what do you think that we in New Mexico think of the people in Texas, down there from El Paso and downstream? Well, the Texans, they're the giant sucking sound from the south. They're taking some of our water. But actually, we have the Rio Grande Compact, and they have rights to some of that water. So there you go. So watch out for scarcity. And it is a special problem for transboundary waters, such as the Rio Grande or the Colorado or the Nile or any of those. So if you can figure out a way to bring about, I wonder if I can back up here just a bit. You can figure out a way to have fair water access that avoids conflict. That requires some legal frameworks. Okay, we have something called the Rio Grande Compact. We're part of something called the Colorado River Compact here in New Mexico. But when I travel around the world, there are very few transboundary conflicts. So for example, if you talk to the Iraqis, they get water delivered by Turkey. Isn't that interesting? On the Tigris and the Euphrates. And the Iraqis might call the Turks and say, hey, where's our water? And the Turks will say, well, we're doing what we can. And the Iraqis say, but what you can is not enough. We want more water. And so, people quarrel over water, not just the Iraqis and the Turks, but many others too. In the Nile River, you can be sure that when the Ethiopians built the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, started about 14 years ago, that the Egyptians were aware of that and they were not pleased. And the Ethiopians tried to say, what if we're going to reduce your flooding? And the Egyptians said, we're not too worried about flooding. And what else are you going to do? Well, so on it goes. So what are we going to do about this? What kind of research plan might we enact? Well, we might develop some kind of international treaty framework, a conflict prevention strategy. That's a good idea. Research can contribute to that sort of thing. I mean, what might look at successful cases of water sharing, such as the Rio Grande Compact. We call Texas the giant sucking sound from the south, but we like them. We allocate water legally correctly. Explore conflict prevention strategies, water rights adjudication. That would be a good thing to look at. What kind of role might there be for NGOs in promoting this cooperation? So there's a lot of interesting research opportunities. One of the advantages of studying economics is that you study the allocation of scarce resources. Well, most of us, when we have scarce resources, we think, I don't have enough money. I'm poor. I don't want scarcity. But in economics, we dance for joy when we see scarcity, because we have a real economic problem when there's scarcity in front of us. And how about that? They're going to keep us busy. We're going to get grants and contracts. We're going to keep food on our graduate students' plates. And all my faculty colleagues here say, yes, the more scarcity we have, the more I can fund my graduate students. We all want to do that. So anyway, conflict, big issue. Now, and with luck, I can advance this little slide goodie. And with bad luck, I can't advance it. Oh, I hit the wrong button. What do I do to move that down to number 18? Why don't you do that for me? You just punch the screen while I help it in. So how did you do? Oh, you had to do it with this. Okay, now can I flick it back and forth? Okay, so I got to do it this way. And I'm going to move it forward. Oh, scroll it. Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so water for agriculture. Well, now, what percentage of New Mexico's water would you guess is used by agriculture? Well, it's about 77%. 77% of water in this state is used by irrigated agriculture. And that is approximately true in most of the world's arid and semi-arid regions. It's true in Israel, it's true in Iraq, it's true in Egypt, and a lot of other places. So water for ag is a big deal, 70% of the global water use. But what's going to happen when you have more people? Well, the size of the human belly is only so big, but the more people, that's the more bellies. that food has to go in those bellies. And, to grow food, you need water, at least in the irrigated regions, such as this little picture here. So population growth increases food demand. You're going to have to pull water from a non-ag use to have water for agriculture and feeding hungry bellies. Climate change is going to complicate it even more. Increased irrigated crop, water demands, threatening food production, requiring irrigation, not so much in the rain-fed areas. So the research plan, you always, research is solving a problem, but you can't do research unless there is a problem. We heard about in the last 2 or 3 slideshows. So investigate, let's do some investigation of water efficient irrigation and maybe drought resistant crops. My son Ryan just finished his PhD at Wisconsin about 2 months ago. He's got himself a job out in California working at a startup in Santa Barbara. Oh man, the good life out there in the West Coast. He's working on drought and heat resistant crops. He's having a good time doing it. Got himself a nice place too. Looking into more efficient irrigation technology. Sounds pretty easy, doesn't it? More efficient irrigation technology. But how do you define efficiency? Talk to an ag engineer. There are about 10 different definitions, and efficiency itself is not a cut and dry definition. And maybe you could look into heat and drought resistant. Well, you can't just investigate it. You got to bring it about. Hire some young plant geneticist like my son Ryan. He's a good kid. We got to advance it over here. Okay, this is how we do it. Access to safe drinking water. Oh gosh, we all like that. Well, if we don't like the drinking water in Las Cruces, there's something called buy. You can go to the grocery and for a couple bucks, was that about 18 ounces? Tastes better than the local water. NMSU drinking water is perfectly safe, but does it taste as good as buy? Well, it is cheaper, but does it taste as good? Maybe not so much. So anyway, 2-some billion people worldwide lack access to safe drinking water. And you hear that it's an intellectual problem. It's an intellectual problem. But when you travel to Ethiopia and a lot of other places like that, the people said to me, don't drink the local water. And that was before they had buy. It was about 6 years ago. And I said, well, what am I going to drink if I don't drink the local water? And they said, Coca-Cola, drink Coca-Cola. So you go to Ethiopia and drink Coca-Cola. There's caffeine and there's sugar, and then it kind of makes you shake like that. Is it good for you? That I don't know, but it's very safe to drink. But a lot of people don't have it. Health problems, as you probably would imagine. Waterborne disease, threatening, especially hard on little kiddos. We have a granddaughter who's 7 years old. Oh, we heard her give a little presentation in Albuquerque the other day. They sang songs, they moved the blankets. It was really a joyful thing. So you think a lot about kids when you're parents or grandparents. Weak water infrastructure can be a problem, especially when you're trying to expand access to safe drinking water. Well, what do you do about it? What kind of research plan might you have? Well, maybe you could look for low cost, as it says here, purification technology, maybe community-driven initiatives. Look at how to maybe train local people to maintain. You don't want to just have consultants always come in. It's better to train someone to fish than to go out and try to chase their own fish or to eat someone else's fish. Explore financing models to support water infrastructure investment. Infrastructure is very expensive stuff. That is not cheap. So there's a big economic challenge there. Water governance and policy, big stuff. So the problem statement here is that I'm going to back over just a bit. Water governance and policy, it's important stuff. Weak governance, as you might guess, leads to inefficient, if you can measure efficiency, and water use, and then lack of institutions like rules and conventions and ways of doing things that can constrain, if you will, the implementation of effective water policy. So what do? Well, you go out and chase some grants. You tell them we need money to hire graduate students to look at more efficient water policies, comparative studies or governance, policy frameworks. If possible, you want to do it using rigorous science. You don't want to do hand-waving phony baloney. You want to use mathematics, you want to use data, you want to use experiments. The role of public-private partnerships, a very important thing. Effectiveness of water rights adjudication. Well, how are you going to adjudicate water rights? Geez, adjudication means passing judgment to see who owns the right to use how much water. But what criteria are you going to use to make that happen? Pretty tricky stuff. And then once you have the water or the water rights, you got to figure out how to allocate it, and that can present its own challenges. Groundwater depletion, oh my gosh, groundwater. People say, well, you know, if the river is dry around Las Cruces, you're in okay shape, you pump it out of the groundwater, okay? But if you pump it out of the ground year after year, and the pumping is greater than the recharge, that aquifer starts falling and falling and falling. You can raise the price of water for drinking quite a bit and still have it be quite a bit cheaper than buy, but aquifers do fall after many, many years, so you got to figure out a way to recharge it to make it sustainable. Not that easy. Irrigation pumping is sort of a big part of that. So pumping groundwater faster than recharge, there you go. The aquifer starts going down. Simple mass balance, isn't it? Increased pumping depths, drying up of wells, and this can happen, especially in drought periods. So what are we going to do about it? What kind of research are we going to do? Well, maybe looking for sustainable management techniques. That's not an easy thing to do. Recharge strategies. You got to find water from someplace else to get it back into the aquifer. Maybe you could look at policies for regulating groundwater use. Well, if you're a farmer in southern New Mexico, people start talking about regulating groundwater use. Well, you as a farmer can say, well, you can darn well regulate someone else's use. Keep your hands off my pump. And most farmers feel that way, but they all know that pumping needs to be regulated, but none of them wants their pumping to be regulated. Regulate somebody else's pumping, okay? Policies for regulating, programs for integrating surface water and groundwater. Maybe we should be building more surface water treatment plants, but you got to filter that water. It's not that good in the river for drinking, and that comes at a cost. We're going to advance this slide. Okay, flooding. Oh my gosh, flooding is a problem. Here's a little picture showing flooding. It's a major risk to life. When we were little kids out in Northern California, I had two fears. One of them was volcanoes, which there were none around, but I read about them. And the other was flooding. And we saw the floodwaters come up to our front door. And we saw some of these local rivers in the San Joaquin Valley. Instead of being dry, they were full of water and dead cows were floating in them. And oh, gosh, when you're a little kid, the fear of that water being out of control and the flooding, it's really indescribable if you don't experience. A major risk, poor stormwater management. It can be a big problem, worsen flood risk. Climate change expected to increase the frequency and cost of all these storms. Cities are especially vulnerable. Okay, but what do you do about it? What do you do about it? What kind of research can you do? Well, maybe green infrastructure would be something to look at. Better flood monitoring systems. The role of real-time flood monitoring. Assess these flood risks. How do you reduce these risks? Well, you got to figure out a way to assess that, don't you? So flooding and stormwater management, climate change and water resources. Let's see, what time do we have? Did I bring my, I guess my phone's back.
Yeah, you have 19 more minutes.
19, okay,
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you very much. Climate change and water resources. Gosh, that presents its own problem, doesn't it? Climate change worsens water type challenges. These things can affect both water quantity and quality. Now, for those of you who don't know this, there are 6 dimensions of water that can define when you have a problem. And the 6 dimensions are water quality, quantity, timing, location, price, and cost. If you have water in any of those dimensions of the wrong amount, you've got a water problem. So the question, the economic question is, what is the least cost method to go from the wrong quality, timing, location, price, and cost to the right one? Well, there's an interesting observation for cost benefit analysis. Very, very important. So quality and quantity can be affected by flooding, and then climate-induced water stress causes its own problem, disproportionately impacts developing nations where people don't have much money in the first place. They don't, we asked the people in Afghanistan, interesting question. We worked in Afghanistan about 10, 15 years ago. And we said, you guys in Afghanistan have this magnificent snowmelt water. You got more water you know what to do with. Why don't you guys build some dams? Build some nice big dams so you can have reservoirs, hydroelectric power, irrigation. It might take 10 years to build, but when you get done, you'll have all this control over water. Would anybody care to guess what the answer was that the Afghans gave us? Yes, did you want to have an answer? You had your hand up? No, okay. Would anybody care to guess what the Afghans told us on why they didn't want to build those dams? Why not? Because what? Because it's funded by the government? Is that what you said? No, that wasn't the reason. But they don't view the government as evil. They view the government's okay. Why wouldn't the Afghans want to build dams? Because dams take 10 years to build, and the average Afghan you talk to thinks they're going to be dead in 6 weeks. They don't have a long-term worldview because they might not be around a year from now. Why invest in this giant dam when maybe your children might benefit if they're lucky to live to 20, but you aren't going to benefit. You're an old man at age 40 over there, gray hair like that. Well, no, they don't call it gray to me. The lady that cuts my hair said, no, you don't have gray hair. You've got, what is it, platinum. That's what she says. So in Afghan, by the time you got platinum hair, you're 40 years old, you're tired and wretched, and you're ready to fall apart. So anyway, the research plan, climate models, mathematical models, you can do good stuff with that. You can be doing research to investigate some of these models, to predict water availability, and then what to do with the water. So supply and demand. You should explore the impact of climate change on water quality or any of the other 5 dimensions, quantity and all those other things, especially in coastal areas where rising sea levels may cause salinization and a lot of other related problems. Okay, so we're getting this thing figured out here. Water quality, oh, that's a big issue, isn't it? What's the problem? Well, water quality, if the quality is no good, you can't drink it, can you? And you buy stuff. A growing problem with pollution from ag runoff, industrial discharges, sewage, all that can contaminate fresh water. Bad treatment facilities, poor water management further complicates it. Poor water quality causes lots of problems. Waterborne disease is sort of a scary thought, isn't it? Limited access to safe drinking water. You can't drink the local water. So there are some countries where you go to. Sanford and I went to Ethiopia about 8 or 9 years ago. He said, oh, I'll drink the local. It's not gonna hurt me. And I knew to drink the Coca-Cola. So he drank the local water one night. And the next morning, he couldn't eat 2 meals in a row. He was sick to his stomach. He got over it finally. But pay attention to the locals. Research plan, better filtration technologies, regulatory measures, improve wastewater treatment, but that's expensive, don't forget. Policy research to explore some kind of regulations that could curb pollution and promote sustainable ag. So those are all things that can be done. Let's see, we have about 11 or 12 minutes left. 14, okay, I think this is the last one of the first half of my slides. Could someone help me with the second? I sent them out in 2 chunks because it took up too much memory on my email. Could you do that? Thanks. Just gotta know the right buttons to press, don't you? I'm gonna try this and see if we can get it to work. Yeah, I think this thing, oh, something, I hit a wrong button again. Gosh. Try this and see if it works. Oh, it's working. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, number 10 problem, aging water infrastructure. Boy, there's its own problem, isn't it? Infrastructure gets old. Some of it's 100, 200, 300 years old and presents a problem. And it isn't just in America and other places, it's all around the world. You look at a lot of big cities like London, Paris, Mumbai, and other places, they struggle with dated infrastructure, but fixing it costs gobs and gobs of money. So use the bad stuff until the water is just unusable. So this outdated infrastructure treatment, wastewater treatment in particular, contributes to pollution, causing problems. So what kind of research can you do? Advanced materials, predictive maintenance, things like that. Predict when something's going to break instead of waiting for it to break. You know, like leaks. Leaks in water pipelines are a big problem. But leaks are hard to track down. It's hard to find the leaks, let alone expensive to fix it. You got to dig up the old pipes. Then you go to anticipate when it might leak, even though it's not leaking now. Smart monitoring, predictive maintenance, AI could, chat GPT and things like that could do great work. Research cost-effective rehabilitation. So there are a lot of interesting things that could be done. So as soon as you see a problem in water, you say, what kind of research can we be doing? By the way, I've got an early draft of the paper that's coming from these slides sitting by my wife up there in the second to the back row on the corner. I got about 15 copies if anybody wants to grab it and kind of play around with it. Okay, water pollution. Oh, bad stuff. We don't like water pollution, do we? Big pervasive problem globally. Human populations, we're all worried about consuming contaminated water, leading to health issues, gastrointestinal. You have to carry bottled water everywhere you go. Messes up your reproductive and neurological disorders. Polluted sources can constrain economic activities, fishing and all these kinds of things, affecting livelihood. So what do? Well, you might look, for example, at source control, maybe monitoring, and maybe novel kind of remediation strategies. All those could work. Apply, maybe sensors could help out, capable of real-time detection of contaminants, things like even microplastics are worth looking at. They cause their own problems. But now, how effective are these regulatory frameworks? Community-based initiatives. Well, you talk to people in the private sector, they don't like regulatory frameworks. There's too much government. Get the government away from me. I'll self-regulate. And anybody who's ever run a private business doesn't like the word regulatory frameworks. Sounds like communism. The government's telling me what I have to do. So people, it's unpopular, as you can probably imagine. Groundwater depletion, we mentioned that once before. We're going to kind of re-elaborate on that. So extraction, we got only a little bit of time. I'm going to skip the second groundwater. We've sort of already talked about that. But then water scarcity. We live here in New Mexico. There's never enough water. Water scarcity affects all kinds of people, maybe half the human population, 4 billion globally. And I've traveled in the Middle East. I've traveled in Mexico. I've traveled in certain parts of Southern Europe. And there, water scarcity is a real issue out there. Comes from population growth, climate change, rising income. When you have more income, you buy more water-intensive things. So that can give rise to greater scarcity. Health risks, food security, etc. Research-wise, you might look at integrated water resource management using the kinds of optimization models that were talked about by our last two speakers. There's some good ideas there. Strategies not just to reduce use, but to affordably reduce use. In the world of economics, we say there are certain things that work, but not many of them pay. So we always say we don't really want it to work. We want the revenues to exceed the cost, and maybe the benefits to exceed the cost. So merely working is good engineering, but paying is good economics and good policy. So we want to affordably reduce use, strategies to affordably increase supply. So when is it better to have demand management to reduce water use as a way to handle shortages versus expanding supply versus integrated management, which is the optimized combination of both demand reduction and supply management? You need optimization models for that. Development of drought-resistant crops. If you can get a grant to deal with drought resistance or heat resistant, my son Ryan might get a little contract and a raise out there in Santa Barbara, keeping himself busy, having a fun time. But how much time do we have left now? 7 minutes. Oh, we got plenty of time. We can talk. I can redo it in Nepalese. Is Nepalese its own language? Or do you speak Arabic, or is it Nepalese? Yeah. How do you say more time in Nepalese? Oh. Great. Okay, good deal. Climate change and water variability. Boy, that's a big issue, isn't it? The problem is climate change is affecting us every day. The global water cycle, it's intensified extreme weather events, high mountain snowpack. We're worried about high mountains, especially in places like the Himalayas, where a lot of you guys are from. Ram and Sinchan and I just sent a Himalaya paper off to the Journal of Hydrology, and they haven't rejected it yet. Journals do reject us sometimes. Interesting little piece of work. So high mountain snowpack is affected by climate change. So what do? Hydrologic modeling, infrastructure adaptations, good stuff. High resolution climate models. Don't do it once a year, maybe once every few seconds would be nice if you got the computer power. Economic research. I had a teacher named Lee Gray. He would say, well, the engineers do it this way, the foresters do it that way, the hydrologists do it that way. He said, but the economists, he jumped up on his toes as if the economists were heroes. And I thought economics seems kind of boring, but Lee Gray, 6'6", he's jumping up on his toes when he talks about the joys of economics. So he said it, so he must be right. Economic research on the impacts of climate. So, what's the way to deal with climate affordably, not merely dealing with it? Okay, tough stuff to do. Development of early warning, disaster preparedness training. Boy, that's important stuff, isn't it? Transboundary water conflicts. The problem is 40% of the world's population relies on shared river basins. Big old long rivers like the Nile, Tigris, Euphrates, Colorado, Rio Grande. In Europe, of course, you got the beautiful blue Danube and some of the other ones. So shared rivers are very important issues. How do you share them equitably? But there are not many international agreements. Once you leave in the United States, we have something like 31 water sharing agreements, but almost none when you leave the country. Nations don't tend to come up with sharing arrangements. So competition can lead to diplomatic, ruptures, like military conflict in some cases, like the Grand Ethiopian Dam conflict between Ethiopia and Egypt and the Sudan, as far as that goes. So maybe conducting research on hydrodiplomacy would be a good idea. Sustainable basin and maybe data sharing. Do countries like to share data among themselves? Well, the data is going to get misused. So you don't share with some other country. Get your data, we'll use ours, but we need more of that data sharing. Modeling water allocation, water saving irrigation technologies. But that presents its own problem, because how do you define water that's actually saved in irrigated agriculture? A tough one, because you might put in drip irrigation, that reduces water applied, but it increases crop yield. So evapotranspiration is growing. So drip irrigation relative to flood can increase water consumption. or depletion. So is drip a good thing? Well, you talk to the Israelis. I've talked to the Israelis many times. They said, we love drip irrigation. We view it as like the second coming of Moses. But they don't say Jesus over there. They say Moses. And we say, yeah, it sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Anyway, transboundary conflict. Water inequality and access, that's a big deal. Global advances, we still have 2.2 billion lacking safe drinking water. But when you travel to those countries, that can be a real problem. A lot of urban slums lack piped in water. Young girls end up fetching water, and women and children, and so they don't get education. It messes up their education. So finding affordable water infrastructure and policy improvements, important research to do, cost not just purification, but cost-effective purification, sustainable financing models. And we're down to about our last minute or so, so I'll skip a couple of slides and we'll go down to the very last one, water governance and corruption. Oh, man. In this part of the world, you don't see a lot of corruption, but man, once you leave the USA, there is plenty of corruption out there. And my World Bank colleagues, when they work, and they say, the biggest problem we have in the World Bank isn't making the loans, it's making sure that the bureaucrats in some of these countries don't steal the money. I say, oh, people aren't going to steal money. And they say, yes, they will. So they hire lots of accountants to be sure their loans are properly spent. Water governance, it's a big problem. The corruption diverts resources. It also weakens the institutional capacity and weakens confidence in those countries. So what do? Transparency initiatives, framework, that's interesting research, better methods to track funds using stuff like blockchains and things like that. Very good for tracking anti-corruption framework. So I would say, I had to skip 2 or 3 slides, but if you want to see any more details on how my little talk here contributes to sustainable synergies, uniting innovation and global action, grab one of the copies of the early draft that I've got. We're going to send it off to some lucky or maybe unlucky journal in the next few weeks. And other than that, I guess we're about done, and I can field a few questions if anybody has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ward, for highlighting the 20 water problems facing humanity in 2025. Now we'll open the floor for the questions.
Questions?
Thank you, Professor Ward. I'm Kaustubh Nopane. I'm a PhD student at Water Science and Management program. I do have one question. Like, you saw a lot of water
Nepal, right?
I'm from Nepal.
You're a PhD student in
Yes.
the water program. Hey,
Yeah.
thanks for coming.
And you showed like 20 major problems. And I was thinking, going beyond that, like the solutions have, there is a conflict between the researchers more focused on the problems and the stakeholder more focused on the solution, need of the solution. And I see there is also like gap on the understanding of the problem itself. Like there's a disciplinary bias while generating the knowledge itself. Like you consider as a commodity economist, and like engineers, they see them as a solutions, having a social, like technocratic solutions. And it, as there has been proposed of the interdisciplinary research coming up as a solution.
Yes.
But that has been also a challenge. So based on long experience working in the water, how do you think knowledge can be integrated to foster a true interdisciplinary epistemic community in the water management?
I love it. That's epistemic is a Latin word, isn't it? I like that. Okay, so I asked that very question to the Agricultural Experiment Station director of Colorado State University about a week ago. He was talking about interdisciplinary work in climate science, and each person studies their own little corner of the world, their own epistemological framework, and they don't talk to each other. And I said to the guy, he did his name in Pig Latin for us, an interesting guy. I said, how would you design an interdisciplinary PhD program at Colorado State University in climate science and management so that the graduates would have enough self-confidence to go outside their comfort zone and meet and talk to other people? He said, oh my God, that's a great question. I'm going to have nightmares over that. I have no idea how I'm going to answer it. But I would say teaching interdisciplinary PhD students to work in many different areas so they can jump from one to the other using common language would build their confidence. So that's my simple answer to your very complex question. If you can send your question to a journal and then propose not an answer, but a framework for an answer and define epistemological, you might get it published and become not only famous, but maybe rich. Okay, any other questions? Yes, blast that question out so I can hear you. I'm not that old, but I need good ears.
Okay. Yes. Can you hear now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I am Rajan Gimire. I am agronomist. I'm based at Clovis Science Center.
Right.
I have been working on this, the carbon, water, food, energy, all these aspects, agronomic aspects. Now you give 20 different questions and then probably research question for 20 different professors.
Yes.
And in different
For
disciplines.
different problem areas. Yeah.
Yeah, 20 different problem areas. But based on your experience working here, working all around the world, where do you see the solution? These water quality, water issues, if I look at, I edited one journal issue focus on water issues all across the world. Like Australia is facing same, Asia is facing same. In North America, we have the same issue. Africa, outstanding issue. Where we are going and what is the solution? What do you see? We need to increase food production. Massive population in China and India. They are. You mentioned they are getting rich. Their water demand is increasing, but our water is depleting.
Tough question.
Where is the balance?
I would answer that at two levels. I would say one of the things you need to do is train scientists to have epistemological rigor, to be able to do things objectively, mathematically, good data, good experiments. But they also need to be trained with all that epistemological rigor to be able to communicate to ordinary people and especially voting politicians. They've got to communicate. We've been worried about climate change for 20 years, but the climate change scientists are not communicating their results in such a way as to bring about climate policy that reduces greenhouse gases. As you know, we had the Paris agreements in 2015. Bill Nordhaus out at Yale proposed something called climate clubs, where nations would get together and reduce their greenhouse gases, but they haven't done it. There is no climate club yet. So having scientists do peer-reviewed, rigorous research that is policy relevant. If you could teach scientists how to do that, you would be in great shape. The second answer is marginal cost pricing. If you can price water over any of its 6 dimensions, quantity, quality, timing, location, price, and cost, if you can price water's improvements at its marginal cost, that will promote the sort of efficiency that you were describing. So those are my two answers to your very good question. Thanks for that question. I hope I don't have nightmares over it. Okay, any other questions? Yes.
Hello, Dr. Frank. Good morning. My name is Lal Manuagle. I'm graduate student in water science and management.
Program.
Yeah.
And you're Nepalese, right?
Yeah.
Way to go. Okay, so you're a grad student, and tell me about what's your dissertation? What are you working on?
So I'm working on in northern New Mexico, seeing the potential area that can manage the flood water and using that flood water for potential groundwater recharge.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So my question is you mentioned you have you worked on different zones in the world and that have the major water conflicting zone in the world. So my question is why water sector is dominated by big high cost engineering structures like dams.
Yeah.
And in most of the area you mentioned, the conflict are created through those dams. So, and I'm not
I
seeing.
wouldn't say most of the conflict comes from dams, but certainly in some parts of the world that has been true, and it has been true here in this
Yeah,
country.
and like, I'm not, like, I don't want to undermine the value of dams, but I'm not seeing the dams solving the root cause of the water crisis. But like expect like diverting water from one place to another, one basin to another, to address the short-term water management issue. But
Yeah,
it's,
boy, that's a pretty touchy issue.
yeah, but
There was something called
Yeah.
many years ago called NAWAPA. You ever heard of NAWAPA before?
yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, the North American Water and Power Alliance. We were going to take water from the Canadians and stick it in a giant pipeline and export it from Canada and give it to the American Southwest. And we never could figure out why the Canadians were not all that enthusiastic about it. But that, requires legal stuff. Nations getting together. It requires engineering expertise, and it requires all those people to communicate more effectively. So interbasin transfers are economically weak. They're not always hydrologically solid, and politically they're hard to pull off. So if you can find out any formula for bringing about transboundary interbasin transfers to make them work and pay, send it to a journal, you'll get it published. That's a good question.
Yeah, and like still, like while we are talking about the big structures like dam, especially in the least developed country, we see like lots of conflict, not only between the like countries, but within the communities level, like from one community to another community. Also, we see the inequality in the water distribution.
Oh, yeah.
We have like such examples in our capital in Nepal. So like the water diverting from one rural village to feed.
And your capital, I believe, is Kathmandu. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, I know something about Nepal.
And yeah, and also like now that we are seeing those big structure itself being a hazard.
Yeah.
And we are expecting more in the as climate induced water extremes are increasing, and we are expected to like high intense such hazards in coming days. So do you think we need to shift our focus in water management, water resource management, from like big engineering structures to like local innovative community management small initiatives?
Yeah, boy, that's an interesting question. What are the benefits and costs of shifting from structural solutions into institutional, especially small scale institutional solutions? There's something to be said for giant engineering structures because they're organized by engineers who know what they're doing. And little community-based solutions, you get people shouting at each other and nobody knows what they're doing. And so politically it's attractive, but the engineering approach really has something to be said for it. So if the engineers can be taught to show institutional and community sensitivity, then people will tolerate those engineering structures a little bit more. Any other questions, or are we about out of time?
Thank you. We cannot take more questions now, but we have a launch after. We can, you can definitely contact a doctor for the other questions if you have. Thank you for the engaging and interactive Q&A session. Thank you, Doctor, for your sharing your thoughts, ideas, and problems of water resources with us. It is great pleasure of NESA to have you here with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Now, I'd like to call upon Hari Series for the next session. Thank you.
Hello. Hello and namaste, everyone. I am Maurice Rees, a graduate student pursuing Masters in Civil Engineering. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the 16th International Conference organized by Nepalese Student Association, NESA, with the theme of Sustainable Synergies, Uniting Innovation and Global Action. And today, I have a privilege of serving as a moderator for this poster session. And we have 3 distinguished judges for the poster session and also for the oral presentation.
So we have Dr. Madhav Regmi, an assistant professor in the Department of Agriculture Economics and Agricultural Business at New Mexico State University. And we have Dr. Govinda Sapkota, a postdoctoral researcher in the Department of Family and Consumer Sciences at New Mexico State University. And we have Dr. Ashok Bhattrai, assistant professor of marketing at the New Mexico State University. And this session will features a 14 poster session, and we will award the three presenters as a best poster presenter. And all three judges will visit each poster and interact with presenters, and I kindly request all the presenters to be present there when the judges will arrive there. And also we'll have the lunch session at the same time. So please consider move in the both sessions. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much.
I'd like to request all the online viewers to join us on 1:15. We'll be back 1:15 with the other exciting presentations. Thank you.
valuable time and insightful judgment on the poster presentation.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you all are having an enriching time at our conference so far. The energy in this room is so beautiful, and we are thrilled to continue our journey of knowledge and connection with all of you. Before we begin, let me go over some ground rules so that we can run our session smooth and productive. Each presenter will have a 8 minute of presentation time followed by 2 minutes of question answer session. Please be mindful of time. We will give a warning time when you have 2 minutes of remaining. Audience members are encouraged to ask the question of after each presentation. Now, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is sure to captivate and enlighten us with her insight. Please join me in give a warm, enthusiastic welcome to Begal Amar. She is an associate professor at Mongolian University of Life Sciences and a Fulbright affiliated scholar at WRRI and MSU. She is more advanced in metadata analysis and water science and technology and aquatic toxicity. She did the PhD at University of Girona, and her PhD topic is influence of toxicant on freshwater biofilms and fish from experimental approach to the statistical model. In her research, she is more dedicated to riparian area. She functions keep water on the land longer, reduce flood and drought effect, improve water quality, and so on. We are honored to have Dr. Begel at NESA 16 conference. She will share her insight on temporal dynamic of soil moisture in headwater of Orkhon River Basin, Mongolia. Please make some noise as she take the stage. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you hearing my voice? Listening me? Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for giving me opportunity to participate this nice conference. And I'm very proud all of you because many of you are not only doing research, not only studying, you are organizing conference here. I'm very, very proud of you. Thank you for all and good luck for all of you. And good luck for all of the posters. Yes, everybody was stacked for the posters and now already time is 20 minutes later. Yeah. No, in the desktop. Okay, thank you. So today I will present about temporal dynamics of soil moisture
in the upper Arhang River basin, Mongolia. And I am Baygal Amr Todehu. You know about Lake Baikal is the freshwater big lake in Russia. And you know about Amur River. This is also a big river that originates from Lake Baikal. So my name is easy to memorize. And Alexander Pernault, who is the head of the department of, head of the VRRI, my supervisor, he is my supervisor, and we had opportunity to work for Mongolian rivers. Okay. This is Mongolia and the Arhang River. Yeah, the Arhang River is the longest river in Mongolia. In Mongolia, we have very dry part. Half of them is very dry and half of them is quite well moisture part. This river originates from this Hangai mountain, and this mountain divides the drier Gobi Desert region and moisture region. Yeah. This one is forest steppe, and those one is dry steppe and Gobi deserts. So the Arhang River basin is this one, and I am going to talk about the upper part of Arhang River, most importantly about the riparian area of this river. So what is riparian area? Riparian area is the transition between the aquatic area and adjacent upland area. So it is very, very important for regulating climate change, microclimate, and regulating flood controlling, and it also important for recreational benefits. Soil stability, water quality, and nutrient cycling, habitat, and biodiversity. So stability, it is important for bank stability. So in the beginning, I was thinking river bank and financial bank are completely different words. Now I understand these two are very similar words. Financial bank is for saving and regulating money, but this river bank is also saving water and regulating for water. It's very important. And now I understand this one was same word, but in the beginning, I was surprising. Okay, so to understand that riparian area, how it is working, if it is working properly, or if it is healthy, we use proper functioning condition assessment. Lartic area is considered to be in proper functioning condition or functioning properly when adequate vegetation, landform, and woody materials is present to dissipate energy associated with high water flow and capture sediment and floodplain development, develop root masses that stabilize stream banks, and maintain channel characteristics. The most importantly, it improves flood water retention and groundwater recharge. So our research objective was to investigate temporal variations in soil moisture. That is a key indicator of riparian health, and to determine the most important predictor variables for soil moisture. So study question was, what are the main drivers or predictor variables of root zone soil moisture? So for the data is collected using spatial analysis. We used Landsat images from 1987 to 2002, and we calculated, we did land cover classification and calculated forested area percentage and NDVI, or normalized difference water index, normalized difference moisture index, and vegetation index. We calculated those indexes and other meteorological data related with river discharge. Related with river discharge, temperature, and precipitation. Those were collected from Meteorological Station of Mongolia, and soil moisture data is from NESA 4. Okay, for the analytical methods, we used machine learning techniques, including multivariate linear regression, neural network, and random forest regression. The results, okay. This is the showing about riparian area forests, percentage of forests. Then forest percentage was not that much in 1997, and it was increased and decreased in 2001 and 2. From that time, not much increased back. Okay, NDVI values about Taimyr watershed. That one is the upper watershed of Arkhang River, and of course, NDVI is very different through the region seasons. In Mongolia, in June, July, and August, this one is, sorry. This one is NDVI is high in July and August. The other variables are also shown here for long-term analysis. The water moisture it was very high, quite high, and until 1994, starting from 1995 to 2000, almost 2015, we had very dry period, and starting, fortunately, in the last few years, it is increasing again. So now we had quite several variables, and we did multivariate regression, but not so good. Neural network models. Here, neural network model shows quite good because you can see it. The graph suggests that the model is well trained and with minimal overfitting and good generalization. And we use a random forest model. And the random forest model, we can see the variable importance on soil moisture. And for the variable importance, of course, air humidity was the most important variable, and then precipitation, of course. But what we can see is this normalized difference moisture index, also one of the most important variables. And let me conclude. Root zone soil moisture in this riparian area were high in until 1994 and decreased from 1995 to 2015 and increasing in recent years. For variable importance, air humidity, precipitation, and the MI river discharges are most significant variables for related with soil moisture, highly related with soil moisture. Then the inclusion of NDMI as a key variable, that one offers more promising approach for assessing referent health efficiently across larger spatial scales with reduced field work. Because this analysis is based on long-term work, but for the spatial assessment, we had difficulty to get soil moisture data, but the NDMI is quite well related with the soil moisture. NDMI is moisture index, but it is moisture index is of vegetation moisture. Okay, thank you for everybody. And I like this photo. We were taken in 2018 with automatic camera. This one is completely platted, but with this nice stabilizer plants, the river, it shows that the river is functionalizing very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baigal, for our insightful presentation. I would like to open the floor for the queries from the audience, and I would like to request Dr. Baigal to respond query collectively. So I would like to open the floor for the questions first, and then she will respond collectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bagel. It's very nice. Like you found moisture index, normalized difference moisture index as an alternative to riparian soil health. So I was wondering, how did you have any field data to validate your result at least some point of interval at some point of time, like to validate the result? Because remote sensing product, there are lot of challenges. So I was wondering, have you validated the result for the MI moisture index? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for.
Thank you. It was a nice presentation, learning a little bit about Mongolia too. On your slide 9 or 10, related to the former question, there is a sharp drop in moisture index in one of the, I think if you go on a slide 9 or 10, can you go there? Oh. Oh, sorry. No, for that. No. This one. After 1997, 2001, it's kind of sharp drop in the area of riparian forest. Oh, no, not moisture. Okay. Is there something happen, or is this just, was that related to some activity, land use change, or what was going on that sharp change in between 1997 to 2001?
Should I answer? Okay, thank you for the question, Costa. And yeah, it is very important to include the ground truthing, but unfortunately, I don't have that data for soil moisture in ground truthing. I downloaded data from NESA, but the indexes we calculated. And for the forests, this one is forest of riparian area. And in Mongolia, we have certain shift from socialist to capitalism, socialism to capitalism in 1990s. And after that, everybody wanted to use natural resource as they want. After 1990 something, there was like everybody was running for using natural resources. And also there was very dry years. During that time, we had dry years until 2017. I think both of them. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Baigal. I would like to express our heartful gratitude to Dr. Baigal on behalf of NESA for her time and insightful knowledge which she shared with us. Thank you. Then now we are going to start our oral presentation session, and I would like to request Shinchan to continue.
Now it's time to welcome our next presenter, Bipin Kesi. He is a dedicated student at Agriculture and Forest University, and currently he is involved in Integrated Agricultural Laboratory in Surkhet, Nepal. Today he will be presenting the research on the effect of ripening agent on the storage life of banana in Tikapur, Kailali. Let's give him a big round of applause as he presents his research through online.
Hello, am I audible?
Audible. You can continue now.
Hello, everyone, respected distinguished guest, all the panelists and audience out there. I am an undergraduate student here in Agriculture and Forest University, and currently I am intern student at Integrated Agriculture Lab in Surkhet district of Nepal. Moving forward, the topic of my research is effect of different ripening agents on quality of Williams hybrid banana in Tikapur, Kailali. Basically, I want to express thank you to the people out there and the all the presenters and guests out there for giving me the opportunity to present. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Outline of my presentation is given. I have differentiated it into 9 points, and let's forward it. Background information. Banana Musa acuminata is also known as apple of paradise, and it's generally found in tropical and subtropical regions of Nepal in the world, and it is rich in potassium, vitamins, and antioxidants. Sharma and Kispota 2017 quoted in the data of Ministry of Agriculture Livestock Department 2077 and 88 is presented out here. Banana is extremely short in shelf life, which is perishable in nature. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Statement of problem. Due to its short shelf life and perishability, which I mentioned before as well, is post-harvest. Post-harvest loss means the loss after which we harvest the banana. Banana is a climatic fruit. That means it can ripen after harvest as well. And it's 11 to 14% in 2005 research done by Udas et al. Consumer prefers evenly ripened banana, as we also prefer such, and lack of research on ripening methods for Williams hybrid bananas impacts on quality in Tikapur. Basically, Tikapur is a place of Koilali district in Nepal, and it is extremely favorable for banana farming. Uh, Natural ripening can result in it's okay. Materials, materials and methods. This map represents Tikapur Koilali, where I did action research. Elevation, longitude, latitude is mentioned of here. Next slide, please. Experimental design detail. I performed CRD, completely randomized design with a total of 5 treatments, and replication 4 means 20 experimental cartons were taken. Each carton contains or contained 12 banana fingers out there. Next slide, please. Observation taken were based on destructive purpose and non-destructive purpose. And for destructive purpose, I measured firmness, pulp to peel ratio, specific gravity, total TSS, which is total soluble solid, TA titrable acidity, and non-destructive purpose. I took physiological weight loss, shelf life, and fully ripened. We have to know two things about this. For destructive purpose, TSS and TA might be a new term for with other panelists and guests out there which are of different background or faculty. TSS means total soluble solid, which is solid or sugar content in vegetable and fruits, and titrable acidity means the amount of acid in the fruit. It gives about the ripeness and the quality of fruit. And for titrable acidity, we take anyways as we do titration basically, and phenolphthalein is the what we call the agent which gives the pinpoint knowledge. And for TSS we use what we call refractometer. Next slide, please. These are the formula to know physiological weight loss, specific gravity, TA, and pop to pill ratio. Should I think we have to skip this slide as well. Next slide, please. Research method. For research purpose, I harvested mature unripe bananas from EDD Banana Farm. EDD Banana Farm is famous here, there in Tikapur. And I did banana fingers. I sorted them out with similar size and clean without dots and other fungus. Placing 12 equally sized banana fingers with ripening agent in each carton, repeating the process to prepare a total of 20 carton. I observed the data for even days, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, and 10th days. As I mentioned before as well, TSS was measured by digital refractometer, which is present in lab of my college, which is known as College of Natural Sciences and Management, CNRM Tikapur, which is a constituent college of Agriculture and Forestry University, Nepal. TA was measured by phenolphthalein, and firmness was measured by penetrometer. Next slide, please. Data analysis was generally done for my research purpose in MS Excel and RStudio. Next slide, please. Result and discussion. Basically, I T1 to T5 was done for treatment, and
First treatment
How-
was
how
control.
much remaining?
Second was apple, tomato, padistra, and ethephenone. List counts least significant difference were measured as it mentioned in table 2. Next slide, please. This is a line graph which represents the firmness of banana using different ripening agents. Next, please. This is the ripening agents effect on pulp to peel ratio. Pulp to peel ratio is the pulp is the what we have and the peel is the outer remaining which don't have, and the treatment is mentioned in the table, and LSD to CB means coefficient of variation. LSD is least significant difference. Next slide, please. Similar is for the specific gravity. Next, please. As I mentioned before, TSS of banana and this data is presented here. Next, please. TA is also represented like that. You can ask me questions regarding such. And these are the bar graphs of ripening agents, and these are the ripening agents as well. Next, please. For shelf life of bananas, I did such measurement during using Excel. These are the effect of ripening agents. And for the discussion part, I've taken in-text citation and the references. Bananas treated with ethephenone. Ethephenone is metabolized and it produces ethylene, which is the growth. Ethephenone is basically a growth hormone, and ethylene is the chemical which is responsible for what we call. Okay, these are the references, and the reference and acknowledgement is such, and recommendations is what we are necessary for, and I want to recommend further research to be carried out, and ripening agents. I found paddy straw to be suitable for both sustainable development purpose and for the next generation as well.
I would like to thank Mr. Bipin for his insightful research presentation, and due to the our time shortage, I would like to stop him right here and open the floor for the questions from the audience. Thank you.
Hello, Bipin.
Hello.
I'm Susin Khatri. I'm also a graduate from Agriculture and Forestry University. During our study, we found that ripened apple is one of the most promising natural factor for ripening. So why didn't you consider ripened banana for as one of your treatment?
I used ripened apple as well. Let's see in the figure as well. Below is the slide, I think. I used tomato, apple, paddy straw as my ripening agents. There might be figures out there during my laboratory research. Below, I think last figure. And in treatments as well, I mentioned that. And this is tomato, this is apple and paddy straw. Paddy straw was more significant and more viable during my research at that place, Tikapur, respected sir.
Thank you for the questions and your presentation. It's midnight or about midnight at Nepal, but
Yes.
he is still awake for his presentation. I would like to thank Bipin in behalf of NESA for his unwavering commitment towards this conference. Thank you. Thank you very much. If anybody else has a question, you can contact him through a email. Thank you. And now
Thank
I would
you all.
like to I would like to call Mr. Ujjwal Morasaini. He's a former lecturer of Himalayan Engineering College, and currently he is working at a computational lab for water resource informatics and modeling at New Mexico State University. And he's going to present dam break analysis of Nagmati and Dhap Dam using HEGRAS 2D. I would like to request all presenters to strict with their timeline, because we have a time constraint to complete the conference within our specified time frame. So I would like to request every presenter to be concise with your presentation and mindful of your timeline given.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for the short, sweet introduction. I'm Ujjwal Marasini, graduate student at College of Engineering, New Mexico State University. I'm presenting my research finding on dam break analysis of Nagmati and Dhap Dam, two dams in Kathmandu, using HECRAS 2D. In the right side, we can see the Uber Dam. I'm showing this Uber Dam because I'll be talking about the dams for a few more minutes. Let me give the short examples of the recent dam failures. This is the Odibili Dam crisis in California. In the first figure, you can see the solid dam, whereas in the second figure, the dam has burst out. The spillway has just broke out. These are the consequences due to this sudden burst. Similarly, let's take another example of Novakaka Dam of Ukraine. And this is the in this dam, we can see that the dam has overtopped from the center part of this. Here, right here, we can see the dam bridge. This is the downstream consequences, flooding due to this particular bridge. And these are the casualties, total economic loss of $14 billion with 59 casualties and few other problems. And why Nagmati and Dhap Dam? Let me introduce this. This is the Kathmandu Bagmati River during the wet season, and this is during the dry season. And the plan is to incorporate dam within this river basin so as to make the needed flow in the Bagmati River throughout the year. After the proper operation of dam, we need to achieve this objective to have the needed flow. And dam break analysis is done to predict the dam breaching and downstream flooding. This is the location map of this dam breaching. Here you can see this is the Dhap Dam and this is the Nagmati Dam. Similarly, if you see the land use map, this is the Dhap Dam and this is the Nagmati Dam. And this Dhap Dam is already constructed, whereas the Nagmati Dam is under study. And this is the highly dense Kathmandu Valley with dense population and Bagmati River in the middle of it flowing through. And why is this study necessary? Because this dam bridge will flood these two world heritage sites, Pashupatinath Temple and Buddhist Stepa, with lots of human casualties that might happen. And this dam break analysis has not been investigated or scientifically analyzed. No one knows what happens when it breaks. And we are trying to find the impact of it. Talking about the methodology, we are using HECRAS 2D. First of all, we collected necessary data from ASF, GHM, CMODE, and GeoFabrics. Prepared the geometric file in HECRAS, computed the boundary condition and bridge parameters, and simulated and analyzed the flow. This is the HECRAS interface, HECRAS 2D. And these are the parameters that are necessary for modeling purposes. And this is the 2D mesh for the dam break analysis. We can clearly see the upstream, downstream boundary condition and two different dams with the considered geometry of Bagmati River basin. And this is the bridge parameter given by the fluid. He gave this parameter studying 74 different dam breaks. And these are the upstream and downstream boundary conditions. This is the probable maximum flood. Probable maximum flood means the maximum possible flood that can form in the Bagmati River basin. And this is another important parameter for our analyzing result, that is the Hadar vulnerability threshold classification. This is the function of depth, velocity, and depth and velocity. This is the result due to the failure of Dab Dam. I'm not going in detail with this one. I have time constraint. Let's go with the failure of Dab Dam at FSL with Bagmati Dam. Let me make the scenario clear. This is the Dab Dam, and this has breached. You can see the failure, and this is the Nagmati Dam. This is here, and we did some mathematics, like we calculate the hydrograph from here, like the total volume of water that comes by bursting, and total volume of water, that's the freeboard. This is the freeboard. Freeboard is like, this is the empty part of the dam. And if we analyze and do some mathematics, what we got is there will be no flood downstream of this dam due to the breaching of this dam when this dam is in full supply level. Means in the dotted line, the water level is dotted line and the dam spells means there will be no flood downstream, which makes that little boy happy over there. Similarly, let's go with the failure of the Nagmati Dam. We are not considering Dab Dam in this case. If we see the failure of Nagmati Dam, this is the animation video. I want to play this. Oh, this works. Yeah. And this is the animation video. And this is the result. If we see, the first figure is the arrival time map for this breaching. The arrival time is maximum of 11 hours to reach this is Chobar, and the dam breached from here, and it takes 11 hours to reach over here. And similarly, this is the velocity mapping, minimum velocity 0 at the end with the maximum velocity of 60 at the top. This portion is the Pashupati and Bodhistupa. And this is the other vulnerability classification. This is done based on the Australian rainfall of modeling ARR that I showed previous, being the function of depth, velocity, and depth and velocity. We can see the all H1 to H6 hazards zone in these places. And this is the depth. If we see the depth varies from 0.5 to 95, we can reclassify this, but for the better presentation purpose, I've classified like this. And this is the depth corresponding to this classification. But now this animation has completed. This is the same result that I presented. Let's go with the land use inundation pattern. Here we can see maximum, the red means built up area is inundated. Let's take a quick look at this zoomed portion. This is both the stupa. I know see this result in details. Particular one. This is about the area. And if we analyze the 4 different diagrams that are showed, the flood arrival time is 1 to 3 hours, and velocity is 2 to 15 meters per second, like 5 mph to 33 mph, and inundation depth is 15 to 30 meters in the center, 3 to 6 meters in the bank, and the vulnerability index is S5. What does this S5 means? This is like S5 is high risk spot zone. Vehicles and people are unsafe, and structure. Some buildings might have structural damage, and some risk robust building potentially falling. This can be the potential for this S5 kind of building. People are not safe, buildings are not safe, and which makes this little boy very sad in both the. And this is my sensitivity analysis. I'm not presenting it over here. And if I summarize the result, it can be summarized in the 4 different slides. Like this is the overall scenario: Dab Dam, Nagmati Dam, and the Kokona Jorpati Bauddha Pashupati. And this is the Dab Dam failure. There is no effect below this. And this is Dab Dam failure with Nagmati Dam. We have considered this because this dam is already constructed and this is not constructed. In this case is after the construction of Nagmati Dam. This case is current. If it fails tomorrow, what happens? There is no Nagmati Dam. It's on story. This is the case. If it fails after Nagmati Dam, what happens? And this is the case. This might not fail. Well, if what happens when this? I try to analyze the different possibilities and results. I cannot actually do 10%. I've already seen the card. That's right. To go with the conclusion, this is the probable casualties due to the failure of Nagmati Dam breaching. This is the Dab Dam breaching. I cannot go in details. And in addition to this, we have identified the potential zones that are hazardous, that are flooding. And see, this is the place we have already identified and marked in the OpenStreetMap. This side is not safe. From safe zones like this, and some other safe zones. We have already identified the places where we can go if this dam breaches. Now what you can do, just plan with your family where to go if the dam breaks. And these are the differences. And these two dams are, this beautiful dam can be like this if it breaches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ujjwal, for his insightful presentation, which is very relatable to Kathmandu Valley, because recently Kathmandu Valley faced a flood challenge during November or August of 2024. So I would like to open the floor for question, and I would like to Mr. Ujjwal to give collectively answer to the all the queries. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice talk. Does this model, HEC-RAS, work well for unsteady water flow? Like if the what if there were change in direction in like in the river or so? Like does this work? Does this model work well for that as well?
Yeah, it works. This is on steady flow analysis actually. I didn't mention it. This is on steady flow. We can do like it propagates the velocity vector. It can govern that. Yeah, we consider the direction and magnitude both.
Thank you.
Thank you for your nice talk. And if when there is a risk of flooding, what would you recommend? The people should the people move, or should the dam strengthen? Did you understand?
Yeah. I can go to this slide. Yeah. For the people, for the public's suppose this is the total arrival time. If one is here, suppose my home is over here, then it takes the flood to come there around 5 to 7 hours, if that breaches. And the people here should be planned, and he can easily walk away from here if dam breaches. Like he will be informed 5 to 7 hours earlier. The dam has burst. Now you have 5 hours to evacuate from that. That means the person from there should move from there within the 5 hours. That way it can be safe.
Thank you. No question. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My question, it might be stupid. The question is, like there should be, I think the water decay is flow from the top. Did you incorporate that in your system? I mean, there are some elevation or collection of the water in the pond or somewhere. So did you, your estimate, when you estimate, did you incorporate that thing in your computation? So like, is the water is sufficient to reach, to cause the influence on up to the Chobar point or like that?
Okay, I'll answer both the questions. Regarding the flow that might be already there, we have considered the probable maximum precipitation, which results to the probable maximum flood. And if you compare some small details, this is very high, which gives no significance effect of the other ponds and small ponds that are already there, because we already know the familiar with the this river geometry. There will not be so significant effect. And regarding the other question, I didn't present this. If the dam fails, it will not go to the Chobar. From this figure, we're pretty clear that the flow is stopped over here. Like it does not reach Chobar. It's only over here. It's near to Bauda. The flow will not go below that point due to the breaching of Dab Dam. Whereas for the Nangmati Dam, it reaches till the Chobar, and we don't know what happens below Chobar because our study domain is up to Chobar 1.
Thank you, Mr. Ujjwal, for your knowledgeable presentation. I would like to remind all of the presenters that this is competitive session. So I hope judges have a points for the time management as well. So be reminded of that. And I would like to welcome our next presenter, Ms. Isha Budamagar. She is working on urban etymology, and her presentation title is The Effect of Insect Growth Regulator in the Tuskinton Cockroaches Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Isha Budamagar, a graduate research student in the Urban Entomology Department of New Mexico State University. And today I'll be presenting my research on effects of insect growth regulators in the nymphs and adults of Turkestan cockroaches. So Turkestan cockroaches are a cockroach species belonging to family Blattidae. The adults are sexually dimorphic, which means that the male and female look completely different from each other. Here we can see a utheca, which is the protecting covering that has different eggs inside. This insect has 5 nymphal instars. Due to the reddish brown color of the instars, they are also called as red runner or rusty red. The life cycle is about 6 to 7 months. Moving to the background, they were first believed to be originated from Asia. However, they were introduced to the United States only in 1978. They are a common peridomestic cockroach species, which means that they are not found inside the home, but they are found in the vicinity around our home, such as water meter boxes, such as our animal barns, and sometimes we can even see them crawling in our window panes, but they never get inside. Their popularity as reptile feed has also become an important reason for their spread. Although Turkestan cockroaches are found predominantly in the southwestern region of United States, we can see that they are rapidly increasing towards the eastern states as well, which is very alarming. So why do we care about these cockroaches? They are a nuisance. Nobody likes cockroaches around their house. They are a vector of different kind of diseases, and they can also trigger asthma. The most common control measures for Turkestan cockroach include using chemical sprays and baits consisting of various formulations such as neonicotinoids, pyrethroid, etc. But the problem with using these is that most of the cockroach species have already become resistant to these formulations, and they have high mammalian toxicity as well. So in order to combat this problem, we can move to safer alternatives such as insect growth regulators. So what are insect growth regulators? Insect growth regulators are basically a class of insecticide which mimic the naturally occurring hormones in the insect. There are basically 3 kinds of insect growth regulator. First one being the JHA. JHA mimic the naturally occurring hormone in insect body, which is juvenile hormone. Similarly, there is chitin synthesis inhibitor, and the third one is ecdysone agonist, which mimic the naturally occurring insect hormone, ecdysone. Although insect growth regulators have been tried and tested in various other cockroach species such as German cockroach, oriental cockroach, etc., it has never been done in Turkestan cockroach, and that is why we are interested in this research. Our experimental design is a RCBD design with 5 treatments and 5 replications, and there are 3 life stages that we use for our research. The first one being first instar nymph, which is the nymph that just hatched out from an utheca. The second one is the late instar nymph that is just one step away from becoming an adult. And the third insect we used were the adult, the virgin females paired with the males. The IGR formulations that I used for my research was methoprene, hydroprene, pyriproxyfen, and nuvaluron. The first 3 being JHAs, juvenile hormone analogs, and the last one being a chitin synthesis inhibitor. Our research objective was looking into various molting-induced abnormality in one-day-old nymph, looking into molting-induced abnormality in late instar nymph, and looking into, and looking into various egg-related parameter in the third, like the adults. For the methodology, what I did was there was a PVC slab that was treated with our insecticide solution. We let it sit for 24 hours. And after 24 hours, this slab was placed in the center of the experimental unit. Here we can see the PVC slab was placed in the center of the experimental unit with the harborage and food and water being in the opposite side. This experimental unit made sure that the insect had to pass through this treated surface in order to get the food and water. Then we covered the experimental unit with the lid. So observation and data recording was done every 3rd day. The first and late instar nymphs were looked till they become adult or till all of them died. And the virgin adult females were looked for about 7 weeks. Before moving on to the result, I'd like to introduce the concept of wing twisting, which is the normal healthy male with fully developed wing would look like this. However, with the progressive degeneration of the wings, we give them the wing twisting scale of 1, 2, 3, and 4 respectively, 4 being the most deformed wings. Similarly, the wing twisting level for the female were also given as 0, 1, and 2, 0 being normal wing pad, whereas 1 and 2 being the abnormal wings. Moving on to the result of the experiment, we saw that only Nuvaluron was able to cause complete mortality of the first instar nymph within 37 days. Here we can see that since the Nuvaluron was going to, Nuvaluron affected the molting of the insects. They did not molt into another state and they died while molting. The rest that survived the mortality, they became adultoids with different level of wing twisting that we discussed earlier. We saw that pyriproxyfen was able to cause the highest level of wing twisting both in adults, adult male and adult female. For experiment 2, we again saw that Nuvaluron was able to cause complete mortality of the nymph within 34 days. Here we can see a late instar nymph that was going to molt into another state. We can still see the exoskeleton of the insect attached with it, but it did not molt into another state and it died. Here is another picture showing where the insect is trying to molt, but it did not successfully molt and died. The rest that became adult, they became adult with different level of wing twisting. Again, pyriproxyfen was able to cause highest level of wing twisting both in males and female. So why do we care about the level of wing twisting so much? This is because wing twisting is directly correlated with sterility. What we did was we placed eggs in different containers, and then the ones that hatched, we recorded it as successful hatching, whereas the ones that did not hatch, we kept them as unsuccessful hatching or sterility. So we found out that higher the level of wing twisting, higher was the level of sterility. So we got the correlation coefficient of 0.43, which means that higher the level of wing twisting, higher there will be the chances of sterility. For experiment 3, we found out that the males were more prone to the effect of IGR and they had higher mortality compared to the females. IGR did not impact the egg production rate when we looked over the period of 7 weeks. We saw that IGR, when a Utheka hatches, it gives about 20 of the individuals. But when we looked at the hatch rate, we found out that the treated groups had comparatively lower number of Utheka formation compared to the control group. So if I had to conclude my research, I would say that IGRs might not be a very good option for the immediate suppression of the pest, but if we are looking for a longer term control, then it could be a very important control measure. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Ms. Isa, for your beautiful presentation. Now the floor is open for the question. Please feel free to present your queries to our presenter.
Is there any question from judges? Okay. Yeah, none from. I think there is none from many.
Just to be fair with everybody, we should ask one question, right? All right, so I think my question is the correlation coefficient of 0.43. Can you tell us what does that number telling you? Just that one simple question.
The correlation coefficient 0.43 means that there is the moderate correlationship between wing twisting and sterility. So since there is only a moderate relationship, we cannot strongly say that, okay, if there is wing twisting, there will be sterility. So we can moderately say that as the level of wing twisting progresses, we can say that there will be moderate level of sterility. Did I address the question? Yeah, actually, we were expecting a correlation coefficient of 0.9, a very strong correlation coefficient, because the papers out there state that there is very high correlation between wing twisting and sterility, but that was not the case in our research. Welcome.
Okay, thank you for your very clear presentation. And my question is, if there are some cockroaches left without dying, will they be more adapted and will be difficult to remove them?
Yes, I get the question. Thank you so much. Since we are using insect growth regulators, as I said earlier, there will not be complete mortality. Complete mortality was only obtained through Nuvaluron, and the rest three of the juvenile hormone analogs, they did not develop any mortality. Like, they developed very less mortality. The rest of them, they became adults with different level of wing twisting. Here, the case with insect growth regulators is that the insect will not get resistant to insect growth regulators, because insect growth regulator is something that the hormones that the insect growth regulator is mimicking is already present inside the cockroach body. So if it is already present inside a body, then you are not going to develop a resistance for it. So we can be safe that they are not going to develop resistance against it. So what it is going to do is that in every generation of the cockroaches that is going to live further, the cockroaches will be less and less fertile, and then we'll have control. I hope I addressed your question.
Thank you so much, Ms. Precisa, for your beautiful presentation. Now it's time to welcome our next presenter. It's our great privilege to introduce our next presenter, Suman Gautam. He is a highly accomplished PhD candidate at Virginia Commonwealth University, where he is doing a remarkable strides in the field of computational medicine. His research interest lies in deep learning, multi-criteria optimizations, and development of innovative research in medicinal physics. So today he will be presenting his groundbreaking old title, Automated Treatment Planning Framework of Brachytherapy. It will be a revolutionary finding in the field of treatment of cervical cancer. So please give a big round of applause when he presents through the online.
Thank you. So can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we are getting you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your introduction. I'm Suman Gautam from Virginia Commonwealth University. I'm going to present today about the automated treatment planning framework in brachytherapy. So in this project, we are trying to integrate two different models, like deep learning based dose distribution prediction model and multi-criteria optimization in the treatment planning framework for the in brachytherapy for the treatment of cervical cancer. So at first, what is brachytherapy? Brachytherapy is the oldest form of radiation therapy in which the radioactive sheets are placed inside the body with the help of applicators. These applicators are called tandem ovoid or tandem ring. This is the tandem and ovoid. The middle one is the tandem, and these are called the left and right ovoids, which sits in the body cavity. After then, these tandems are connected with those catheters into this device. This device is called a remote afterloader, where the radioactive source is placed. Generally, for the treatment of cervical cancer in brachytherapy, we generally used iridium-192 source, which lies inside this remote afterloader. Then the source is lies at the tip of the dummy wire. The wire moves from these catheters and connected through those tandem and ovoids and deposit the amount of radiation to the tumor. If we look the cervical cancer, it is the fourth most common cancer in the world that impacts greater than 500,000 women worldwide every year, which is a major public health problem in US as well as for other developing countries. It starts at the cervix. When it is small enough, it can easily be removable by surgery, but as the disease grows, it can grow laterally and superficially into the uterus. If it is grow enough, then it can reach the lymph nodes and it goes all around the body. So the most important treatment option for the treatment of this type of cancer is a brachytherapy in conjunction with external beam radiation therapy. The main principle in radiation therapy is to deliver the high dose to target. At the same time, we are trying to minimize the dose to OAR. OAR are called organoids. There are some sort of healthy organs near the target. So we try to give very high conformal dose to the target by minimizing the risks to OAR. When the patients has a cervical cancer and when they came to the clinic, at first physician do the CT or MRI to identify the location, shape and size of the tumor. Brachytherapy is a complex process. After then, the physicist and physician decides the applicator and needle. So there will be applicator and needle selection. After then, applicator and needle reconstruction. This reconstruction takes place again after the patient has taken the CT image. Physician contour the organ or target. Then they do bunch of treatment plan optimization and finally treatment plan QA. One study shows that the time from applicator needle reconstruction to treatment plan QA is around 138 minutes. Another study shows that the time from applicator needle reconstruction to treatment plan optimization is 66 minutes. And this time is very much important in the clinic because the patient is under general anesthesia. These are for the simple cases without needles, but as the number of needles in the plan increases, then it increases the treatment plan optimization with an additional time from 5 to 60 minutes. So we propose the automated treatment planning framework. This is our proposed framework workflow. The upper one gives you the conventional workflow where planner evaluates the plan, and if the plan is not acceptable, then it go back and forth to create the final plan. But this is not the case for automated treatment planning. For automated treatment planning, we start with the contour and prescription dose, utilize some sort of machine learning model for the dose predictions. Then using that predicted dose distribution, we use multi-criteria optimization to optimize that predicted plan. And we generate thousands of plan in solution space and pick up the plan that lies in a Pareto front, which is the very highly optimal plan, which is the final plan and is delivered to the patient. So this is the called attention unit, which is used for the dose distribution prediction, which takes the input for the contour marks of bladder, target, rectum, and sigmoid and predict the dose distribution. This is a unit. At the top of unit, we employed the attention block for the better prediction of the dose distribution. So, and these are the attention block, which takes the input from two different pathways from encoder and decoder path to highlight the important information that contains in the image. Then our optimization technique is called multi-criteria optimization. The techniques that we employed is called truncated conditional valuatrix. In its short form, it is called TCVAR. This is the most important term that is generally used in finance and economics for portfolio optimization, but in radiation therapy, this represents the devious matrix. So our main objective is to maximize the objective function first. Our first objective function is the tumor, and objective function second is the all OAR, which are bladder, rectum, and sigmoid. So we generate thousands of plan in solution space and pick up the plan that lies in the Pareto front, which are optimal. So this is the comparison of the dose distribution from multi-criteria optimization and the commercial treatment planning system called as Brachyvision. The red one is called the target and the other are called OAR, where we were able to increase the target dose by around 2% and significantly reduce the OAR dose for bladder, rectum, and sigmoid in comparison with commercial treatment planning system. This is another example for the dose distribution comparison from MCO and the commercial treatment planning system, where we are able to modulate the dose distribution. In addition, we optimize 16 patient plans. So in every case, we were able to decrease the OAR dose and increase the HRCTB dose in comparison with commercial treatment planning system. That's why these systems works well for complicated cases. The generation of thousands of plan in solution space allow the user to see the trade-off among various plan. So that could be a very possible optimization engine for brachytherapy. The dose prediction time is in the order of second and plan generation time is approximately 5 minutes. So that can reduce the treatment plan optimization and treatment plan QA time to around 5 minutes in the clinic for real-time clinical application. So this is, thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you for your timely completion of presentation. Due to the time constraint, we can only take one question from the audience, and remaining interested can put their queries via email. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I was curious that this resource will tissue specific or organ specific, or we can implement that in other organ or other any defect in our body.
Yeah, this technique is organ specific. You can use this technique to treat cervical cancer, like skin tumor also, prostate also. Yeah, this is organ specific, but my project is only in cervical cancer.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to welcome our last presenter of this session, Ms. Anjali Karki. She is PhD candidate of NMSU, and she is currently working on molecular vector physiology lab at NMSU. I would like to request her to start presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Are you able to listen my voice? Okay. What is the? You don't count my time. It's okay. Thank you, Pavandai, for the beautiful introduction. Hello, everyone. I am Anjali Karki, and today my presentation is about the effect of mosquito raiding conditions on the characteristics that controls the mosquito's vectorial capacity. But before I delve in details about my research finding, I'd like to share with you why I'm doing this research. Because mosquitoes are known as the dangerous animal in the world because of the diseases that they transmitted. And of the different species, Aedes aegypti are known as the primary vector of the diseases dengue, chikungunya, yellow fever virus, Ross river virus, and Zika virus. And over the past 25 years, global rising temperature has been favoring the extension of the global geographical ranges of this vector. And this is a big issue because environmental temperature is negatively correlated with the insect body size, meaning the warmer condition will result in the smaller size mosquitoes and cooler condition will result in the larger size mosquitoes. So now the big question is, are smaller size mosquitoes more dangerous than the larger size mosquitoes? In order to answer this question, first, we need to understand the vectorial capacity and the variables that are used to measure it. So to understand simply, vectorial capacity is a way to measure how good a mosquito is in transmitting the diseases like dengue, malaria, and chikungunya. And all the variables that you can see over here, their biting frequency, their survival rate, their density, their vector competence, all of these are affected by the climatic factors like temperature and precipitation. And funnily enough, the effect of the size variation due to the temperature on the mosquito physiology and their vectorial capacity has been poorly studied in the vector biology. So in this study, we aim to study the effect of the size variation on the characteristics of the mosquitoes that controls their vectorial capacity. So for this, we have divided our study into three main parts: flight activity, their biting frequency, and then insecticide resistance. And our research question is, how does size variation impact the locomotor activity of adult mosquitoes? And does the size of the adult mosquito affect their biting frequency? And does the mosquito size influence their insecticide resistance in susceptible and resistant strain of Aedes aegypti? We also hypothesize that smaller mosquitoes have the characteristic trait that increases their vectorial capacity compared to the larger mosquitoes. To answer this research question and test our hypothesis, first, we generated the different size mosquitoes, following the standard protocol from the previous studies done in the similar studies. So for this entire study, we have used larger size mosquitoes as a control group and smaller size mosquitoes as a treatment group. So after generating these mosquitoes, we confirm the size variation by measuring their wing length and body weight. In this picture, the x-axis represents the different size mosquitoes. Y-axis from the left to right represents the average wing length, their average weight, and dry weight. The blue bar represents the smaller size mosquitoes and red bar represents the larger size mosquitoes. And our research findings suggest that whenever there is a stress during the larval rearing conditions, it results in the different size mosquitoes. So after generating these mosquitoes, we use the random group of these mosquitoes to measure their flight activity. So in this figure, we can see a locomotor activity monitor, which is used to measure their flight activity. And here, the blue bar and the blue line represents the smaller size mosquitoes, and red bar and red line represents the larger size mosquitoes. Remember, there are two groups, larger size mosquitoes and smaller size mosquitoes, and both male and female from each groups are tested for their flight activity. And based on our research finding, we found that smaller mosquitoes are less active than that of the larger mosquitoes, and by 3 times, which actually supports our hypothesis that smaller mosquitoes have a limited flight activity. And after measuring their flight activity, we use the same group of mosquitoes to measure their biting frequency using the standard feeding assay protocol from our previous studies. And for this study, we used the fresh bovine blood and fed them using the glass membrane feeder, like you can see in the figure. And what we, sorry. How do I? So we recorded the blood feeding frequency of these mosquitoes every day for the 2 weeks and analyzed the data. So after analyzing the data, we found that there is a difference in the biting frequency of the smaller size and large size mosquitoes on a daily basis. But whenever we measure their biting frequency in a cumulative engorgement per female, there was no significant differences. The thing is, it doesn't support our initial hypothesis that small mosquitoes takes multiple bites, thereby making them more dangerous than the larger mosquitoes. It turns out they took the similar amount of the biting blood meal. So after measuring their feeding assay, the next thing comes, like how long do they live? Like what kind of impact they have on the insecticide resistance or the treatment that we use to control them. So for this, we use the standard protocol from the CDC, bottle assay. For the control group, we use the acetone-coated bottle. And for the treatment group, we use the permethrin-coated bottle. And here are the results. So this is the mortality curve, and x-axis is the mortality time in minutes, and y-axis is the mortality percentage. And the results from this data actually supports the initial hypothesis that we have, that smaller size mosquitoes do so are resistant to the permethrin than that of the larger size mosquitoes. And the overall conclusion from our study is that smaller size mosquitoes are less active than the larger size mosquitoes. They take the bite, they bite the humans same amount of the time. And in case of the Puerto Rico strain, which are the resistant strain to the permethrin, their smaller size is associated with the decreased susceptibility to the permethrin. So this study actually helped us to understand, as a scientist, understand how to control the mosquito outbreak in the future, mosquito-related diseases outbreak in the future, and then use the insecticide in a sustainable way. So for the future study, we will be including the variables that we didn't include in this current study, like mating success, reproductive success, dispersal pattern and distances, and vector competence. And for the bottle assay, I'd also like to use the other insecticides like deltametrin, resametrin, and cypermetrin. And I'd like to thank all the mosquitoes that have given their life for this study. I'd like to thank my professor, Dr. Imo Hansen, for his consistent support, and my lab members for directly and indirectly supporting me throughout this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anjali, for your presentation. I would like to open the floor for the questions. Okay. So thank you for your presentation, and that was insightful presentation. So based on your findings, so does that mean your findings says that there is no difference in the biting frequency depending on the size, right? And also smaller size mosquitoes are resistant to the insecticide that you have used. So, and you use certain method to get different sizes mosquitoes, right? So that means what will be the implication of the findings? Because based on your finding, it looks like the larger size mosquitoes are better, or like are, I mean, not better, but larger size mosquitoes are not harmful to the human beings, right? So how would you interpret your results in terms of implications in the future?
Thank you for the question. The thing is, for this entire study, larger mosquitoes are not the less dangerous to humans at all. Like they have the equal amount of effect on the human beings. The thing is, for this study, we use the larger mosquitoes as a standard size mosquitoes. The thing is, global rising temperature will result in the smaller size mosquitoes in the near future, and thereby it will create a hot spot in the endemic areas. So our research was based on what happens when the size of the mosquitoes will be reduced and what kind of implication it will have for the vectorial disease transmission. So we are interested on, are the smaller size mosquitoes more efficient in transmitting the diseases than the larger size mosquitoes? Both of them will disperse the diseases equal amount. There is no differences in disease transmission. But the thing is, we are interested in what will happen if the size is reduced, because with the global temperature, the sizes are likely to be reduced. So this is like the thing that is happening right now, but we are wanted to know what will happen if it will happen. So kind of a study. And then the thing is, in nature, there is a vast variation in the size of the mosquitoes. There are only two sizes in our lab, larger size and smaller size. But what about the medium size, right? So the thing is, we wanted to study what will happen to the endemic areas, like in Nepal or in India or Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. What will happen in those endemic areas? The condition will become worse. It will create a hot spot in different area. Why? Because these smaller mosquitoes have, we expected them to have a more biting frequency, which we didn't see. That is another thing. But the thing is, the dispersal rate is lower, and they are resistant to the insecticide use. So that is a big issue. Just think about it. You won't be able to use permethrin or detametrin or resimetrin to control their population because they are resistant than the larger mosquitoes. You'll be able to kill larger mosquitoes, but not the smaller mosquitoes. It's related to the evolution theory called Allen rule and Bergman rule. With the warmer temperature, the mosquitoes will become mature in a smaller size. They will become more mature before they are supposed to. So temperature has a negative effect on the size of the mosquitoes and disease transmission. Yes, it is likely to worsen the disease transmission condition in the future. So if we want to extrapolate, we can't extrapolate in biological study, we can't extrapolate our data. We're just expecting that in the future, based on our study, this is likely to happen. The thing that is likely to happen is the disease transmission by the mosquito. Dengue transmission is going to be worse, the future condition. That is our extrapolation.
Sorry, in the future, to control those mosquitoes based on the findings of your insecticides, there needs to be studies done with more insecticides, because smaller size mosquitoes are resistant, right?
Thank you again for that question. But thing is, from our study, what we know is using 86 microgram of the permethrin to treat the smaller size mosquito will not work. We'll have to increase the insecticide concentration. So the another thing that we can do with this study is we can try the different concentration of the insecticide and see which will work best for the smaller size mosquitoes. So we'll have to change the, dose response curve. We'll have to change the concentration of the insecticides that we use for the study, for the control.
Any other question?
Come again. Thank you for the question. Leave. Oh, that's a great question. So just for the general rule of thumb, in lab, I can save them. I can keep them alive for a month. But in an outdoor, they won't survive more than 2 or 3 weeks. And the thing is, they will lay like a vast amount of egg. A single female mosquito will lay 200, more than 200 eggs. Just think about it. But in wild, they will survive for 2 weeks. But in lab, I can make them survive for 1 month. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Anjali, for your wonderful and eye-catching presentation. Mosquito has never been this interesting before.
Thank you, everyone. We are at the end of session 2. It's been 1.5 hours. We are continue sitting here. I would like to announce that we will have a 5-minute break, and I would like to thanks NESA to give us this opportunity to work as a moderator. Next session will be start at 2:45, and the session will be moderated by Mr. Sushil and Miss Isamagar. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sushil Khatri. I'm a graduate research assistant at the Department of Agricultural Economics and Agricultural Business here at New Mexico State University. Today, I will be moderating this session, and I'll be moderating this session with my colleague Isa Magar on behalf of Nepalese community NESA at New Mexico State University. I would like to welcome you all on the session 3 of 16th International Conference, Sustainable Synergy, Uniting Innovation and Global Action.
Thank you, Susil. We are indeed very excited to have an insightful session with diverse research presented not only from United States but from Nepal as well. In this session, we'll hear from researchers presenting their work in various emerging issues such as watershed management, deepfake AI, and we'll also be hearing on medical conditions such as giant neurofibroma. And the goal of this session is to foster knowledge sharing, encourage discussions and collaboration among the researchers that they will be presenting here. Thus, we invite all the participants to actively engage in these presentations and ask their queries.
I would like to again go over a few rules to remind our presenter that each presenter will have 8 minutes for their presentation, followed by 2 minutes for question and answer session. I would like to request our presenter, please be mindful of your time. We will give warning that is of 2-minute signal when we have 2 minutes left. And also, I would like to request audience member to ask question after each presentation.
So without further ado, I'd like to invite our first presenter for this session, Mr. Madan Pokhrel. Mr. Madan Pokhrel is a PhD student in Department of Civil Engineering with concentration in Water Resource Engineering. And today he'll be sharing his presentation on Seti watershed in Nepal. Let's welcome Mr. Madan Pokhrel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My pleasure to be here to present our study on flash flood susceptibility analysis in Sethi watershed in Nepal. Flash floods are major concern in Nepal due to its steep terrain and high monsoon. About 80% of rainfalls in Nepal occurs during a few months of monsoon periods. So it causes devastation across the different part of Nepal. In the past, flash floods caused damage to the millions of dollars worth of infrastructure, as well as took hundreds of lives. So in this study, we are using remote sensing integrated approach, utilizing remote sensing, GIS, and hydrological modeling for the flash flood susceptibility analysis. This is our study area. Our study area covers Sethi watershed in Nepal. Sethi watershed is important for Nepal in terms of tourism because it is known for Pokhara Valley and other known tourism destinations. Can see in the figure that within the few kilometers, the region Sethi watershed has a precipitous decline in elevation from about 7,700 meter in the Annapurna range and 300 meter at Damoli. Similarly, due to the Annapurna range, it is affected by the orographic effect. So it receives different rainfall, and the Pokhara Valley and surrounding regions are one of the wettest region in the Nepal. So steep terrain and high rainfall requires the flood in the region. So it is essential to prioritize the regions based on the flash flood susceptibility analysis. This is our methodology we adopted for our study. First, we classify land use land cover from the Sentinel imagery using a random forest algorithm. And then we use the soil map as well as remotely sense rainfall data for computation of hydrological parameters, runoff depth. For this, we adopted Soil Conservation Service CN method. Similarly, we use digital elevation model for computation of peak flow and lag time using Schneider unit hydrograph. These three are the hydrological parameters. Similarly, we use morphometric parameter. The morphometric parameter represent the basin's characteristics. For that, we use digital elevation model. And there are lots of morphometric parameters. We need to reduce the number of parameters because they are highly correlated with each other. So we conducted the principal component analysis. Based on the principal component analysis, we selected representative morphometric parameter. So now these parameters are assigned with ranking score using their association with flash flood. If they are positively associated, then we use this equation, first equation, and if they are negatively associated, then we use this equation. And then we aggregated the ranking score. Based on the aggregated ranking score, we further classified sub-basin as and we develop a susceptibility map across the region. This is our result. This is the land use land cover map obtained using support vector machine. The algorithm works very well in the region. You can see that it has resulted in the Kappa coefficient of 0.97, and even it was able to capture small lakes surrounded by the valley region. This is the soil map. This is the annual precipitation. You can see that this is Pokhara Valley and surrounding region receive a lot of rainfall. That is even the more than 10 times the mean annual precipitation of last cruises. Based on the hydrological soil group and soil map and land use map, we develop a hydrological soil group. This govern the runoff from the sub-basins. This is the result of hydrological parameter combinations. We computed runoff depths, lag time, and peak flow. Similarly, using different equations provided by different researchers, we have computed the different morphometric parameter, and then we conducted the principal component and selected some representative parameter. Finally, based on the aggregated score, ranking score, we classify the region into the different class of susceptibility, from very high susceptibility to very low susceptibility. So very high susceptibility means that the region requires urgent actions for flash flood. In conclusion, we utilize different remote sensing products at GIS and hydrological modeling for the flash flood susceptibility analysis, and those that are essential for the better management of the basin. As you know, that Nepal lacks resources, financial resources, so we have to focus on those areas which are the more susceptible, so that we can utilize our resources properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madan Pokhriel, for your insightful presentation on Sethi watershed. Now, I would like to open floor for a question. If you have question, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Madan. I do have two questions. How did you, like there are a lot of morphometrics indicators in watershed. How did you approach refining, only taking those indicators? That's my first question. And second question, like I saw in the result, in upstream region, usually the headwater, there is high flood susceptibility. But my assumption is, like as water goes downstream, you have more catchment area. Won't there be a high flood susceptibility in the downstream? That's my second question. Thank you.
Okay, let me start with the second question. In this study, we consider the sub-basin-wise susceptibility analysis. So we consider that these basin generate the runoff itself. So it is not about the riverine flood. It is about the flash floods generated from the sub-basin. That's why it's the downstream or upstream, that it doesn't matter in our study. And what was the first question? I forget. We did principal component analysis, and as you know that the parameters are some of the parameters are highly correlated. So we use the different parameter they based on the different principal components and the parameters that are the importance for those principal components. Generally, the parameter they are highly correlated they contribute to the same principal component than others. So that helps us to reduce the parameter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madan Pokhrid, for your presentation. Now, I would like to welcome our next presenter, Mrs. Samriddhi Ghimire. She was the former civil engineer at Ministry of Physical Infrastructure Development at Bagmati Province, Nepal. Currently, she is working as a graduate research and teaching assistant here at Department of Civil Engineering, New Mexico State University. Today, she will be presenting on the title Validation of Falling Weight Deflectometer Test for Structural Evaluation of Pavement through Finite Element Modeling.
Thank you, Susil. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Samriddhi Ghimire. I am a PhD student at Department of Civil Engineering, New Mexico State University. Today, I'm going to present about validation of falling weight deflectometer test for structural pavement evaluation through finite element modeling. Let's get started. So why is road evaluation important? As we all know that roads are a very crucial part of our everyday day-to-day life. The roads are critical for economic growth and connectivity. As we all know that the infrastructures like bridges and building age, so like the roads age. So this road aging infrastructure require continuous monitoring. And for this monitoring, we use evaluation methods. And in the evaluation method, we incorporate various traditional methods, but we have to switch from the traditional methods to the new advanced techniques. But the developing countries are still stuck to traditional methods. However, the developed nations are already incorporating the advanced techniques. So talking about the background, the current methods for pavement evaluation are, there are two different methods, which are Benkelman beam deflection and the falling weight deflectometer. The first picture is of Benkelman beam and the second picture is falling weight deflectometer. The advanced nations, the developed nations use falling weight deflectometer and the developing countries use Benkelman beam deflection. Because this is the variation is because of the cost and the time. The cost of falling weight deflectometer is way higher than the Benkelman beam deflection. And also the Benkelman beam deflection is generally implemented by the simple personnel, but FWD requires highly skilled personnel. This is the reason why developing countries are using Benkelman beam deflection. And moving forward, the motivation for the study is that we also want to incorporate the falling weight deflectometer test in the developing countries like Nepal. Nepal is still relying on the outdated methods. So the effectiveness of FWD is essential to be studied. So our research provides insights into pavement performance and extends infrastructure lifespan. Also, we can see that there is an ongoing trend of data-driven models to verify the experimental results. So we also want to incorporate the integration of finite element modeling to validate whether this matches with the experimental test or not. And moving forward, the main objective of our study is to evaluate the pavement cracking patterns, to measure the surface deflections using FWD, that is falling weight deflectometer, and to investigate the stress regimes through finite element modeling, and finally compare the results with FWD test. So our case study is one of the sections of the Kathmandu Ring Road, which is NS39 from Balkumari to Balkhu. It is of 6.6 kilometer length and of 8 lanes. It was designed as a class pavement secondary highway with a 12-year design life. The structural components of the pavement includes asphalt layers, cement stabilized macadam, graded broken stone, and subgrade. So moving forward, one of the major objectives of our study was to investigate the core patterns, how the cracks were. So for this, we used core cutting investigation. From the core cutting investigation, we collected the core samples, as you can see in the picture. The core samples were collected from both the cracked and uncracked sections. The observation showed that the cracked sections had intact cores and the uncracked sections had intact cores, and the cracked sections showed full depth cracks originating from the base, which means bottom-up cracking. And now moving forward, one of the core subject of our study is falling weight deflectometer. Falling weight deflectometer is a device which measures the pavement deflections under dynamic loading. We apply a load through falling weight deflectometer as the name suggests, and the device measures the deflection basins using geophones. And once we apply the load, the FWD stores the raw data and we import the data to Elmore 6.0 software. Then we use this software to back calculate the elastic moduli of the layers. Talking about the FWD results and discussions, the cracked sections obviously show high surface deflection as there is cracks. And the stress distribution analysis also showed that horizontal and shear stress were significantly affected. Also from the results, we could see that the cement stabilized macadam had lower elastic moduli than the other layers, than the design value. And now moving forward with the finite element modeling, as we got deflections from the FWT test, now we want to validate the test results with the numerical modeling through DynaFEA. So for this, we developed the model as we had in the pavement section. We defined the parameters like elastic moduli and the surface layer thickness, and we applied the load. After that, we analyzed the stress strain behavior, and the surface deflection value were computed. After computing those values, we could find some results, and the analysis showed that the results from DynaFEA and FWD are in good agreement, which means that FWD is also effective in the developing countries like Nepal. So it should be incorporated for future road evaluations. Similarly, the seasonal variations also impacted the pavement performance because the elastic moduli depends on temperature. So we need to incorporate the seasonal variations as well. So concluding my presentation, I would like to say that FWD should be incorporated into pavement evaluation standards. Future research should also focus on long-term performance of the pavements, and the developing countries like Nepal should shift their traditional methods of Winkelmann beam deflection to advanced techniques like falling weight deflectometer. And for the future work, as in our study, we used Elmore 6.0 software, but for back calculating the elastic moduli, we can also use other softwares which are modulus, Evercalc, like these softwares, and compare the results. So this could be the future work. And talking about the future work, we can also implicate more and more practical studies, more and more practical tests through FWD in Nepal. And the uncertainty in calculating the elastic moduli should also be incorporated by taking into account the effect of temperature and other seasonal impacts. So these are my references. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Thank you for such an interesting presentation, Samriddhi. Now I'd like to open the floor for questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like, did you consider soil structure interaction during FEA modeling?
We didn't consider that, but that can be incorporated in our future study.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I missed some parts. So if already presented, it could be a repeat for you. So while you calculate the, maybe that is in the future projection, but have you calculated the elastic moduli for the pavement, and did you have certain limit for the strain or the load? Is there any limit?
Yes, there is
your calculation is within the elastic limit or not? That's the question.
No, actually, there is a limit on the load. We applied a load of 100 kilonewtons, but if we increase the load, the results will be different. That can be a different research, like variating the load. That can be a different research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samriddhi. Now we have a very interesting research on deepfake AI detection, and this research will be presented by Mr. Sumant Reddy and Mr. Rigesh Krishnaraj. Mr. Suman and Rigesh both are MS student of data analytics and working with Professor Suparna Chatterjee. Let's welcome them. The stage is all yours.
So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Suman. So today our topic is like deepfake detection. So I think a lot of people know about deepfake. Nowadays, it's a major scam is going on the world. Everyone is morphing their faces, asking the money. Just now I was in the morning, I just came to the conference. I opened the social media. Someone was scammed by the deepfake, asking them money, calling to the people the same face. So this is a major problem. So it's keep on going up. There's no software came right now. So it's like till research is going on the deepfake detection. So we find some research finding like how we can detect by using the AI methods, like machine learning methods, everything. So this is the deepfake will poses serious threats to our misinformation, miscommunication, cyber security, everything. It's like a big issue, privacy. And coming to the our research will be like what techniques we can use for the AI driven techniques to control deepfake. Like no, it's a deepfake video, it's like a morph video, it's like not realistic. So sometimes like when we have collected the data set, it's hard to know it's a realistic image. Like it's a fake image, but it's they morph into realistic. That's a software also can't detect it. That's the thing is going on. And so it's always like deep learning. It's and that's coming to a problem. So nowadays like it's more sophisticated and very big thing to solve this deepfake. So our object is like based on the image consistency and the motion disorderness of the eyes blinking and the lip syncing. So voice nowadays like don't have a software like to detect the voice is fake or not. It's research is going on. Some people are making the fake voices also. So till now we did not got research on that. And we used different machine learning models to compare their accuracy and that's it. So we did not get deep into that. Just we work as an accuracy. So I will explain you how the deep fake will be work. So that coming to the deep fake, so it works with an generative adversarial networks. So it has two things in the name, so generative and one will be discriminator. So first generator will takes the fake things. So it's take the fake thing and it gives you the discriminator. Discriminator will judge it's a real or fake. So that's the process will be there. It's a main thing like generator will take all the data set. It's they take all the data set and it sends to the discriminator. It's the discriminator will like realistic like it's take fake or real. So that's the deepfake will be working. So it will be creating with the videos or images, everything of the deepfake will be there. So it's very the detection will be challenging based on the data set, like whatever the photos, like what the generator will give given, like how to generate a data set. It's hard to detect the discriminant. That's the defect will be working. And coming to the methodologies, like what method we used it, we used the CNN, like conventional neural network, because like for the images, it's a best thing. Like it's a general model, like, but for the images, like pixel variations, it good for the CNN. And we use the recurrent neural networks because of for the videos, like in the conventional neural network, we can't detect the videos, like motions of the videos, everything. But in the recurrent neural networks, we can detect the videos, everything. So that, and the transformer models, we can detect the lip syncing also. So it's like based on the coming to the all the things, like it we develop the models. And for the audio visual challenge, we did not do it, but we did not do any research on it. But sometimes it's just take the lip sync matches, but it not audio will not be generated.
Hi, my name is Rigesh. So we are using the experimental setup and dataset. We are using deepfake detection challenge dataset for our model training. So it involves like labeled real and fake videos. We are using the evaluation metrics like precision, recall, F1 for deepfake classification. So what are the results? We achieved the results like the CNN model achieved 85% accuracy, and the transform-based models improved detection rate by 12%. The audio visual analysis also provides its importance. But finally, the hybrid AI models, it's mentioning like the CNN model and trans-based model and audio visual analysis produced a better outcome rather than trick. So now what are the challenges in deepfakes detection? So the deepfake generators evolve like, even if we create a fake video, it's really look like an original. So the high false positive rates also occurs in real-time scenario. So lack of large data sets. So and the ethical concern in balancing AI security. So these are the challenges we are facing now. So the future research direction and innovation. So the development of adaptive AI models and the integration of blockchain technology. The blockchain technology is like the end-to-end encryption. So no one can from outside can't able to see that. So creating more diverse and realistic data set for AI detection models. And we also need to collaborate with governments and tech company to prevent this type of accidents in the future. So this is our current projects we are working on. The DREAM, the Distributed Resilient Emergence Intelligence-Based Additive Manufacturing. So the project is funded by National Business Foundation. So actually we are creating a curriculum for K-12 students in the artificial and cyber security. So in the teaching sector, so our professor is working on the teaching education. So we are creating content generation.
So coming to the conclusion, so uh, it's like it is a critical thing to find the deep fake videos, and everything is now it's like very big scams was going on. So we tried the best results we got when we do the hybrid models like CNN and the RNN and the transformers. So they got the accuracy is more, and that's like we can use it for the real time detection for if you use hybrid models. Still now it's research is also going on for the hybrid AI models. Is the only there are like separate CNN RNN they did it, but if you combine the all the AI models, it giving the good accuracy. And we need like data set nowadays, like it's like uh not accurate data set we not find in the till now. So we need more data set to be get the real time application while we're working on it. So this is the fight we are going against the deepfake, but don't fall on the scam. Some people will call you the same person, like video call you, and then it's like some same thing was going on daily. Like, oh, was that incident was recently happened? Like, oh, son called to his mom, and like it's same face. And the son tempted, or if my son is calling and asking the money, and they tempted and lose the money. So that's the thing is major going on. Try to avoid doing all the scams in the social networking.
Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for your very important presentation. And I have one question. When you train the model, how do you know which one is fake, which one is real?
So that's a good question. Thank you for asking a question. So when we test the model, so in the data set, we have in the training data set, there's a real videos and the fake videos. We have the separate data set will be there. The separate photos will be there for the fake and for the real. So that's will train the data with the fake videos and the real videos. Did I answer? Yeah, we are trying to research on the hybrid AI models.
So while training your model, you use the video data, yes?
Yeah, we use some videos and the pictures, images.
So what was the window size that you used for
video sizes? Yeah.
window size? Like in your videos data, you need to take the frames from those videos to use it as an input?
I guess like 128 or 32. I did not.
So that's the size of the image, but to get the temporal data, so like from a videos for the sample size, how many frames did you take? As
Okay, okay. You're asking the frames of the videos. Okay. I think we take like 15 seconds of the video frameworks, like all what the lip syncing, the eye blinking, like 15 seconds of the framework of the one video.
And you put all of those videos as an input, or you take the frames from those videos and then put it as an input?
Yeah, it's in the data set, like testing data set. They have the 15 frameworks. Like the data set is very limited to us. So they got the 15 seconds in the video framework.
So my question is, how does that 15 seconds came? Is there any theory behind that one? Why not take 10 seconds or 5 seconds?
Generally the person will be, some person will blink the eyes like 5 seconds, 6 seconds. Like if we keep on checking, the person with the highest like 15 seconds, the blinking rate will be good. Then lip syncing also, like 15 seconds is a good amount. We can, no person can't blink like more than 15 seconds. You know what I mean? Like, did you? Yeah. Like based on the, like just take the person is there, like any videos there. So we just record like 15 seconds, like 60, she was asking 60 frames. Yeah, like 60, you're asking 60 FPS, like the video is like 60 FPS, the frame per second. So you're taking the 15 seconds, right? You're asking the same question, like, or like it's like all, there are 60 frames in the 15th. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's like a major problem is going on right now. So it's like very interesting problem. That's the thing.
Thank you for the presentation. And you mentioned like the blockchain is one of the solution, but in the blockchain, like there is still issue with like scalability. So how do you deal with this?
Oh, like you're asking about the blockchain encryption?
No, blockchain scalability issue. Like you mentioned, like blockchain is one of the solution, right?
No, so the coming to the blockchain's encryption, it's like a challenging thing. So it's not a prop solution for it. So it's like a challenging factor. Yeah, it's like a future research for integration of blockchain thing. No, I'm not thinking.
Yeah, my question is not about the encryption. So it's about like scalability. Like how do you go deal with like blockchain? Blockchain is still not scalable. So there is still issue with blockchain, right? So how do you plan to deal with like this issue?
So maybe more security purpose you're asking? Like I'm not getting your question. That's the thing. I'm sorry for that. Like,
Just last question from. Okay, good. I'm just curious. This is very layman question again. Earlier, she asked the first question. She asked about that detecting real and fake video. What makes it fake? That is the what. How do we detect? Your model uses fake video and real video, but what makes those fake videos fake?
so coming to the terminology, like how it's gonna be determined, like how the deepfake will be modifying your face, everything. So it's your first the video, like if you give the if I'm talking with in the interview. So if you want to morphize with your face, so it's take the 15 videos of the framework, like how my face and your face. So it's take all the things. It's only calculated for this one. Like this is the area. It's not like the 360 degrees, like how the things will be there, and it will be process your eyes, your lip sync, and all the lip over area. Everything they process it, and it's to make and video, like something will be disturbance in the pixels wise. If you zoom it, there will something disturbance in the picture, it not get accurately, and something will be realistic, like some face tone may match, something will be there, then it will be realistic. It's hard to identify. But if you zoom in, or if you constantly observe the zoom some lip things, you got it's a fake video by observing it. But that's why we are testing with a lot of videos technology. So that's like something will be hard to mention also.
Okay, thank you, Sumant and Riges, for your insightful presentation on deepfake detection. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Pawan Chand for his presentation on investigation of effects of geometry and geotechnological properties on seismic response of concrete gravity dam. Mr. Pawan Chand is currently a senior divisional engineer at Ministry of Energy, Water, Resources and Irrigation in the government of Nepal. Now, he is currently working as graduate research assistant at Artificial Intelligence for Structural Safety, Risk and Reliability AISS RR Lab at the Department of Civil Engineering and MSU.
Thank you, Phil. My research topic is investigation of effect of geotechnical properties and geometry on seismic response of concrete gravity dam. This is the outline of my presentation: introduction, objective, limitations, scope. That's and introduction. Concrete gravity dam is a solid structure that is used for the storage of water for different purposes, for the hydroelectricity and flood prevention and water supply, etc. As we all heard about the load shedding, Nepal has a very high potential of hydroelectricity, but most of the power plants are runoff river based, that they generated electricity on the base of their discharge. Like that, currently we had a installed plant capacity like 3200 megawatt. During dry season, we only have 30% of that, like 1000 megawatt. We are still deficit in producing that energy. So without going for storage hydropower project, we cannot fulfill that. We are during dry season, we are purchasing electricity from India. That's why I present that the need of the storage hydropower and the need of construction of dam in such a high risk of seismic zone. So I go for this research. What could be the seismic effects on the concrete gravity dam using different shapes and different geotechnical properties. These are all I have already. And the dynamic properties of the dam is function of its mass and stiffness distribution. That means that how dam responds to the seismic loads depends upon its shape and its damping nature and ground property. That's this is the general seismicity of the Nepal seismic map of Nepal. We most of all heard about that western region of Nepal has a high seismic gap around more than 500 years. There is no big earthquake event. It means that there is a high seismic risk in that region. So the dam I am considering for this analysis, which is proposed dam for Nalsingad hydropower project, which is going to be constructed in Jajarkot district of Karnali province, which is highly risk of seismic activity. This is the general map of seismicity of the Nepal. The dam failure, the consequences of the dam failure is very devastating. There is a loss of life, widespread flooding, environmental disruption, economic losses. What we can say, if such a dam failure in Nepal, we could face a huge challenges to counteract these situations. So we need to emphasize designing structures, emphasize on seismic hazard during the designing such a infrastructures. There are several events that damaged the dam during the earthquake. Konya Dam, India in 1969, and Sangyang Dam in Taiwan in 1990. And these are the few examples of dam failure due to earthquake. The objective of my research is the effect of geometry on crest displacement of the dam, how dam crest displacement can be related with, how dam crest displacement response can be affected with its geometry. And another is stress at hill. I try to find out the difference in principal stresses at the hill due to the seismic event, plastic strain and toe slip. Another objective was effect of foundation modulus of elasticity on fundamental natural frequency, that how foundation and dam interaction can be incorporated during design. That was one of the objective. And scope and limitation in this study, I only considered 2D analysis. 3D analysis was beyond my scope. And I did linear and non-linear time history analysis, considering dam, reservoir, foundation interaction. In this study, foundation is considered as a homogeneous and isotropic throughout the analysis, but in actual foundation material are non-linear, but that is not, that is out of my scope of study. And this is general flowchart of what I did: literature review, selection of parameter to be investigated, and then I did a 2D FEM modeling of dam with abacus. And first I did linear time history analysis and check for structural performance criteria. If damage capacity ratio is less than 10, less than 2, then we can do linear time history analysis is okay for the analysis. If damage capacity ratio is greater than 2, then we have to go non-linear time history analysis. Then after results and discussion, this is the FEM modeling and parameter I have considered during the this analysis. And in the right side, this is the FEM modeling of my dam, foundation, and reservoir. These are the load: static load, I use gravity load; hydrostatic pressure and uplift pressure. And seismic load, I use the North Ridge earthquake, and I scaled that earthquake to the 1.24 peak ground acceleration, which is the safety evaluation earthquake for Nalgal hydropower project, which is based on the DSHA for that site specific. And these are the dam foundation is interaction I consider during my FEM modeling. And I did after doing FEM modeling, I did model verification with the Konya Dam Foundation Reservoir interaction, which is located in India. So I found very much similar analysis in that model verification. That means that my model is good for the analysis. And I did a linear time history analysis. I found that the demand capacity ratio is greater than, so I go for the non-linear time history analysis. And what result and discussion, what I found that the fundamental frequency is very correlated with the modulus of elasticity of foundation. If we consider reservoir empty and reservoir full, there is a significant difference in the fundamental frequency of the dam. And effect of shape in seismic response, I found that the most of the result concluded that the dam shape, if we consider dam shape curve, or if we consider general conventional dam shape like a slope, curve shape give a much better performance during the earthquake.
it can be concluded that if the fundamental, if the, sorry, I directly go to the results. If the modulus of elasticity of foundation and dam has greater than 4, seismic analysis can be done without considering dam foundation interaction. That foundation can be neglected. And finally, another fourth one, dam downstream shape can be optimized for the better performance, seismic performance. Thank you.
Now the floor is open for questions. So if you have any questions, please do ask them. Any questions?
So the question is like, in 2015, we had a big earthquake back in Nepal, right? So it was it was a big one.
Yeah.
So and those dams which were already established before the earthquake, they're still holding, right? So this is just out of curiosity. So have you analyzed the data, or is there any data available in the foundation of the dam before and after? And how can you relate with the parameters that you have considered in your study?
I would thank you for the question. I would like to inform you that we only have one dam storage project in Nepal, Kulekhani Dam. That is not concrete dam, that is earthen dam. So I didn't go for the analysis for earthen dam. That's the only dam project we have still now in Nepal, but we are doing study for the much more reservoir projects like Nalsingad and Budi Gandaki. We are preparing for that. Before that, we don't have any dam project in Nepal or reservoir projects. Yes, sir, please.
We have another question in the back.
Yeah. Yes. Mathematically, I don't have. I just do FEM analysis. What could be the reason? I can say like that. The distribution of steepness, the shape, also distribution of mass and steepness. Earthquake force is related to the mass. The shape also distribute the mass distribution. It affects the mass distribution as well as damping. This thing could be the reason behind that. Mathematically, I cannot say exactly that thing, but Mhm. Mhm. Yes. Mhm. Yes. Mhm. No, water pressure, if you consider dynamic water pressure figure, that also same curve, that shapes is also looks similar like that downstream shape that I have considered. That could be the reason.
Thank you, Mr. Pawanchan, for the
Thank you.
presentation. Now I'd like to call Mr. Kaustuk Rajneupane for his presentation on mapping of watershed restoration zones in arid watersheds. Mr. Kaustuk Neupane is a PhD student in Department of Water Science and Management. Let's welcome him on stage.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Just wanted to be sure before I start my. Good afternoon. This is Kaustubh Neupane. I'm a PhD student at Water Science and Management program. Today, I'll be talking on mapping of watershed restoration zones in arid watersheds. This is a ongoing work of me and my colleagues at Department of Water Science and Water Institute, New Mexico Water Institute. And you can see an image. This is the land where we live currently. And you have seen all these vegetation patches in the surrounding, you might have wondered why you have a bare ground and why you have a vegetation patches. In the semi-arid regions at Smith scale, it has been found these vegetation patches may act as function as either sources or sink. Where you have more, there is a positive feedback cycle going in the system. Like when you have this the vegetated area acts as a sink in the dryland, so that you have more increased infiltration, aiding the plant growth, increasing the vegetation patch size. While the bare ground increases, you have more runoff that hinders the vegetation. This is a feedback loop going in the system. So to address the challenges of in the region with the sediment flow, high runoff, and less vegetation, we need to break. I don't know how it works. Can anybody help me? We need to break this positive feedback cycle. We need to break this positive feedback cycle. And in this region, we see the extreme cases of drought and intense rainstorms. And this makes the problem more worse. And to break this resource loss cycle, we consider nature-based sink infrastructures. We call, instead of nature-based solution, we term this as nature-based sink infrastructures like one-rock dams, detention basins, brush weirs, where we try to mimic natural processes. And what model have shown that even having a minimal sink source coverage can trigger the vegetation recovery. But when you have more, we might have a negative impact. Therefore, erosion is a major problem in this kind of arid watershed. So the strategic placement of sink in the upstream at the erosion site will decrease the flow energy. And currently, what have been found like GIS-based erosion identification has been a challenge due to the unavailability of very fine-scale digital elevation model. And in addition, watershed restoration has been more labor-intensive, and with similar to the field challenges, it has the spatial bias, as well as it limits the understanding the key watershed characteristics. So in this context, we'll be using spatial analysis using multi-indicators combined with a weighted approach with high resolution of 0.6 meter DEM to prioritize where we can install NB nature-based single structures. And our hypothesis, like if we combine these high resolution DEM and terrain attributes with vegetation cover analysis using an analytical hierarchy process, we can produce a suitability model that accurately identifies nature-based sink infrastructures. And we can achieve the higher accuracy, more than 70%. Our study area is very small. This is being tested. We use 0.1 square kilometer watershed. This is arid watershed with desert with high fluctuation in the temperature. And we get very short duration temperature, storms of rainfall, and the soil is more gravelly loam. And in the process, in the method, we identify where the erosion would be. We identify the head cuts or the neck points. Neck points and head cuts are the points where the stream where the elevation of the stream changes quickly. And for the head cut, we create a buffer along the streams, and we use two indices: topographical position index in 3x3 window, and values near indicate there is a stream channels. And we also used downslope index in a white box toolbox, and we overlaid this to identify the head cut locations and high DSI. And we use a multi-criteria analysis called ASP. ASP has been used in the business scenario model for ranking the criteria. And we have combined GIS and multi-criteria analysis tool using 8 indicators in this process. The indicators are sediment transport index, distance from the drainage, distance from the head cut, and depth to the water index, terrain ruggedness index, curvature, normalized difference vegetation index, and we did a comparison matrix. And what in this process, this has been developed by the SAT in 1987. And when there is a very good relationship between two indicators, two variables, we rank that as 1, and when one has more important, we rank them as 9. We rank from 1 to 9. This is the process, and we do a consistency ratio test. If we have like, it has to be less than 0.10, and then we did and we classified these indicators. So as a result, we were able to identify the head cut erosion. In the first process, like where the erosion would be and where the process would be. And our field verification result shows that we are able to identify, with the ground truthing data, we are able to identify the head cut region. And we ran multiple indices and classified in the Jenks classification. Is a natural-based Jenks classification, because we are trying to prioritize where the watershed would be. Like higher value indicates the more suitable areas for the installation of NBSI. And these are the indicators. And these are the results for comparison between the metrics, like topographical wetness index has a high ranking in our waiting list. And this is a result, which shows that around 6.66% has more highly suitable land for installation of the NBSI. And we have like 50%, more than 50% land is not suitable. And this is a validation result. We're yet to test in the ground, but based on the township image we had, our ASP model can predict highly prioritized watershed with 0.85, and having more than 0.7 is considered to be a good model itself. So the conclusion is that when we integrate high resolution DEM with the terrain attributes and basis and cover analysis using ASP, will allow to understand where the head cut will be and where the watershed restoration can be. And our preliminary results indicate that the method we are developing can produce a suitability model that accurately identifies where the nature-based solution sink infrastructure installation location would be. And other thing is, like, we are trying to apply this method so that the stakeholder can use this method so that it can be scalable. So we think the ASP method is easy to apply, increasing its replicability to the other sites too. However, this approach needs to be refined, tested, and verified in other dry land to test and make it more scalable. This is the acknowledgement from NMWRRI and the grants, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kastuk. Thank you, Mr. Kastuk Nepane. Now the floor is open for questions.
Give for the talk, Kasubhai. What are the drawbacks? I saw in your conclusion that AHP is easy to handle and everything. Are there any drawbacks associated with this process?
Yeah, of course, like there is uncertainty. It's a bias because the weightage we create with the ASP is from the people itself, and that might be the biasness itself. So this is our ongoing process. So in addition to the future, what I'll be doing, like we'll be using a fuzzy analytical process that handles the uncertainty. So this is as the weightage is given by the people itself, that is the drawback itself, the ASP is drawback itself.
So you're saying there is the alternative model or like process to overcome this drawback?
Yes.
Like what would be like, how easier would it be to comprehend those models or systems?
I think, we have been hearing about the machine learning ML from the morning, a lot of speakers, that can be an alternative. That has been also being tried. But as I told, our idea is to make this model more applicable and replicable so that the stakeholders can use, and we wanted to make this model so that the watershed restoration practitioners in this region can apply easily. That's why we don't want it to go to reach until the machine learning. And what we are trying to claim is that the potential areas we can identify over here, we are not neglecting the need of field-based assessment. What we are trying to get is that this gives you a planning so that the watershed restoration practitioner can go and reach to the site and confirm the result. So then expand, it gives an easy step instead of like, that makes more easy for the watershed restoration practitioners.
Now we only have time for one question, so we'll be taking one question.
Hi, Kaustubh. I have a couple of questions. First one is for AHP process, selecting criteria are the key steps. So how do you identify the criteria you listed there? And if I don't I didn't see precipitation and elevation. I think those like components are very crucial for this process. So why don't you consider precipitation and elevation in your indicator? And you also mentioned like study and the model is scalability. So what are the basis to consider this model scalability? Especially you have like very small area, like you are considering very small watershed for your study.
Thank you, Lalmani. First thing, with the consider how do we identify the indicators? This has been with the two methods. One based on literature review, and next with talking with the stakeholders like watershed restoration practitioner itself. Just having interaction with them when they go into the field, what they look into the site itself. We are trying to bring those indicators in the other indicators. And considering the slope, as we have the DEM, digital elevation model, that consider the slope. Elevation, like we are trying to prioritize within the watershed. We are not trying to prioritize between the sites, between the different regions. What we are trying to prioritize is like within the sites, within the boundary of our study area. So elevation won't be that big issue, but within our study area, as we will be considering the DEM that has a slope, and slope, even all the indicators has a slope within that calculation itself. And considering the scalability means, it's really objective, is a relational question. So our idea, what I said, what we are trying to claim is that we are trying to prioritize on what our area, to identify the suitable spot. You might be getting more in some region and some other region. And this is only one study site. What we are trying to do is like, we are trying to come with one method and see our results and try to replicate those in other sub-basins, in other watersheds too. And then and that gives us true model for us. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Mr. Kaustuk Neupane, for addressing our questions in such detail. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Bibek Paudel all the way from Nepal. Dr. Bibek Paudel will be presenting his research on neurofibroma. He is a MS general surgeon currently working in Bir Hospital in Nepal. We'd like to thank him for joining us all the way from Nepal despite of the striking time difference. Now I'd like to request Dr. Bibek Paudel to start the presentation, and Mr. Ujjwal will be helping with the presentations. Thank you. Dr. Bibek Paudel, can you hear us? Dr. Bibek Paudel.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present in this program. So I'm currently working as a consultant general surgeon at Lomjung Hospital, and I did my residency MS in general surgery from NAMS Bir Hospital. So this is a case report that we did when I was posted at Bir Hospital in plastic surgery department. So this is a case of a 25-year-old gentleman. So I'll be presenting about the case report in further slides. So brief about the brief history, brief healthcare system in Nepal. So in Nepal, it is a federalized system in which there are three levels of government, which is province level, central level, province level, and in the local level. So there are three levels of system, and it consists of various level and various capacities of hospital, from health post to central tertiary hospital, and so is the referral system. So there are public and private sectors delivering healthcare system in Nepal. So government Nepal government has aim for universal health coverage through National Health Insurance Program, in which the people will enroll by paying certain amount of certain fee, and they will be provided the healthcare system. Next slide. So my concern for this presentation is that people in our country, like developing country like Nepal, are not they seek for late medical attention because of variability in topographic distribution, or some level of poverty, some level of social stigmata, and due to lack of coverage by health insurance, so that they hide their disease until it gets complicated. Next slide. Next slide, please. This so all the photos and report were taken from the consent of patient, and the patient received treatment at Bir Hospital from September 2021 to March 2022. Next slide. So this is a case of a 25-year-old male who was a laborer by occupation, and who presented with complaint of swelling over bilateral gluteal region, bilateral buttocks, since birth. So he sought for medical attention when the swelling was gradually increasing, causing disfigurement. There was mild pain over the swelling and mild discoloration over the swelling. There was no history of fever, swelling in other parts of body, no history of abnormal body movement, no ocular symptoms. So due to the rapid growth of the mass, patient started consuming alcohol regularly, but there was no similar history in family, and patient did not have any significant surgical or medical history. So this is the pre-operative photograph of that gentleman who presented to our hospital. So there is a huge mass over his buttocks, and with blackish discoloration. So this was causing psychosocial impairment in patient, and he could not reveal his disease due to poor financial status, and due to social stigmata. So this is the CT imaging of the same person. So we can see huge mass over his bilateral hip region, and this was causing a problem in his day-to-day activities. So for further moving to his treatment, so initially diversion colostomy was done. Diversion colostomy is a surgery to create stoma or opening in abdomen from which fecal contents expel out. So that this surgery was initially required because the patient, if this colostomy was not done, the healing process would become more problematic, and due to the stool coming from the natural opening, this would hamper in healing process, in grafting, in excision. So initially diversion colostomy was created before the definitive surgery. So the excision of right-sided swelling was done on October 2021, and resected weight was 15 kg. So this is the photo showing the resected specimen of that person. So stage surgery was done because in a single surgery this could not be possible, because grafting and excision and grafting would be problematic if that was done in single stage. So this is the photograph of the first surgery. So the biopsy report showed that it was compatible with neurofibroma, a benign disease. Then the in second stage surgery, the split thickness skin graft was done over the right gluteal area on November 2021. So the graft was taken from his interior thigh, posterior thigh, and back. So that split thickness grafting has an advantage that it can cover more than 5 times the area that is required. So splitting was done over the harvested graft, and it was again the graft was applied in right gluteal region in first surgery. So in next surgery, the excision of left-sided swelling was done on December 2021, and resected weight was 14 kg. And again, the split thickness graft was applied on 24th February. So this is the specimen. This is the photograph, intraoperative photograph of that patient. So we can see the meshed graft. We can see like there is this meshed graft has an advantage of covering more areas, so that the graft could be harvested from a same person and applied in that patient. So this was the 3-month follow-up in this patient. So we can see few areas of raw areas. Otherwise, the graft overtake was healthy. So this is the 10-month follow-up in which we can see that almost all the areas have healed. With in the first photo, we can see that there is still a diversion colostomy. There was still a diversion colostomy. So later on, the colostomy reversal was done because almost healing process was okay, and colostomy reversal was done so that patient could return to his normal physiological process. So coming to this topic, neurofibroma, it's a benign nerve sheath tumor, especially in peripheral nervous system. So it can grow anywhere in body, like skin, soft tissue, visceral organ, brain, or spinal cord. So various types like solitary, diffuse, or plexiform type are present. It's mostly sporadic. In 10% of case, it is associated with neurofibromatosis type 1. So coming to giant neurofibroma is defined as which has grown into significant size, which means more than 20% of the patient's body weight. So our patient body weight was 80 kg and resected mass was 29 kg. So neurofibromatosis can be divided into there are 3 types, like neurofibromatosis type 1, neurofibromatosis type 2, and schwannomatosis. So neurofibromatosis type 1 is caused by mutation of chromosomes 17 encoding cytoplasmic protein neurofibrin. NF2 is caused by mutation of chromosome 22, and schwannomatosis is caused by mutation of SMARCB1 gene. So this is the similar case report presented, which was presented by reputed organization in Nepal. So this has focused on intraoperative. What could be the possible what could be the possible things that could be done for this surgery? So this has focused on intraoperative hemostasis by ligation of feeder artery and stage surgery, which means we have to perform the surgery in different stages. Not a single surgery could be possible to resect such a mass. So this was another article published from Spain. So this has focused on preoperative embolization and use of linear cutter stapler, which means the feeder artery or the mass could be embolized to bring hemostasis and to prevent massive blood loss. And use of linear cutter stapler has also the same advantage that we can secure the hemostasis easily. And such case require multidisciplinary management, which means the involvement of various departments like surgery, orthopedics, physiotherapy, and ICU care, anesthesia. So all the department are should be involved. Not a single department and not a single team can perform such surgeries. So finally, to conclude, giant neurofibroma, which had presented with a disfigurement, and it had hampered the social and personal life of that patient. So to manage the case, it is challenging in terms of bleeding, in terms of graft harvest, and in terms of stress surgeries, because the same patient had performed 6 surgeries to recover from his initial to his normal day-to-day work. So this by this I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Any queries would be I'll answer them.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek Paudel, for your presentation. I am I would like to hand over this. Thank you, Dr. Vivek, for your presentation, and kudos to your team for successful surgery of the patient. My question is, in your case and in the papers that you have included, the patients are young, about in the 20s. So for this disease, neurofibroma, is there any age group that is susceptible to this disease? If yes, then what could be the reason behind it? What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So most of the present case that are presented are younger people, because in more cases are sporadic, and it is associated with neurofibromatosis, which has a genetic predisposition. So most of the cases are younger age, from 10 years to 30 years. So in early stage of life, more case present in early stage of life.
Hello, Dr. Podal. It was a really good presentation. I'm a third-year graduate student here at NMSU, and currently I'm taking a course called Science and Ethics. And when we study that, we study about the code of conduct that has to be comply when we are using human participants in our research. So this is like the first time being present in a biomedical research presentation. And I was wondering what kind of review board, obviously there is a medical review board in Nepal. So in America, there is a institutional review board that makes sure that all the codes of conducts are complying with all the federal rules and regulation. So is there any review board that goes through your research proposal before you actually did the research in human participant? And also another question, that you did your case studies using a single participant, right? Were you able to find the similar cases related to this kind of thing?
Thank you. So in Nepal, there are institutional review board, IRB. So the case which was done in Beed Hospital, so the permission was taken both from IRB and patient. So the written and verbal both consent were taken from patient, and the case report was done. So I have included a similar report that was done at TUTS in Nepal. So there was in Tribune University Teaching Hospital at Maharajganj, similar case was operated. So I had included in the second last slide of this presentation. So the finding was similar to our case. That was also in a young 22-year-old woman, in which 63 kg giant neurofibromas exercise, which was more than ours. But similar case reporting has been done at Nepal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paudel, for your presentation. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Nelson Condell, our last but not the least presenter for today, and the session 3. Now he will be presenting on the title groundwater discharge prediction for Kathmandu Valley. Mr. Condell, stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Namaskar again. Now I am here as a presenter, and I'm here to present a project called Groundwater Discharge Prediction from the Kathmandu Valley. This project I had done this project when I was back in Nepal, and I wanted to share my results and conclusions I get from this project. Okay, let's begin with the presentations. And talking about the presentations, I will start with the very brief introduction of my project, and then through the methodology, we'll move towards the results and finally concluding our presentation with future scopes of this project. Okay, starting up, let's look something about my or maybe our project's study area. Our project study area is Kathmandu Valley, and Kathmandu Valley has a complex terrain in different, in terms of different categories. When you talk about the soil type, there are different soil types. In the valley area, there is a alluvial kind of soil, and in hilly area, there is a rocky kind of soil. So that in that way, there is different soil types and topography. Obviously, you can see in the figure as well. The topography is varying topography, as well as considering about hydrogeological conditions, there is so much complexity as well. Now let's see, is it really an important topic or not, what I'm doing? The groundwater discharge prediction. What does it mean? There is water in the ground, and why should we predict them? The main reason behind this project or behind this research or whatever, the motivation behind this is that there is increasing water demand in Kathmandu Valley. And we all know that that is not properly met by any, properly met till now. So the main causes behind that could be population growth, urbanization, and diverse social activities. With the development of cities and all, people need more and more water for different purposes. And here you can see the figure. The picture speaks louder than the words. And you can see the smile in her face. That's because she's having some water over there. Okay, where does the data come from? The data from our project come from the borehole log data from the KUKL. KUKL stands for Kathmandu Upateka Khanepani Limited, and this is one of the water supply management board, or maybe not management board, management company, kind of government agency in Kathmandu Valley. And in that data, we got flowing different data. Obviously, we got the coordinates for the boreholes and soil layers. When they bore the hole in the ground, there could be different soil layers, rock layers, and we got such kind of data. And aquifer characteristic, whether in their soil layer is there water or not, is the water saturated or not, and eventually hydraulic properties. And it is kind of related to aquifer characteristics. The quantitative characterization of aquifer is hydraulic properties such as permeability. Now let's get into this question. Why data-driven approach? I'm a civil engineer, and yet you all are expecting me to use some engineering principle. I myself was expecting to do that, but there is some limitation to physical laws. Physical laws are vague, they are broad, and they are generic. And another thing is engineering is not mature enough to handle such a complex problem, such a complexity in just a physical laws or maybe simple modeling. And another thing is risk. Yeah. We want our study, we want our research, we want our project to be understood by everyone, to be acknowledged by everyone. For that reason, if I am using something, some tool, which tool is understood or maybe which tool can be easily interpreted by everyone, then using that tool could be a better idea. And another thing is scalability, and this is not a smaller, this is a big term in terms of necessity. That's because I have certain data for now in my project. I got my project, I made my model, and when I got different, or maybe when the, let's say I have used the data from KUKL, and they generated more and more data over the years. And if I include their data over the years, my model will be improving over the years. And that's one of the very big advantages of this practice, I guess. And another thing is regionality. What do you mean by regionality? The regionality means that physical laws are same for everywhere. Nepal, USA, Kathmandu Valley, or maybe Mount Everest, everything there is same. But regionality means the data varies with the region. And if we include the regional data, then the model will be regional and it will be more accurate. Let's see if it becomes accurate or not. And the main methodology, or maybe the primary framework, primary machine learning architecture that I am trying to use is multivariate Gaussian process regression. The reason behind this is because of its explainability as opposed to other black box machine learning model like CNN or LSTM, in which we can't even exactly explain the parameters. I am using this multivariate Gaussian process regression, which can be explained, and this is semi-parametric supervised ML algorithm. So I am using ML in a sense, and multivariate means I can use different variables to predict a simple output, that is discharge. And here is our data. What does the data look like? Experimental data is more, but very few. You can see in this the figure on the left, there is more data, but when I filter the data, I got only, nothing, just the coordinate and discharge at the different stations. So that's the only data that I got. And with this data, I did something. I tried to predict the discharge where there is no bore log. So here you can see the geographical or maybe geospatial distribution of boreholes over the Kathmandu Valley. The X and Y indicates the latitude and longitude of the data, and the points indicates the boreholes, and the color of the points would indicate the discharge over there. So I wanted to make a model. I want to make a model which would predict the discharge where there is no borehole. So in this, from the data, I use 70% for the training and 30% for the validation phase. And here you can see a very ugly picture actually. That's because the actual discharge and predicted discharge should be linear, but that's not the case. And I blame data for this because I have very limited data, and there could be, so we can say two things. Either my model architecture is incorrect, or there is less data. So in whichever region, if we increase the data, we can see what is the problem. And with all these, this is one of the outputs. So we can get a band of the result instead of just a point. There is a band, and it's kind of that's the benefit of Gaussian process regression. And finally, just a moment of the conclusion. What of the prediction? The main use of this model, of this project, or the prediction of the groundwater discharge is water management, and it will eventually improve the people's life. Yeah, I have shown the picture of place here, and it will improve the people's life in Kathmandu Valley by this project. But if we implement this project over other place, then it will improve people's life in other places as well. And eventually we can save the nature by not deteriorating it, by not drilling the hole where there is no water. And finally, what next? If we increase the data or improve by engineering, by including engineering investigation, field verification, or iterative refinement, it can be made a better model, and it can be implemented in other hubs as well, not just the valley. And concluding project, I think this bridges the gap between engineering and sciences, and my timing up. And finally, I want to say one thing. This project can be seen as a synergy between science and societal well-being. And finally, I want to say water is not just a resource, but a resilient legacy for generations to come. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Nelson. Now the floor is open for questions. So if you have any questions regarding the presentation, you can feel free to ask questions.
Sorry, I forgot about the question answer session.
Thank you, Nelson. I didn't want to be direct, but yeah, I'm quite familiar with the groundwater depletion in the Kathmandu Valley, and there are multiple factors that contribute the depletion, and there is like some political issue and other aspects that really make the things more complex to sort out the issues. But like while seeing this presentation, I'm more curious about the what might be the implication and contribution of this resource to deal with the real water crisis in the Kathmandu Valley. And I saw like change in people's life. One of the contribution of this finding. And would you elaborate how this prediction change the whole, especially the water accessibility issue in Kathmandu Valley? considering all those factors which are very complex, especially in the case of Kathmandu Valley?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. I think this, this study doesn't include anything about policy and politics and all, but as far as I know, we have very less data in the data regarding the groundwater discharge in Kathmandu Valley, and we are continuously, either from the private sector or from the public sector, there is continuous process of drilling holes to extract groundwater from the Kathmandu Valley, and that's an ongoing process. And I think if we make this model, or if we made other models like this that predicts if we give a point and it predicts the possible groundwater discharge over there, then we could design a system, or maybe then the governmental system could implement such a procedure in which they first predict the discharge over there and see whether if we drill over there, we'll get some water or no water at all, or we'll get plenty of water. And in that way, I think it will save it will be more economic. And when it becomes more economic, and when we get same amount of water by drilling less holes, less boreholes, less wells, as we are doing now, I think that eventually improving the people's life. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson, for such a wonderful presentation. With this, we are at the end of session 3. Thank you for keeping us. Thank you for being with us throughout these oral presentations. And now for the closing session, I'd like to welcome Mr. Nirajan Paudel as the moderator. Thank you. Sorry. I'd like to welcome Mr. Kaustik Neupane as the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, that would happen because we have been having a lot of brainstorming session from physics and machine learning to like a very disastrous pictures we saw last time from the Beer Hospital. And this is Kaustik Neupane, and it's my honor to serve as the moderator for this session. As we wrap up the 16th NESA International Conference, let's take a moment to reflect on the insights shared, collaboration formed, and the achievements celebrated throughout this event. From the morning, we had an incredible lineup of speakers, thought-provoking discussions, and engaging sessions that have enriched our understanding and strengthened our professional networks. The exchange of ideas has been truly inspiring, and I hope you all are taking away the valuable knowledge and the connection. This closing session is not about reflection, but also about celebration and fun. We have an exciting lineup of activities, including quizzes, raffles, award, and certificate distribution, all adding to the joy and the spirit of this gathering. Let's make the most of these final moments together. With this note, I would like to invite for remarks. I would like to invite Dr. Madhav Regmi. He is an NESA advisor, and he has been playing a pivotal role on organizing this conference. I would also like to congratulate Dr. Madhav Regmi being promoted to an associate professor. It's a glad opportunity for NESA members. And I would like to welcome Dr. Madhav Regmi to the floor.
Thank you, Kaustubji. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, we are here. I am here to report that this event became a big success. Congratulations to everyone. So I do remember the discussion we had, in previous weeks about lining up the speakers, managing the funding, and so many times, we spent so much time brainstorming about this event, and finally we're here with a big success. So this event would not have been possible without the major, the role that the NESA committee played, thanks to the leadership of Pushpaji and the team. Also, I would like to thank the NESA community I would like to extend my thanks to the technical team over there, the sponsor, ASNMSU, NMSU GSC, and others. Also, thanks to several faculty here, specifically Dr. Gimire, Dr. Vatrai, Dr. Sapkota, who has been here from since morning, right? So since 8 a.m., they are here contributing to the event. And everybody who participated, the moderator, the presenter, a guest speaker, distinguished speaker, keynote speaker, everybody contributed immensely to this event. So we are glad that we came to this success. So this event, in a way, started with I'm gonna borrow that term again, the thought-provoking speech from Dr. Wagle in the morning, who talked about the different inequalities, the poverty issues around the world. One of the questions that I asked him about was, okay, given what's going on around the world, the changing geopolitical scenarios, how should this, the low-income countries should think about for their, once the in terms of the sustainable development of their countries, right? And one of the things that he suggested was maybe it should be a good idea to work regionally than globally, given the time we are in right now. That was quite a idea in a way, a knowledge that is being shared right here in this conference. Then we had Dr. Bista, who came here and in a way suggested that simple AI tools or the simple management in the field can result to the groundbreaking research or the innovation to manage the pressing challenges posed by the global climate change. One of the things Dr. Bista suggested was things that can be measured can be tackled, right? So those ideas in a way, the ideas that is leading the science forward were being shared here. And then we had the other speaker who came and talked about, okay, AI could be a solution to so many problems that we are facing in the world, but we have to pay real attention to the privacy and the ethical issues that comes with the AI. All right. So, and there were other different stories that research that were shared in this venue. Then we went with so many great research by the student presenters. There were different posters, presentations, very interesting. The current science-based factual the findings were presented. There were presentations about the different insects, deepfake. I'm just trying to remember the things that we learned about. Today is probably the first time I learned about how X-ray works. I had no idea, no clue about how they make that image, right? So many things within this few hours time period we were able to learn, and this was only possible because of the hard work of everybody who involved in this association. So with that, I think this is a moment to celebrate this success. And I think last but not the least, I want to say congratulations to everybody once again. And let's keep this going. We will be doing something similar next year. And I hope that everyone will come with the same energy and participate and contribute. And thank you, and go Aggies. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madhavregmi. Your words are really inspiring and motivating to have 17th International Conference of NESA. And with this note, I would also like to invite Dr. Rajan Gimire, Associate Professor of New Mexico State University. He has been for many of NESA members. He works from the Clovis, but he has been really a good contributor for success of this NESA's conference. For finding experts and he has been traveling and helping to find the speakers for most of the conference, and he has been listening the entire conference today, being a speaker, being in the audience platform. So I would like to request Dr. Rajan Gimire to reflect NESA's 16th conference as well as how the journey of NESA's conference. The floor is yours, Dr. Gimire.
Thank you. Thank you, Kaustubh, and thank you, everyone. No, I really hate coming on the stage and then do this kind of talk. But, being on this NESA journey for almost like a 10 years, I have been seeing, and even before that, I would like to mention when I learned about when I was a graduate student, almost like a 15 years ago. I learned about New Mexico State University have a Nepali Students Association, and they organize very scientific event. That is where I first learned about this NESA conference. And then I look at some of the talks at that time, some of the invited speakers, and continuously from that point, I have been following how NESA is working. And, I am one of the off-campus faculty, almost like a 300 miles away. And then we drove yesterday with a 60 to 70 miles per hour wind because of this, the dedication of the students, dedication of every, the community member here to put together this event. That's why I really appreciate students' effort. It is not only about the science we do, and then this event is a true representation of Nepali students' leadership and, putting your effort. This is Saturday, and then, all the students, being here, gathering, and then bringing this science all together. Now, I don't want to repeat it too much, but, we learn about machine learning, watershed in Mongolia, or what riparian areas issues in Mongolia. Dr. Frank Ward talk almost like a global issue of water, to all different kind of medical science, physical science, very applied research to very basic understanding of science. So that is the beauty of this conference. And then that is where I appreciate students trying to understand each other, or speakers trying to convey the message, how that physics and then medical science research is reflected in agricultural science, water management science. So this is very, I like that, the diversity of the talks, and then interconnection between students. And then that is where, our complicated issue of sustainability is reflected, that we interconnect our sciences to address global challenges. That is how I reflect, being on there, and then learning from different sciences, how I can use principle of physics and chemistry on agricultural research, or this machine learning. You see a lot of different kind of models on different disciplines and how those intersect. So that is how I look at it. So I would like to really thank organizers for their tremendous effort to bring these scientists from different areas. And then, judges, trying to understand interconnection of different disciplines, volunteers working day and night to bring this together. And then, advisors supporting this event. So I would like to, again, like Madhav, mentioned, I would like to see this continuing, 16 to 17 and 20, we keep going. This is really unique among, Nepali students organization, or many of the student organizations across the country. And then your report is highly valuable. And one thing a student can take from this is leadership, purely leadership. Now, this was the great forum, organizing this kind of diverse event within, beside your regular journey. You have your homeworks, you have your assignments, you have all work, and then going beyond that, and then putting together this great event is really appreciated. I would like to highly appreciate and in here, and wish best of luck for future conferences. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghimire. As Dr. Ghimire highlighted, this has been a forum where the multidisciplinary research are presented. We often go to conferences where like unidisciplinary topic are presented, and this venue interconnects between the different science. Thank you once again, Dr. Ghimire and the team traveling from the Clovis. And I would like, for the remarks, I would like to invite none other than our advisor, Dr. Nirajan Paudel. Dr. Nirajan Paudel has been the past president. He has served as a president, as an academic director of NESA in the past years, and he has been continuously contributing his knowledge and expertise to the NESA. So I would like to welcome Dr. Nirajan Paudel for your speech.
Thank you, Kaustubh. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, good morning or maybe good evening, because this is the virtual platform and we have the audience from all over the globes. And actually, we are almost at the end of this program. And I don't want to repeat the same thing that the Dr. Ghimire and the Dr. Regmi, he already mentioned as a remark. But today we have really a wonderful and a thoughtful day where we basically talk about the theme, the sustainable synergies, uniting innovation and the global actions. I would like to thank, do we have the keynote speaker here? Okay, I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Frank Ward, and our distinguished and guest speakers, Dr. Bisto, Dr. Sake, and who join us online, the Dr. Wagle, Dr. Paudel, and Dr. Condell, for sharing their expertise and the insight. Also, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizing committee led by the Nelson Condell and the NESA President Puspa Dahal. Actually, this is the collective effort of all of the NESA members. So we are really proud. And I would like to add one thing. I'm here from since 2017. I'm here and I am the one who witnessed like these 7 or more than 7 conferences. And this is really successful. And I second the announcement from Dr. Regmi. He announced this is a very successful conference. So we are missing Dr. Tara Gere, but I want to convey one message to her from the student level. As an advisor, it is truly proud moment for the university that a student level organization organizing a conference that actually aligned with the university goal. And actually, it's been continuing from the last 16 years. So it is actually exceeding the expectation of the student organization. So that organization is NESA, the Nepalese Student Organization. A huge round of applause for our organization. And I'm proud that I'm working with NESA as a member, as a president, and now as an advisor. That is really a proud moment for me as well. And to the student participant, I want to share a thought that we all are coming from various fields, maybe from the biology or maybe from the water or maybe from the physics. We do have the different thought, different skill and the different perspective. But this is a good platform where we can share our knowledge. And if we could communicate and stay together for the long term, maybe we can do something better for our society, for our global, the earth, as well as maybe for our country, Nepal. So saying this, I would like to wrap up my remark here. And a great success. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Nirajan. Your contribution has been really, it can't be expressed in the word. Now, with these remarks, now I would like to play a quiz to know more about NESA. Is a Mentimeter? Like, you can log into menti.com and use the code, or you can scan the QR code. It's just a fun. And I believe there is a prize for this. Will be the winner. So when you use your name so that we can identify you are the winner. And it makes a fun too. I see 12 people have joined, 14. Okay. And only 3 people are not eligible to join this quiz. That's me, because I have prepared this quiz. Sushil Satre and Pusparaj Dahal. All other persons are eligible to join this. Even our judges are eligible to join this game. It is a fun game. You can, I see 28 people joining already. Two people. What are you getting? No, no. You'll be using the code 31447677. Have you all got on this screen? I think you can, when you create an on Menti, you can see a code in the top. Yeah. Like when you click create Menti in the top, you can see an enter code to join a live Menti in the top. Like when you click on, you'll be logged into the menti.com and then created on Menti at mentimeter.com. No. And then in the top, you'll see a code 31447677, and you join that Menti. And then you'll be logged into the page. I don't know. We are having error. Did it pop now? I see 37 players are ready. Yeah, now it works. Sorry. And you can enter your name. Is everybody ready with this? I see 36 players are ready. Shall I move ahead? Answer fast to get more points. Does this has a sound, I believe? The technical team? No? Who is not current NESA advisor? Let's see. Oh, we got 21 right answers. So who is in the top? Let's see who is in the top. Srisa is the fastest. Let's move to the next question. Okay, ready? Answer fast to get more points. Who is the current community director of NESA? Look at. Yes, is Isamagar. We got 79 answer. Now let's see who will be the leader. Who is in the leader? Yes.
Oh, this is
This is me. Chin Chin. Okay, next question now. Look at your device. Who is the current cultural director of NESA? Is like 30 seconds. We have 30 seconds, so we can. Sinchan Bora, 30 right answers. And who will be the leader? Who is in the leader now? Guess, will that be the Sinchin or that will be other person? Who is Sinchin? No. Okay, the Sinchin again. And Ankita and Sinchin are on tough competition. Let's see. Let's go to the next question without delay. Who is the current web and communication director of NESA? You need to fast too. You need to be fast. 18 seconds. Let's see how many. Nice. Now let's see who will be the leader. Who will be the leader? Chin Chin or some other person? Will Ankita lead? Oh, this is me has been moved to the second. Let's move to the next question. That's question 6 of 7. When was NESA NMS established? This might be a difficult question, but who have been listening the entire conference, many people have spoke about this. This might change the result. This might change the result. Everyone has voted. Go to the next slide. 25 have, that's good achievement. Let's give a big round of applause to everyone because we know when the NESA was established. Stretched. Okay. Next question 2. Enter. This is the last question. When was NESA's first conference held? In which year? I know Lata definitely knows this. 36 answers, I think. Everyone has voted. Okay, this is the final question. Let's see who will be the winner. Only it is 2009. The NESA's first conference was held in 2009. Let's see the final result. Who will be the leader? Who will be the leader? Who will be the winner? Is it Jinshin or some other person? Any changes? Wolf? Wolf Mister. Who is that person? Changed. Everything has changed. Let's welcome on the dais to receive the prize. To claim the prize. Please come with your. Oh, that's a Lata Chatot. She has claimed to be the winner. Yeah.
That was me.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's Lata Chatot. So I would like to welcome Pushparaj Dahal, NESA president, to hand over the prize for the winner. This is the contribution she worked. If you have recognized, she has given a voiceover this morning on the video. That's a benefit. If you work for NESA, you will be benefited with the prize. Congratulations, Lata. We do have more other prizes, raffle, wheel of the names game. So you'll be selected randomly to get the prizes. But before that, I would like to have a certificate distribution, and I would like to welcome NESA's advisor, NESA's president on the floor to hand over the certificate to the poster presenters. I would like to welcome Dr. Madhav Regmi, Dr. Nirajan Paudel, a NESA advisor, and Dr. Pushparaj Dahal on the stage, and I'll be calling the name of poster presenters. Presenter the certificate. So I would call the name, and I would request all the parties, when I call the name, I would like to welcome on the stage. At first, I will welcome Ujjal Marasini as a poster presenter to receive his certificate. No. Similarly, I would like to invite Nishan Rai, Sushil Khatri, Sabyeta Khandel, Bamshi Ravi, Hari Shirish, Sinchan Bohra, Ankita Khatiwada, Asmita Guragai, Kavita Adhikari, Pyumi Ishara, Nelson Khandel, that's all I do have for as a presenters for the poster. I would like also to invite oral presenters to join on this forum. I would like to call Sumanath Reddy to join on the stage to receive his certificate. I would like to invite Anjali Karki as an oral presenter to receive her certificate. I would like to invite Nelson Khandel, Dr. Vivek Paudel, I believe he's joining online, Samriddhi Gimire, Madan Pokhrel, Pawan Chand, Ujjal Marashini, Isa Budamagar, Suman Gautam, I think he's an online presenter. Bipin Keshi, he's an online presenter. And I do have my certificate, that's Kaustubh Neopane, as oral presenter. This is mine. That's me. Thank you. And I have been informed by Pushparaj that all the presenters will be receiving a token of appreciation for their, and I would like to pass the cup as a gift, as just every gift to the individual presenters. I think we can take a picture with presenters too. Santosh, would you mind help over here? Okay. Group only. I'm also on the line. Thank you. Thank you all our oral and poster presenters. Now, without delay, I would like to join Dr. Madhav Regmi. To join with Dr. Madhav Regmi, I would like to invite, thank you, Dr. Nirajan Porel, Dr. Ashok Bhattrai, Assistant Professor at NMSU, and Dr. Govinda Sapkota, who has been a key with their time and contribution, who have judged as a best oral and poster presenter. So I would like to hand over the session to them to declare and to award our best poster and oral presenters.
All right, thank you, NESA committee, for this opportunity to judge the oral and poster presentation. This is a hard job, right? So this is difficult. In the morning, Tara Gray, our associate provost, quoted our interim provost, Reddy, who said, this is the best group. So we were asked to judge the best group, right? So it's very tough. And also we were not in any way acting like an expert in every field. We have our own expertise. So, it's possible that, if there were 3 other judges, they may come up with 3 other winners than what we have right now. So please be mindful of that. We essentially use the rubric that was used in NMSU AC's open house for the poster judging. So it was pretty, straightforward rubric that we used for the poster presentation, and we revised that rubric to judge the oral presentation. So now we have the winner. Dr. Sapkota is going to announce the poster winner, and Dr. Batra is going to announce the oral presenter winners. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Regmi. I'd like to spend 1 minute thanking NESA for providing me with the opportunity to judge the oral and poster presentations. And huge congratulations to NESA for this successful event and to all participants for their excellent work. So let's start with the third position holder. The third prize goes to Nishan Rai, and his poster title was Enhancing Lung Cancer Diagnosis with Explainable AI and Deep Learning. Congratulations, Mr. Nishan Rai. And the second prize goes to Miss Kavita Adhikari, and her poster presentation title was Effectiveness and Repellency of Various Dust Insecticides Against Kissing Bugs, Hemiptera something. Congratulations, Miss Kavita Adhikari. Similarly, the first prize for the poster presentation goes to Miss Pumi Isara, and her poster title was Unveiling Diurnal Greenhouse Gas Variability Implications for Sustainable Agriculture. Congratulations, Miss Pumi Isara. Now it's turn to announce the winners of oral presentation. I'm gonna hand over this microphone to Dr. Watrai.
Thank you. Like Dr. Regni mentioned, this was a tough job, and in fact, more than judging, I sat there and got to learn so many new things that I was not aware of. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, NESA, for such a huge success. Like, this program was really a nice program. Congratulations on such a nice organization. So I will start with the third best oral presentation for the day. And the third place goes to Ujjwal Marasani for his paper titled Dam Break Analysis of Nagmati and Dhab Dam. Congratulations. For the second place, we have Isa Budamagar for her project title, The Effect of Insect Growth Regulator in Turkestan Cockroaches. Congratulations. Before I announce the winner, we have a consolation prize as well, right? Okay. I'm sorry about that. So I'll announce the winner. Guesses. The winner is Anjali Karki for her project title, Small Mosquitoes, Large Implications. Congratulations. All right. All right. Congratulations to all the winners. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to.
Thank you, judges. And for the winners of the award, those professional oral presenters, you'll be also given a wooden plaque with your name in the in that has to be printed. So we waited that with the printed name on wooden plaque you'll be receiving soon. That is an additional gift. Like NESA would like to thank our judges and for their time and contribution. So there is a appreciation certificate and a small gift. So I would like to there is a gift and a certificate. I will call the name for the judges, Dr. Govinda Sapkota, and I request NESA President Pushparaj Dal to hand over those. Thank you, Dr. Sapkota. And we also have recognition to Dr. Ashok Bhattrai. Dr. Madhav Regmi. Thank you, judges. I will request Dr. Madhav Regmi to be on the stage again. And I will request NESA advisor, Dr. Nirajan Paudel, to join on the stage. We have a certificate to our guest speakers. As a, we are trying to give a certificate of and thanks of appreciation to our speaker. So I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Frank A. Award. I don't think he's here. So I would like to, okay. I would like to call Dr. Begal Amar in recognition of invaluable contribution as a featured speaker at the 16th International Conference entitled Sustainable Synergies, Uniting Innovation and Global Action, organized by NEPRI Student Association, New Mexico State University. And I request our advisor to hand over the certificate and the gift. I would like to request Pushparaj Dahal to join on the column. And I would like to also welcome Dr. Sarvagya Ratna Sakya as a guest speaker for his recognition of invaluable contribution. And I would like to welcome Dr. Sarvagya Ratna Sakya to join the stage. Thank you, Dr. Sakya, for your time and invaluable insights. I would like to invite Dr. Prakriti Bishta in recognition of her invaluable contribution as guest speaker for our 16th International Conference. I would like to welcome her on the stage. Yeah. As organizer, we would also like to inform that we will be sending a wooden plaque for our guest speaker soon with a name. And it's time to thank our advisors for their contribution. So we would, NESA would present certificate of appreciation proudly awarded to Dr. Nirajan Paudel for his active contribution to the NEPRI Student Association as advisor, NESA, at the 16th International Conference entitled Sustainable Synergies, Uniting Innovation and Global Action. Let's give a big round of applause to our advisors. Are you tired, guys? Or don't you think advisors have contributed to the NESA? I need a big round of applause. We'd also like to acknowledge Dr. Madhav Regmi for his active contribution as an advisor. There is a certificate. We do also have a certificate for Dr. Ram Acharya and Dr. Deepak Subedi. We'll be handovering them later on. Thank you, Dr. Regmi and Dr. Paudel. Now we have 3 events. One as a raffle, one as a wheel game, and final we'll have a closing remarks from our Vice President. So without delay, we'll have a raffle. All the names has who have registered in this conference, name is over here. So we'll be shuffling the name, and this is a anybody name can be chosen as random. Just pray your name will be chosen. I don't know who will be the winner. This is the name list. Shall I play? How many gifts do you have on this? 2. As they said, they will have a 2 gift for this. Let's see. Who will be the winner? Is that Nirajan, Srisha, Bhisma, or Ganga? Ganga Acharya. Congratulations, Ganga Dai. You are welcome to the stage to receive the gift from NESA. And in the second round, I'll be removing Ganga Acharya name so that you won't be eligible for next time, increasing the probability of the winning. I remove the name. Thank you. Congratulations, Ganga Bhai. And we'll have more one winner. Let's start. Will be the winner? Is that Amrita, Yumi, or Ujjal? Ujjal or Yumi? Ujjal Morashini. A good congratulations, Ujjal Morashini. Please welcome to the stage. Congratulations, Ujjal. Do you have more prize for this? No. Now we have a raffle. Where's the raffle box? How many prizes we have? We are deciding. I'm just bargaining the number of prizes for the raffle. Just wanted to increase more prizes so that we can, even I can get. So I would request advisor team to so the coupon number is 0 1 5 7. I just wanted to see my own. Where is it? I don't know. I lost it. 1 5 7 9. That's good. That's not 6. You have only 9 0 2. That's 1 0 1 5 7 9 1. Anybody to claim this? Okay, let's count down. 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Is that Hari? Are you coming to collect the prize? No. 7 9 1. So nobody to claim it. So we'll be going to the next. Let's move. Ujjal has been lucky. Let him try. Can he pick his number? is 0, 1, 5, 7, 8 is 8 and at the end it is again 8. 8 and 8. 0, 1, 5, 7, 8, 8. I see somebody over there. Can you come with a raffle ticket? Zero, 1, 5, 7, 8, 8. Congratulations. Here's a gift. Puspa, would you like to hand over the gift? Puspa, will you pick one? It's 0, 1, 5, 8, 0. I didn't hear any word that any number like that. It's 0, 1, 5, 8, 0, 0. Okay, we got a winner. A good news, guys. There are more 3 gift as a raffle. 0, 1, 5, 8, 0, 0. Perfect maths. Congratulations. Here's a gift hamper. And without delay, let me. Also, would you try? Would you be lucky enough to pull your own number? What do you need? Is 0, 1, 5, 7? Is 8. 0, 1, 5, 7, 8. What do you need? Sorry. Uttal 9. That's the right answer. 0, 1, 5, 7, 8, 9. 0, 1, 5, 7, 8, 9. Who thinks they can pull their own number? You can come, Yumi, over here. Let me see. Yeah, it's perfect maths. Congratulations. This is the second last. Okay, Yumi is trying her luck. If she can pull her own number. Do you think she can pull? No. It's 0, 1, 5, 7. Is 6. 0, 1, 5, 7, 6. And who need? Does anybody have this matching number? 0, 1, 5, 7, 6. 8. 0, 1, 5, 7, 6, 8. Congratulations. Congratulations on this. I've been shared that there is a very nice as a prize. This is the last part, the measure. Very nice one. Who want to try a lock? Susil, he wants his own lock. Is 0, 1, 5, 7. Is plus 2. Is 9. 0, 1, 5, 7, 9. 6. 6. Yes. I'm sure. 0, 1, 5, 7, 9, 6. Congratulations, Lata. You got a bumper prize. Oh, you're lucky. You got 2, I believe you got 2 cups. You can share one with your roommate, Yumi. 0157999. It's a 6. Congratulations, Lata. I think we are done with the raffle. And with this, I request everybody, let's make some noise and give a thunderous round of applause for everyone who made this event possible. And this has been an incredible event. And I would like to invite Vice President of NESA, Dr. Santosh Adhikari, for his closing remarks and in the session. And I believe there will be a group photo at end of the session. So I request all the presenters to be and the participants to be in the hall so that we can take a group picture. Sorry, guys, like I've been informed, there are more certificates for the distribution. Oh. Okay, there is more certificate. Of course, we shouldn't be missing appreciating our academic director, Nelson Carell. Welcome to the stage, and I would like to welcome NESA advisors to hand over the certificate. I would also like to invite Dr. Rajan Gimire, Dr. Gangadhar Acharya to join on the stage to appreciate our academic director. Congratulations and thank you, Nelson, for organizing this event. And I would also like to invite our NESA members, executive members, to join on the stage for your effort for organizing this conference. Anjali Karki to join on the stage, NESA executive member. Pavan Chand as an academic committee member to join on the stage for receive the certificate of appreciation. Ujjal Marashini to join on the stage for certificate of appreciation. Harish Rees. Harish Rees. Sabita Khanel, Secretary of NESA, to join on the stage. Santosh Adhikari, Vice President of NESA, to join the stage. Sushil Khatri, Treasurer of NESA. And he also contributed for the moderator. So to save time, we have been also giving certificate of moderators. Sinchan Bora as to join on the stage. Isa Buda Magar to join on the stage. Ankita Khatiora to join on the stage. Last but not least, there is a appreciation certificate to Pushparaj Dal, President of NESA, for his leadership and for organizing this conference. So let's give a big round of applause to our President Pushparaj Dal for his continuous effort to organize this 16th conference, and there is a certificate of appreciation. I think this is a group picture. I think certificate distribution has been over. Let's take group picture. I think we can reunite again after Santosh talk. Thank you. Organizing committee, thank you. Faculties, NESA advisors, Dr. Rajan Gimire, Dr. Gangadhar Acharya, for your all effort. I would like to invite Santosh Adhikari for his final remarks. Santosh, and close up the formal session of the conference. And I will be also signing out. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you, Kaustup Bhai. All right. So let's take a moment and to appreciate all those who helped directly and indirectly to make this conference possible. First and foremost, I would like to thank our sponsor and partner, ANMSU, Research Creativity and Economics Department, Graduate Student Council, Asian Pacific Program, All-Time Tax and Financial Services. Your contribution have been instrumental in turning our vision into a reality. Also, we are extremely grateful to our advisor, Dr. Deepak Subedi, Dr. Madhav Regmi, Dr. Ramacharya, and Dr. Nirajan Paudel for their invaluable support and guidance from the beginning of planning of this conference. Also, we extend our gratitude to Dr. Rajan Ghimire, Dr. Gangadhar Acharya for their continuous support of NESA. Your presence is truly blessing to us. Also, thank you to Dr. Boygel. She is the HOD of Mongolian University and also the Fulbright Scholar at NMSU. Thanks for her sharing expertise and knowledge. And a special thanks goes to our judge, Dr. Ashok Bhattrai, Dr. Madhav Regmi, and Dr. Govinda Sarpota, and other respected evaluators whose expertise and critical feedback have helped shape this conference into the enriching experience. Also, we extend our appreciation to our keynote speaker, Dr. Frank Ward, our distinguished guest speaker and presenter for sharing their expertise, insight, passions, which inspire us all. And also a big thank also goes to our dedicated organizing team, academic committee, executive committee, and all the active NESA members who help us to execute this conference successfully. And last but not least, we extend our thanks to each and every attendee for their active participation, engagement, contributing to the vibrancy of our discussions. Thank you all attendee being with us. And of course, we cannot forget our technical team who work behind the scenes and help us to organize this conference and successfully deliver our conference. So at last, I'd like to thank everyone. So see you on the next NESA programs and have a rest of the evening, guys. Thank you. Okay. And one more last thing, we will have the dinner from 6:30 to 8 p.m. So I'd like to everyone to join us there. And the venue is the venue is beside this hall.